Chapter 10:26. Inside the pyramid, the Nagashwang was painfully shedding the last layer of scales. Outside the pyramid, Queen Poisa watched the world turn upside down every day. The ruins of the old Naga Empire had shrunk into an irregular shape, like a malevolent and twisted planet. However, its surface still looked enormous and boundless. Because it couldn't reach a balance, the irregular shape of the ruins was constantly changing. Yesterday, a crystal mountain towered in front of her. Today, when she woke up, it might disappear and become a flat land. When she thought about it again tomorrow, it might become a huge abyss. Grandmasters. The world of the old ruins was changing every day. Queen Poisa even found that many pyramids were suddenly torn in half or crushed to pieces because of the two huge force fields. The pyramid she was residing in was very big, so she didn't have to worry about it for the time being. However, the venomous Sand Queen discovered that 3 enormous force fields were slowly approaching from less than 1,000 miles away. When the 3 force fields collided with each other, the pyramid would be smashed into smithereens. The Nagashwang was still inside the pyramid. The force fields of the ruins were so astonishing that even a towering mountain would be crushed in an instant. Naga wouldn't be able to withstand it. However, the Nagashwang hadn't regained her consciousness yet, so Queen Poisa couldn't enter. If she entered again, the Nagashwang would really take her life. One had to know that the final Nagashwang would be very suspicious and cruel. Queen Poisa hoped that the Nagashwang would be able to regain her human form and consciousness as soon as possible. She hoped that Shuang would complete her final transformation before the 3 force fields collided. Yang Dingtian left the yin-yang mirror and entered the demon domain to search for the gas eye of the Empire of Darkness. He flew rapidly in the yin-yang mirror for 2 days, but the entire yin-yang mirror was exactly the same. He couldn't find the corresponding place above the Skirich imperial capital, so he had no choice but to enter the demon domain. The Empire of Darkness Skirich imperial capital had expended an unimaginable amount of energy to launch 2 Armageddon battles. They had also overdrawn the energy of several continents. The yin-yang mirror was still fine. It just kept sinking. A world of ice and snow was still fine. It was just that the sky and earth gradually became indistinguishable. As for this demon domain, it was no different from hell. Compared to the infernal domain that Yang Dingtian had seen previously, it was already completely different. Countless hills were gone, and so were countless hard plains. The entire infernal domain was filled with signs of being torn apart. There were bottomless abyssal rifts everywhere. The original demon domain was already a land of death. Now it was even more devastated. Yang Dingtian flew above the infernal domain and carefully searched for that place. It seemed especially different. In the end, the boundless ground seemed to be different from each other. However, it was as if there was nothing different about each place. Why did he say that? Because the current demon domain's terrain was already extremely complicated. There were huge chasms and abysses everywhere, but was there any flat land that was completely intact? Yes, there was everywhere. There were black, red, white, and colorless ones. Some were as hard as steel, while others were as clear as crystals. When he saw a crystal ground with a diameter of tens of thousands of meters for the first time, Yang Dingtian was ecstatic. He thought that this was the eye of the Empire of Darkness and prepared to dig it out excitedly. This was because the crystal ground was perfectly round and emitted a special light. It was obvious at a glance that it was not an ordinary land. However, Yang Dingtian saw more than a dozen such crystal grounds in succession, not to mention a complete circle. There were even vortexes and 8 trigrams. This demon domain was the strangest terrain. Under the effect of various energy fields, it was not strange at all that special crystals were produced. Next, Yang Dingtian saw even more strange grounds. There was a huge circular abyss that was completely bottomless. There was also a circular needle that suddenly stood tall and pierced the sky. It looked as if it was poked out of the imperial capital. The most exaggerated thing was that there was actually a lake in this terrifying demon domain. It was as clear as a mirror. When he touched the water in this lake again, he realized that it was as thick as a solid, but it did not leave any trace in his hand. In short, this demon domain was an extraordinary place. There were all kinds of strange things. It would be extremely difficult to find the eye of the Empire of Darkness in these countless strange places. However, there was no doubt that Prince Li Ming would not wait for Yang Dingtian. His killing spree had already begun. He avoided Cloud Sky City and the Heavenly Edict Academy because there would definitely be saint-level experts overseeing them. He killed from Railway Flame City all the way to Shijing and then to Northwest Qin City. Along the way, dozens of mid-level and high-level martial artists of the Council of Light were killed and hundreds were captured. The young master of the Divine Weapons Mountain Villa and the master of the Horror Mountain Villa, Zhao Mu, had both become Prince Li Ming's captives. These people appeared and disappeared unpredictably. Once they captured more than 3 people, they would immediately send them to the Empire of Darkness. Although there were only 3 people in total, 2 of them were saint level and 1 was a peak half-saint. They would not stay in one place for too long. At this time, Vulture had already fallen out with them, so they did not hesitate to deliberately leave traces to attract people from the Council of Light to come and hunt them down. But soon, she was unable to do anything because the Infernal Queen, undead concubine, had knocked her unconscious. Fortunately, the distribution of the higher-ups of the Council of Light was now completely confidential. Prince Li Ming's venomous snake could only scurry around like a headless fly. He could not kill or capture according to the important list. It was completely based on luck to see who would be caught. But even so, the consequences were unimaginable. The Council of Light had already reported the dangerous operations of the evil ways to various departments, defense areas, and posts. They also agreed to let them come to Cloud Sky City to hide. Of course, there were people who went to Cloud Sky City to hide, but there were also people who stayed in their positions. This was because there were too many things to do in the Council of Light now. As long as they left, many things would stop. An entire area would fall into chaos. So, although Prince Li Ming's evil plan was simple, it was very, very effective. From Iron Furnace City to Shijing, countless castles, units, and parts had fallen into chaos. On the various walls of the Council of Light, countless heads of the higher-ups of the Council of Light had been thrown. Many areas were completely in a state of panic. It could be said that if Prince Li Ming's actions were not stopped as soon as possible, the morale of the entire Council of Light would be extremely low. Many of the Council of Light's affairs would also fall into chaos. Furthermore, he could only watch helplessly as the evil Dao entered unhindered, slaughtering and capturing people. Many of the people in the Council of Light could not help but fall into a kind of resentment. Why didn't the higher-ups of the Council of Light send out saint-level experts to hunt down these evil ways? Why did they only send out those important people to guard Cloud Sky City? Why did they want these small people to die? The dignified Council of Light seemed to be riddled with holes, allowing these evil ways to come and go as they pleased. Of course, the Council of Light knew that they could not be led by the nose by Prince Li Ming. If that happened, the consequences would be even more terrifying. Moreover, almost all of the most important things and secrets were in Cloud Sky City. Now, there were a total of 3 saint-level experts. They could not lose the gate of the human kingdom. There had to be 2 saint-level experts almost at all times. And Cloud Sky City could not be lost either. There had to be 2 saint-level experts. So, without a choice, Nero had to constantly shuttle back and forth between Cloud Sky City and the Taboo Continent. She also had to prepare many substitutes to confuse the enemy. In short, the current Council of Light had almost completely sunk into a passive state of defense. They could not fight back when they were attacked. If this situation continued for half a month or even a month, the consequences would be unimaginable. Not to mention, there would be a large number of the Council of Light's backbone being killed and captured. Most importantly, the people's hearts would be lost. So, even though the higher-ups of the Council of Light were so angry that they almost vomited blood and wanted to rush up and perish together with the evil ways, they were not willing to sully themselves in Cloud Sky City. But Yang Dingtian's orders were clear. Anyone who could work in Cloud Sky City must stay in Cloud Sky City and must not leave. Most importantly, everyone in the Council of Light was not allowed to directly fight with the saint-level experts of the evil ways. Playing to one's strengths and avoiding one's weaknesses was a tactic that Crown Prince Li Ming used to its fullest potential. In just a few days, the entire human kingdom was jittery. Everyone was in a state of panic. Countless people were in a constant state of anxiety, and Yang Dingtian did not have any countermeasures. He did not even make a sound or show himself. Under the threat of death, a few people in the Council of Light were disappointed in Yang Dingtian and started to resent him. When the Devil Queen saw that Prince Li Ming's strategy was so effective, she could not help but feel ashamed. She had made such a big fuss and started 2 world-ending wars, but in the end, she was completely annihilated. And Li Ming's small actions had caused the entire Council of Light to be in a state of chaos. It was truly a case of using 4 tails to achieve 1,000 caddies. Li Ming and the other 2 went to the central continent and flew over the vast sea. "This island seems a little strange," Prince Li Ming said. Then he brought the Devil Queen and Dishibian to land on the island. Using the most violent method, he directly lifted the thick soil of the island and found a secret passage that was a few hundred meters deep. Prince Li Ming said happily, "This is a secret base of the Council of Light. There must be something very important inside." He guessed correctly. This was a secret research base of the Council of Light. What they were researching was the new generation of crystal X formula. Of course, it was one of the secret bases. The reason why they had to research here was because there was a special energy field a few thousand meters below. The new crystal X formula was especially stable in this energy field. Therefore, although this was a deserted island, they had no choice but to put the secret base here. Moreover, there were no more than 5 people who knew about this secret base. Unexpectedly, it was accidentally discovered by Prince Li Ming. Just as they were attacking the island, an ancient giant beast suddenly rushed out of the sea. It opened its bloody mouth and wanted to kill Prince Li Ming and the others. Dishibian immediately rushed forward. With his strength alone, he monopolized this ancient giant beast of the Mermaid Empire. Devil Queen and Prince Li Ming used their fastest speed to kill their way into the secret passage. At the end of the secret passage was a huge energy array. This was the secret base's last line of defense. Even a saint-level powerhouse could not enter. Prince Li Ming sneered and then took a few steps back. Devil Queen directly released the magic staff soul sword and fiercely drilled into the energy array. Every energy array had a solution, but people could not try to solve it, because if they made a single mistake, they would be turned into ashes. However, the soul sword would be safe and sound because it was not a living thing. Therefore, it could be tried countless times. As long as there was enough time, the energy array could be solved. Just as the magic staff soul sword was trying various methods and was getting closer and closer to solving the energy array, suddenly a figure appeared in front of Devil Queen. "No need to activate the energy array. I'm here." The one-armed Zhu Hongxue slowly walked out. This secret base was indeed important. It was actually guarded by Zhu Hongxue. Devil Queen waved her hand and immediately retracted the magic staff. Zhu Hongxue directly walked out of the energy array and said, "Kill me, torture me, do whatever you want." Devil Queen said, "The future master of the Black Heaven sect, Yang Dingtian's sworn brother. How could I bear to kill him?" She was indeed overjoyed. This Zhu Hongxue was indeed a big fish. With him as a hostage, the possibility of Yang Dingtian compromising and retreating greatly increased. She was about to give the order to capture Zhu Hongxue and then rush into the energy array. But at this moment, Prince Li Ming suddenly sneered and said, "Your Majesty, Devil Queen, wake Vulture up." Devil Queen was stunned. She did not know why Li Ming was doing this, but she did as he said and woke Vulture up. Vulture woke up and was shocked to see the one-armed Zhu Hongxue. This Zhu Hongxue was her husband's sworn brother. He was very, very important. If he fell into the hands of evil ways, how could it be good? Prince Li Ming suddenly said, "Madam Vulture, people have to make many choices in their life. Some of them are very important, and once you make a choice, there is no way back." Vulture's expression changed dramatically when she heard this. Crown Prince Li Ming handed over a sharp sword and said, "So you have to make a choice now. Either you stay here and be humiliated by me. You can be raped here, or you can kill Yang Dingtian's sworn brother." Vulture turned pale when she heard Li Ming's words. These two things were a dead end for her. If she killed Yang Dingtian's sworn brother, then she would never be able to turn back and return to Yang Dingtian's side. And if she did not kill him, she would be raped and humiliated by Li Ming, this beast which was equivalent to being destroyed once again. Vulture's beautiful eyes widened. She gritted her teeth and bled. "Quick, I will count to 10. I will take off my clothes as I count." Prince Li Ming sneered and counted down. He took off his clothes one by one. At this time, Yang Dingtian had searched all over the demon's domain, but he could not find the Qi. He was burning with anxiety. Moreover, he was completely disturbed by the strange scenes in the demon's domain. He immediately flew up into the sky. He flew higher and higher, higher and higher. Then he suddenly saw that the demon's domain had completely changed 10,000 meters in the sky. Looking down from the sky, the entire demon's domain seemed to be a huge whirlpool. Yang Dingtian was ecstatic. He found it. He found the Empire of Darkness's Qi. Chapter 10:27. The higher Yang Dingtian flew, the clearer he could see. On the ground, those strange scenes such as the crystal ground, the big crack, the lake that appeared out of thin air, and so on, all became pixels. These countless pixels formed a pattern, an incomparably huge vortex. Without a doubt, this was formed by the operation of the Empire of Darkness and the Skirich Emperor's capital over time. Looking from the sky, the center of the entire vortex was actually ordinary. It wasn't an anomaly that had been destroyed, nor was it an undamaged oasis. It was just ordinary ground, which was different from what Yang Dingtian had imagined. Yang Dingtian descended from the sky and landed directly at the center of this vortex. Then he took out the near-emperor-grade soul sword and used his consciousness to control the soul sword to quickly dig in. In the blink of an eye, it dug deeper and deeper. Even without the sword soul, the digging ability of this near-emperor-grade soul sword was extremely shocking. Dozens of kilometers, hundreds of kilometers, it dug down quickly. 1,000 kilometers, 2,000 kilometers, then the entire soul sword could no longer dig any further. Yang Dingtian quickly flew down and directly flew to the end of the tunnel. In front, the soul sword kept spinning, but it couldn't dig any further. Yang Dingtian went closer to take a look. The thing below looked like an ordinary rock and was pitch black in color. However, the soul sword couldn't do anything to it at all. This was another kind of energy substance. Although it also looked black, it wasn't dark matter because it didn't devour the soul sword. Dark matter didn't have any light, but this energy substance was black and dazzling. Yang Dingtian tried to attack it with the Naga royalty sword soul, but it didn't react at all. Yang Dingtian took out the eye of the primeval Naga. This gem could easily melt dark matter, but it couldn't do anything to this energy substance in front of him. Next, Yang Dingtian really poured in all his methods. He used the dark fire lightning to bombard it, burned it with the dark fire, and even devoured it with the dark fire. The energy substance in front of him remained unmoved. Furthermore, when Yang Dingtian used the darkness mystic flame to engulf, He clearly felt an endless stream of energy being engulfed. However, the black energy substance in front of him didn't change at all. Yang Dingtian was at his wit's end. However, it was also because of this that he was even more certain that this was the eye of the Empire of Darkness, the vital point of the entire Skirich imperial capital. If one had to use an analogy, this place was like the pivot point of the Skirich imperial capital. Therefore, this kind of material was especially strong, so strong that it was almost indestructible. Yang Dingtian only lasted for 2 hours in front of the substance before he immediately gave up. In the face of an unknown substance, the first thing to do was to make it known, and then think of a way to break through it. Without a doubt, the High Priest Association of Little Western Paradise was the most knowledgeable about unknown substances. Yang Dingtian left as fast as he could and used stones to bury the hole that he had dug out. Then he flew directly to the yin-yang mirror. In the yin-yang mirror, he opened a space door and jumped into the torn space. Then he flew for tens of thousands of miles in the torn space and arrived at the connection between the torn space and the Little Western Paradise. After creating a space door and jumping out of the torn space, Yang Dingtian once again arrived at Mount Buzhou. This was Yang Dingtian's third time coming to Mount Buzhou. This time he didn't even call for the door and directly entered. This was because he also had an energy key with him that could open the door to the High Priest Association. This was an extremely strict organization that rejected all outsiders. Even though Nero had stayed here for hundreds of years, she was still an outsider. However, this was an extremely undisciplined organization. Ever since Yang Dingtian was treated as one of their own, he didn't even need to ask for the consent of others. Yang Dingtian had obtained the energy key and was completely free to enter and leave. At this moment, the hall of the association was empty. Yang Dingtian immediately walked towards the demon fox high priest's direction. He knocked lightly on the door. "Who is it? I'm not wearing any clothes. If there's nothing else, don't come in." The demon fox high priest's voice came from inside. "It's me, Yang Dingtian." Yang Dingtian said. The stone door opened. Yang Dingtian thought for a while and turned around, waiting for the demon fox high priest to put on her clothes. Unexpectedly, the demon fox high priest went forward and pulled him in, then closed the door. Yang Dingtian entered and saw that it was filled with good wine and many books. They were all leisure books. The demon fox high priest was lazily drinking wine while reading a book. These high priests were all racing against time to research their own direction. Things like drinking wine and reading books were completely unimaginable. Seeing Yang Dingtian's expression, the demon fox high priest said, "It wasn't easy to solve the problem of the sword soul after working hard for hundreds of years. Of course, I have to relax." Then the demon fox high priest passed the wine in her hand to Yang Dingtian and drank from the bottle. Yang Dingtian drank it in one gulp. "What's the matter?" The demon fox high priest said, "Are you here to bring me out?" Yang Dingtian said, "I don't dare to. I'm here to ask for help." "Did you win the World Extermination War?" the demon fox high priest asked. "I won, and I won twice," Yang Dingtian said. "What's the matter now? Do you need our help?" the demon fox high priest asked. Yang Dingtian said, "I encountered a material. It's black, but it's not the darkness material. It's so black that it's shiny and it looks like metal. However, it's immune to any damage. I used the mystic flame to burn it, lightning to strike it, and even the darkness mystic flame to devour it, but it's useless." Then Yang Dingtian said, "All right, when the darkness mystic flame devoured it, I felt an endless amount of energy being devoured, but the material didn't change at all." The demon fox high priest said, "You know that my research doesn't include these mysterious materials." Yang Dingtian said, "I know, but there might be records of these materials in the association's library." The demon fox high priest said, "Let's just find someone. Many people's research might not be in the library." Then she put on her clothes and dragged Yang Dingtian to knock on the door. The demon fox knocked on Fire Dance's stone door. She didn't know martial arts, but she was the leader of the High Priest Association. This woman wasn't at the top in terms of academics, and she wasn't at the top in terms of martial arts either. She became the leader of the association because she was fierce and righteous, and she was extremely beautiful. Most of the men in the High Priest Association had a crush on her. Another important reason was that she knew how to fight, and she was ruthless when fighting. She seemed to be meditating, so knocking on the door couldn't wake her up. Therefore, the demon fox rang the meditation energy bell. This bell was directly connected to the inside, and it could wake up the priest who was meditating. However, there was a huge responsibility to ring this bell. It had to be something very important to ring this bell. After the bell was rung, Fire Dance's fierce and sexy voice sounded from inside. No matter who you are, you better have a good reason. Otherwise, you're finished. Fire Dance's voice was still so powerful and hot. Then the stone door opened, and a woman who was as beautiful as fire and couldn't be looked at directly appeared in front of Yang Dingtian and the demon fox high priest. "Oh, it's you. What's the matter? You haven't left yet?" Fire Dance looked at Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian said, "I've already left, but I came back to ask for help." "What's the matter?" "Speak," Fire Dance said. She was still so righteous. Yang Dingtian told her about his matter, and he couldn't help but feel uneasy, because to the High Priest Association, asking to identify a special energy substance was completely a small matter. It wasn't right to use this matter to disturb someone's meditation. After finishing her statement, Fire Dance didn't say anything else and immediately pulled Yang Dingtian towards a place. "I'm not familiar with the mysterious energy substance, but there's one person I'm familiar with. Although this silent tribe member is an idiot, he definitely knows the most about the mysterious energy substance." Hu Wu pulled Yang Dingtian and walked into the deepest part of these caves. Then, she didn't care whether the people inside were meditating or not, and directly rang the bell. Moreover, she didn't just ring it once, but kept ringing it impatiently. Soon, the stone door opened, and a silent tribe member that Yang Dingtian had never seen before walked out. This silent tribe member was very white and very thin, as if he had never seen the sun before. The silent tribe member's waist was originally slightly bent, but this silent tribe member in front of him was completely hunchbacked. However, his appearance was also very delicate. Therefore, he looked very strange. A hunchbacked, handsome man from the silent tribe? Moreover, Yang Dingtian had never seen him before. When all the members of the High Priest Association had a meeting last time, he wasn't present. This was because he would always abstain, so there was no need for him to express his opinion. There's a special energy substance that's extremely black, but it's not a dark substance. It has a shiny reflection light like metal. Mystic fire doesn't burn it. Darkness, mystic fire doesn't devour it. Lightning strike doesn't work. And primeval nagas, I melted it, also doesn't work. However, when the darkness, profound flame devours, there is an unending flow of energy. However, this mysterious energy substance does not have any reaction at all. Fire Dance did not exchange pleasantries and directly asked, "Do you know what this is?" This hunchbacked, silent tribe member didn't seem to be in a trance from meditation. He was groggy, as if he hadn't woken up yet. When he heard Fire Dance's questions, it took him a long time to react. Then he nodded and said, "I know." "Then tell me." Fire Dance said. The hunchbacked, silent tribe member said, "This thing, I call it a refraction substance. Mystic fire doesn't burn it because it's a kind of energy. Darkness, mystic fire devours an endless flow of energy because it doesn't have any energy itself. It's just a kind of energy conductor. Moreover, it's the best energy conductor. It can conduct any kind of energy, and there's almost no loss." When it came to his specialty, the hunchbacked, silent tribe member said, "We all know that there are many kinds of energy that can't be transmitted. For example, corrosive energy. Most conductors will be destroyed. For example, the high temperature of millions of mystic fire can't be transmitted. for example, some dark energy, and so on. Therefore, it needs a very, very special thing that can transmit any kind of energy. Then, the hunchbacked silent clan member started rummaging through the pile of stone in his room. As he searched, he said, "And we know that there's a kind of energy crystal that can store most kinds of energy, including darkness crystals, undead magic crystals, and so on, including unfreezing water. It's not because it's very powerful, but because its surface will form an absolute void layer. This void layer is created by a kind of energy magnetic field filling each other." Then, this hunchbacked silent tribe member finally found an energy box. He opened it directly and said, "Here, this is a refractor. I got it from an ancient, secret realm." Yang Dingtian couldn't help but be stunned when he saw it. The mysterious substance he saw in the depths of the demonic realm's vortex was black and shiny. But this thing in front of him was snow white. The hunchbacked silent tribe member said, "This kind of refractor compresses the magnetic field energy on the surface of the energy crystal infinitely. It compresses tens of thousands of feet into less than half an inch, turning invisible into visible. Originally, this kind of void almost doesn't conduct any energy. But because of the extreme increase in density, it almost doesn't conduct any energy to conduct any energy with zero loss, and it's absolutely indestructible." Yang Dingtian looked at the thing inside the energy jade box carefully. Although the color was different, everything else was exactly the same. The hunchbacked silent tribe member said, "This refractor originally didn't have any color. Whatever environment it is in, it will show the same color." Yang Dingtian understood and then said, "Is it really completely indestructible?" The hunchbacked silent tribe member said, "How can you destroy a complete void?" Yang Dingtian was stunned. Yes, how could a pure void be destroyed? And this refractor was like an infinite void energy field compressed into a condensed energy conductor. "Don't you have any way?" Fire Dance questioned. The hunchbacked silent tribe member shook his head and said, "I really don't have a way. I've tried for hundreds of years and used countless methods to change it, but I can't do it at all." Yang Dingtian asked, "Then is there any way in theory?" The hunchbacked silent tribe member said, "In theory, there is a way, but it's meaningless, because this method surpasses the refractor academically by who knows how many levels. Don't talk nonsense. Speak." Fire Dance scolded. "Spatial technique," the hunchbacked silent tribe member said. "Use spatial technique to enter this refractor and cut open many isolated spaces inside to destroy its conductive function." Immediately there was silence. The hunchbacked silent tribe member said, "As I said, this method is equivalent to no method. Spatial technique is the peak of the entire world's learning. It can't be achieved." Yang Dingtian was about to speak, but Fire Dance grabbed him and left without looking back. "Continue meditating." Fire Dance left and closed the door. After walking away, Yang Dingtian said in confusion, "Senior Fire Dance, I clearly know spatial technique." Fire Dance said, "That idiot, if you know that you know spatial technique, you won't be able to leave. He'll use all kinds of methods to pester you, and you won't be able to shake him off." Yang Dingtian was stunned and said, But isn't this not very good? You're still too thin-skinned." Fire Dance said, "All right, you've got the method. You're pressed for time, so I won't keep you." "Thank you, Senior Fire Dance." Yang Dingtian bowed and said, "Why don't you try calling me Senior again?" Fire Dance frowned. Yang Dingtian bowed again and said, "Thank you, Miss Fire Dance." Fire Dance nodded and said, "Next time you come, don't look for the fox spirit first. Just knock on my door." "Yes." Yang Dingtian. Then, after bidding farewell to the fox spirit priest, Yang Dingtian left Mount Buzhou as quickly as possible. He was racing against time. Every second that was delayed was detrimental to the Radiant Council. He wanted to give the entire evil ways, the entire empire of darkness, a fatal blow as soon as possible. The scene returned to the secret base on the isolated island. Prince Li Ming was counting down while taking off his clothes. Vulture finally couldn't hold it in anymore. Her delicate body trembled as she cried, either kill Zhu Hongxue or be humiliated by Li Ming. She didn't want to choose either, but doing nothing was also a choice. Soon, Prince Li Ming counted to 10. It seems that you can't kill Zhu Hongxue. You want to rape me? Then I won't be polite. Prince Li Ming walked forward ferociously. The Azura spirit vulture mustered all of its courage and prepared to strike. But in the end, she found that she couldn't even lift a finger, because the Queen Devil Queen suppressed every inch of her profound veins. Suddenly, her delicate body was covered with ice. She was reborn with great difficulty and became proud and beautiful. Now, she was going to fall into the abyss again, being humiliated by a beast like Li Ming. She really couldn't wash it away for the rest of her life, although she knew that Yang Dingtian wouldn't blame her and would treat her better. But for Vulture, her nobility was completely destroyed. What was the difference between a woman who had been humiliated and the one who had been tortured by Dongli? It meant that she would return to darkness. But she didn't want to kill Zhu Hongxue. Perhaps obtaining this perfect body and possessing a powerful cultivation base was just a dream. Vulture's heart was incomparably sad and even gave up on herself. At this moment, Zhu Hongxue suddenly said slowly, "Madam, you don't have to choose, but don't forget this moment today." Bang! Zhu Hongxue's chest and abdomen exploded. His profound veins didn't explode, but the crystal hidden in his body exploded. In order to protect the secret of the crystal's formula, he chose to come out and deal with the Devil Queen. But he absolutely didn't want to become a captive, so he chose the most decisive path. At the same time, the secret base behind him suddenly collapsed and shattered into pieces. Countless crazy beasts rushed in crazily. Chapter 1028. In fact, the next generation formula of Crystal X was priceless in the eyes of the Council of Light. It was a complete strategic secret. However, in the eyes of the evil ways, it might not be valued much. Even if they discovered it, they might just be interested in it and might not develop it vigorously. However, Zhu Hongxue was in charge of this secret base. He had to completely protect this strategic secret and not leak it, even if he had to pay with his life. Therefore, when the Queen Devil Queen's Sword Soul Wand was trying to crack the energy array, the secret base inside had already begun to destroy all the information, all the finished products and semi-finished products. Then it immediately opened the final escape route. But all of this needed time. Therefore, Zhu Hongxue walked out and dealt with the people of the evil ways. When he made this decision, he had no intention of living. He knew that in front of the experts of the evil ways, it was impossible for him to kill himself with his cultivation. Therefore, he swallowed a small crystal bomb early and had already activated a delayed detonation. As long as the time was up, he would completely blow himself up. Finally, he had stalled for enough time. Everything in the secret base had been completely destroyed. The water channel at the back door exploded, and the energy array was removed. At this time, the underwater monsters of the Mermaid Empire had already swarmed over. They took many warlocks and fled as fast as they could. More underwater monsters came forward to besiege the Queen Devil Queen, Prince Li Ming, and the others. The moment she saw Zhu Hongxue self-destruct, Vulture trembled all over and then couldn't help but scream loudly. She didn't even know why she was screaming. She was a greedy and selfish person, a person who was vain and afraid of death. However, when the naked righteousness and sacrifice appeared in front of her in blood, it still gave her an incomparable shock. In this world, there were really such stupid people who would rather die to help others. In Vulture's heart, Zhu Hongxue didn't die to protect the secret at all, nor did he die to become a captive. In her heart, Zhu Hongxue died for her. In order not to make things difficult for her, and to protect her chastity, Zhu Hongxue chose to die, and she had nothing to do with him. It was only because she was Yang Dingtian's woman. Just by having this identity, there were people willing to die for him. The shock this brought to Spirit Vulture was unparalleled. She couldn't help but charge straight at Zhu Hongxue. She and Zhu Hongxue could be considered as sworn siblings, but there was almost no friendship between them. In fact, Vulture had almost forgotten that she and Zhu Hongxue were sworn siblings. She was a snobbish person and only had eyes for the most prominent people. Everyone from the Council of Light was just a symbol in her heart. She only had eyes for Yang Dingtian. However, at this moment, she truly felt that this one-armed man in front of her was like a family member. Therefore, she couldn't help but rush forward and cry. However, there was another person who was faster than her. It was Prince Li Ming. He rushed forward like lightning, desperately stuffing pills into Zhu Hongxue's mouth. However, Zhu Hongxue's stomach had already exploded. How could he swallow it? The Devil Queen stepped forward and used extremely cold energy to freeze him in an instant. Zhu Hongxue was Yang Dingtian's sworn brother and a very important hostage. How could Li Ming be willing to let him die? Quick, quick, quick! Return to the Empire of Darkness. Before his soul leaves his body, use the evil spirit to save him. Prince Li Ming said. Then, the three of them no longer cared about the crazily charging underwater behemoths. They directly took Vulture and Zhu Hongxue out of the sea and flew north at the fastest speed. After entering the Empire of Darkness, Prince Li Ming immediately found Wu Daozi. He still had a third-class evil spirit under his banner that had not been given out. Under Li Ming's order, Wu Daozi couldn't ask why and directly introduced the third-class evil spirit into Zhu Hongxue's body. The energy of the third-class evil spirit first enveloped Zhu Hongxue's head, then spread along the blood vessels into the heart, and then from the heart down to the Sea of Qi. However, Zhu Hongxue's entire abdomen had already exploded. When the evil spirit energy reached the Sea of Qi in the abdomen, it stopped. This was because almost all the blood vessels and Xian meridians were broken. Seeing this, Prince Li Ming's face couldn't help but sink. Zhu Hongxue was dead, and he had lost the most valuable hostage at the moment. Prince Li Ming wanted to use Zhu Hongxue to exchange for Dongli and all the evil spirit warriors. That's right, he was very greedy. However, who asked Yang Dingtian to be so loyal? If Yang Dingtian didn't agree, then he would be hypocritical, and the hearts of the Council of Light would dissipate a little. Finally, the third-class evil spirit energy found a remnant Xian meridian in the most remote corner of the sea, leading to the Sea of Qi. Then the evil spirit energy poured into the broken Sea of Qi. Then the powerful evil spirit energy repaired the Sea of Qi bit by bit, healing the broken Xian meridians inch by inch. This scene was quite sci-fi and mysterious. Countless Xian meridian energy threads were like weaving cloth, growing out one by one. Finally, the destroyed Xian meridians and blood vessels were completely rebuilt. Then bones, muscles, and skin all grew out. After a full 2 hours, Zhu Hongxue was already intact. Then his body suddenly trembled, and he opened his eyes. At first glance, he saw Prince Li Ming and Wu Daozi. His face suddenly changed, and he said in horror, You planted the evil spirit energy in me? No need to thank us. Prince Li Ming sneered. Ah, you will die a horrible death, a horrible death. Zhu Hongxue roared loudly. With the third-class evil spirit, your cultivation has increased a lot. Instead of thanking me, you curse me. What do you mean? Li Ming sneered. The furious Zhu Hongxue suddenly condensed his Xian meridians and Sea of Qi, and then was about to self-destruct. Boom! The self-destruction was successful. However, just as the first hole was torn in the Sea of Qi, the evil spirit energy immediately rushed up and completely repaired it. He suddenly rushed like lightning and slammed his head into the wall not far away. Prince Li Ming did not stop him. Bang! A loud sound. Zhu Hongshua's head was directly blown open, and his skull was smashed and flew away. However, under the protection of the evil spirit energy, his brain was still safe and sound. Immediately after, the smashed skull was quickly restored. Even his jet-black hair was completely undamaged. At this time, even if he wanted to die, he could not. The furious Zhu Hongxue was like a wild beast, roaring crazily. After a long time, he calmed down and said slowly, "Okay, you don't have to waste your effort. I will not surrender. What delicious food do you have, and what peerless beauty to corrupt me? Just come. I will definitely not refuse." Prince Li Ming immediately clapped hard and said, "What a loyal warrior, but don't worry, Zhu Hongxue. I have never thought of asking you to surrender. First, we don't lack you, and second, I know you will not surrender. I just want to use you to exchange some things with your sect master, Yang Dingtian." When these words came out, Zhu Hongshue's expression changed dramatically, and he said sternly, "Don't even think about it. I will definitely not let the sect master sacrifice anything for me." Crown Prince Li Ming said, "That's not up to you to decide. Your sect master is a hypocrite. If you don't agree, wouldn't it ruin his reputation? So even if you swallow your anger, you will still agree. However, after you go back, I'm afraid your life will be difficult. You will be seen as a thorn in his side, a thorn in his flesh." Then Prince Li Ming said, "Even if you want to die, you can't die. What other choice do you have?" Zhu Hongxue immediately closed his eyes in pain and lay on the bed, not saying a word. At this time, Shura Vulture was curled up in her room. The scene of Zhu Hongxue exploding herself kept replaying in her mind, and the entire Empire of Darkness, this gorgeous room of hers, became incomparably disgusting, dirty, and disgusting. She couldn't stay for a moment longer. She wanted to leave this place every minute and return to Yang Dingtian's side. Then, she and Yang Dingtian would return together and carry out the cruelest revenge on everyone here. "Li Ming, one day I will make you beg for death." At this time, Yang Dingtian didn't stop. He flew through the torn space, then entered the yin-yang mirror, and finally flew above the demon domain. Originally, he was worried that the cave he dug on the demon domain would be discovered by the evil ways. In the end, he was completely overthinking. In fact, although the evil ways occupied the Empire of Darkness, they didn't know the principles of the Empire of Darkness. Therefore, they might not know about this evil ways gas eye. Yang Dingtian dug the entrance of the gas eye again. This time he only needed to dig 1,000 meters because, after he left, he only buried the top 1,000 meters. Yang Dingtian followed the tunnel that he dug and flew directly into the depths of the Earth's core. After flying for more than 2,000 kilometers, he finally arrived at the bottom. In front of him was the bending object that the hunchbacked silent race mentioned. It was the pivot point of the entire Skirich imperial capital and was also the energy conductor. The mystic vein essence was the best energy conductor, but it couldn't be destroyed by humans. This bending object was an energy body formed by the compression of the field of nothingness on the energy crystals. It was completely unbreakable. Even the darkness mystic flame couldn't do anything because it didn't contain energy. It was only a conductor of energy. However, because it was infinitely compressed, it seemed to be formless yet tangible. Therefore, nothing could pass through it. The ancient civilization chose it as the pivot point of the Skirich imperial capital, which could be said to be the most perfect result. Other than the spatial technique, there was probably no other way to destroy it. Yang Dingtian immediately used the darkness mystic flame to create a dark vortex. Soon, a small isolated space was formed under the effect of the black hole. Next, he had to figure out how to guide the isolated space into the folding object. Yang Dingtian used his mystic qi to drive it. Instantly, the dark vortex approached the gas eye of the Skirich imperial capital. What could enter the nothingness? The dark vortex was an existing substance. Of course it couldn't enter. However, the isolated space was a kind of nothingness. Naturally, it could be entered. A space suddenly entered the deflector of the Chi-eye, and the Chinquan inside was instantly thrown into chaos. Boom! In an instant, the entire demon domain collapsed. Chapter 1029. It was truly an earth-shattering scene. Originally, although the demon realm was constantly being devoured, it had also entered an extremely strange balance. Now this balance was destroyed. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian clearly felt a series of loud noises. Then, the surrounding land crazily crowded and collided together. Countless cracks were torn open, and countless pieces of land fiercely collided together. In an instant, a powerful energy aura surged into the sky. The entire demon realm, the world of ice and snow, and even the yin-yang mirror underwent a shocking change. But this wasn't the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing was that the Skirich imperial capital in the Empire of Darkness stopped rotating. At this moment, Prince Li Ming was constantly attacking Zhu Hongshua's heart. Suddenly, the entire Skirich imperial capital shook. Almost all of them were sent flying out. Then it was as if there was a power outage. All the light in the Skirich imperial capital was extinguished. Almost at the same time, the light in the countless dark castles in the surrounding area was extinguished. The refining and fusion formations all stopped and lost their brilliance. Then, a suffocating energy pressure spread. There was originally no air in the Empire of Darkness. It was the Skirich imperial capital that continuously absorbed energy and mystic chi from the outside world to supply the entire Skirich imperial capital. As for the lights inside, they were all powered by crystals and they all needed energy. Not only that, but the surrounding temperature was also rapidly rising. In short, everyone present felt an extremely frightening sense of discomfort. Li Ming was shocked. He looked at the Devil Queen. Could it be that something had happened to the Empire of Darkness? At this moment, Yang Dingtian only needed to confirm that he could use the spatial technique to isolate the energy conduction of the refractor and deal a fatal blow to the Empire of Darkness. He immediately stopped the transmission of mystic chi. Instantly, the dark vortex stopped and the isolated space automatically disappeared. Then, the refractor resumed its energy conduction. The entire Skirich imperial capital began to rotate again. The entire Empire of Darkness regained its energy supply. All the lights in the Skirich imperial capital lit up, and all the dark castles recovered their energy. The surrounding temperature, once again, dropped to a comfortable level. As for Yang Dingtian, he used his fastest speed to return to Cloud Sky City. He wanted to ensure that the Council of Light suffered a great loss this time, and then he would plan how to force the evil ways to make concessions. Seeing that the Skirich imperial capital had returned to normal, Prince Li Ming let out a long sigh of relief. Perhaps this was just a normal procedure in the operation cycle of the Empire of Darkness. Then, Prince Li Ming continued to take out the recording jade and recorded Zhu Hongshua's current situation. Zhu Hongxue, do you want to have a few words with your sect leader Yang Dingtian? Prince Li Ming asked with a smile. Zhu Hongxue closed his eyes and ignored him. Prince Li Ming curled his lips into a smile, not caring at all. After recording an image jade, he put it away. Then she said to the Devil Queen, "It's time to talk to Yang Dingtian and make a deal." Yang Dingtian returned to Cloud Sky City as fast as he could and got the list of the Council of Light's losses in the past few days. 129 people, including 2 Great Masters, 11 Masters, 45 Martial Venerables, and the rest were all Martial Grandmasters. Some people, half of them, were already dead because their heads were hanging on the Council of Light's castle. Half of them were captured. 2 people were captured, and the 3 most important people were Zhu Hongxue, the young master of the Mystic Sky Sect, Chou Yiming, the young master of the Divine Weapons Villa, and Zhao Mu, the master of the Horror Mountain Villa. Although the losses were not very great, Yang Dingtian's heart still twitched with pain. On the other hand, the entire Radiant Parliament was frowning. Everyone in the evil ways was hiding in the Empire of Darkness. The Council of Light was completely helpless. The evil ways that came out to hunt were all martial saints and peak half-saints. In addition, they had evil spirit energy, so they could not be killed. Moreover, they appeared and disappeared unpredictably, so the Council of Light was completely helpless. In the long run, the consequences would be unimaginable. Either the Council of Light would stop operating, and the entire human country would fall into chaos, or more and more of the Council of Light's backbone would be captured and hunted down. It could be said that it was almost completely unsolvable. Therefore, the moment Yang Dingtian landed in Cloud Sky City, almost all of the Council of Light's higher-ups rushed up and asked Yang Dingtian when he would attack the Empire of Darkness. Yang Dingtian looked at everyone and saw that their expressions were filled with anger and anxiousness. "Come in, let's have a meeting." Yang Dingtian walked into the castle. "First of all, my attack on the Empire of Darkness has been successful. It's completely destructive," Yang Dingtian said. When these words came out, everyone present was shocked. The Empire of Darkness was so powerful and completely unsolvable, but he had actually succeeded in attacking it? This was too unbelievable. The mermaid Queen Violet said, "How did you do it?" Yang Dingtian said, "All of the Empire of Darkness's energy relies on the rotation of the Skirich imperial capital to absorb a few pieces of land. And I just happened to be able to interrupt its energy transmission, causing the entire Empire of Darkness to stagnate. Once the energy supply is lost, the entire Empire of Darkness will completely collapse." When these words came out, everyone was overjoyed. "Then there's no need to wait. Immediately destroy the Empire of Darkness and completely eliminate the evil ways," many people said excitedly. Yang Dingtian said, "And what we want to discuss is this matter. Should we destroy the Empire of Darkness?" When these words came out, many people present fell into a state of shock. The Empire of Darkness was the headquarters of the evil ways. Of course, it had to be destroyed. Without the Empire of Darkness, the evil ways were like stray dogs with nowhere to hide. Yang Dingtian said, "First of all, who is our main enemy?" "Of course it's the evil ways. It's the Temple of Annihilation," many people said. Yang Dingtian said, "Yes, of course it's the Temple of Annihilation. To be more specific, our enemies are the Demon King Wentian, Queen Devil Queen, Prince Li Ming, Princess Mudan, and the evil spirit Dishibian. To be more precise, it's all the evil ways above the half-saint level. As long as these people gather together, we can't kill or capture them. Even if they leave the Empire of Darkness, we can't do anything. The only ones we can capture and imprison in the energy prison are the evil ways below the half-saint level. But these people are no threat to us now because they're hiding in the Empire of Darkness." Qin Wanchou said, "That's right. Our weakness now is the entire Council of Light's mid-level and high-level martial artists. They can be hunted down by the evil ways at any time. Evil ways' weakness is the evil spirit warriors below the half-saint level. As long as they appear, we can capture them at any time. And if we destroy the Empire of Darkness, it won't have much impact on the higher-ups of the evil ways. Even if we capture all the half-saint evil spirit warriors, they will only lose their claws and teeth. Instead, they won't have any weaknesses." "Yes," Yang Dingtian said, "or to be more direct, as long as the Demon King Wentian, Queen Devil Queen are still around, destroying the Empire of Darkness is not worth the loss. Moreover, the Empire of Darkness is almost no threat to us now. The Legion of Doom is finished, and so is the Undead Army. The Empire of Darkness no longer has any offensive attributes. It's just a nest." As soon as he said this, everyone present fell into silence. In the end, Yang Dingtian said, "So, I feel that keeping the Empire of Darkness is more useful than destroying it. Many people present nodded in agreement after thinking it through. Yang Dingtian said, "We have dozens of captives in the hands of the evil ways, including Zhu Hongxue, Chou Yiming, Zhao Mu, and the others. In Prince Li Ming's eyes, Zhu Hongxue is not only the Black Sky Sect's young master, but also my sworn brother. So, he will probably stop attacking and propose a trade with us. This person is extremely greedy. If I'm not wrong, he will propose to use Zhu Hongxue alone in exchange for Dong Li and all the evil spirit warriors' hostages." Everyone present nodded. Although this trade was very unfair, Prince Li Ming would definitely do it. Who asked Yang Dingtian to care more about his subordinates? Justice was the motto of the just. Despicableness was the passport of the despicable. If Yang Dingtian did not have the ability to destroy the Empire of Darkness, then no matter how unfair this trade was, he could only grit his teeth and agree. Who asked Yang Dingtian to really care about the lives of his subordinates? Yang Dingtian said, "However, we now have the ability to destroy the Empire of Darkness. So, not only do we have to let the evil ways release all the hostages, but we also have to make them hand over Vulture and Walingzi." After saying that, Yang Dingtian said to Qin Wanchou, City Lord Qin, "Do you think this trade will succeed?" Qin Wanchou thought for a while and shook his head. "I don't know if it will succeed. If it's the Queen Devil Queen, it definitely won't succeed. Because this person is straightforward and cares about face. If it's Prince Li Ming, this person is extremely cunning and is especially thorough about benefits, so he definitely won't do a losing deal." Yang Dingtian nodded. Moreover, destroying the Empire of Darkness was like using a nuclear weapon. The greatest power of a nuclear weapon was that it stayed on the launcher. Once it was launched, it would lose its power. On Earth, almost all nuclear weapons had no chance to be used. It was just a deterrent. At this moment, Jiao Liao came to report. "Prince Li Ming has come to visit. He requests for a meeting with Sect Master Yang Dingtian." They came so quickly. Everyone present said, "How many of them came?" Yang Dingtian asked. "3," Jiao Liao said. "Okay, then the 3 of us will go and see him," Yang Dingtian said. After a while, Yang Dingtian, Violets, and Neru, 1 half-sage and 2 saint-level experts, flew towards the north. In the land of chaos, 1,000 miles away from Cloud Sky City, a pavilion appeared. Inside, there was a long table with 3 people sitting at it. Prince Li Ming, Queen Devil Queen, and Dishi Bian. Yang Dingtian and the other 2 landed in the pavilion and sat opposite the evil ways. "I know that dozens of us have fallen into your hands. Among them are Zhu Hongxue, Chou Yiming, and Zhao Mu." Yang Dingtian said directly, "What do you want? Speak." "Good, straightforward." Prince Li Ming clapped and laughed. "What we want is to release Dong Li and all the evil warriors and give up the door to the human kingdom." As soon as he said this, Yang Dingtian and the other 2's expressions changed. Chapter 1030. Previously, Yang Dingtian had already guessed that Dong Li wanted to exchange for Dong Li and all the evil spirit martial artists. He didn't expect Dong Li to be so greedy and even wanted to return to the human kingdom's door. He knew that Li Ming was greedy, but he did not expect him to be this greedy. After a while, Yang Dingtian could not help but laugh. "Your Excellency, Li Ming, is there no room for discussion?" Crown Prince Li Ming laughed. "It's not like you're a street vendor who haggles when buying groceries." Yang Dingtian said, "All right, I have a condition too." Prince Li Ming said, "Please speak." Yang Dingtian said, "Release Zhu Hongxue, Chou Yiming, Zhao Mu, and all the other Council of Light hostages unconditionally. Hand over Vulture and Walingzi unconditionally. Otherwise, bear the consequences." Crown Prince Li Ming was stunned when he heard this. He couldn't help but dig at his ears. Did he hear it wrong? Or was Yang Dingtian dreaming? Li Ming knew that he was asking for too much, but he would not change his words. He bet that Yang Dingtian cared a lot about the lives of his subordinates. But he did not expect that Yang Dingtian's price would be even worse than his. He actually wanted to release Zhu Hongxue and the others unconditionally. Was Yang Dingtian crazy? Prince Li Ming shook his head in disappointment. Yang Dingtian, I always thought that you were a wise man. I didn't expect you to be such a fool. What's the point of this? Yang Dingtian shook his head. I'm not joking. My condition is to release Zhu Hongxue, Chou Yiming, and Zhao Mu unconditionally. Also, I want you to hand over Vulture and Wulingzi unconditionally. Yang Dingtian emphasized once again that it was unconditional. Prince Li Ming's eyes turned cold. Yang Dingtian, there is a price for treating me like a fool. I know. Yang Dingtian said, there is a price for everything. Prince Li Ming said, you want me to hand over the hostages, Vulture and Wulingzi. What are you willing to pay? Yang Dingtian said, let the terrifying consequences of evil ways not happen. This is what I'm willing to pay. Ha ha. Crown Prince, Li Ming laughed loudly. You want me to suffer terrible consequences? What consequences? I want to hear it. Yang Dingtian said, your nest is the calamity of the Darkness Empire. Ha ha. Prince Li Ming couldn't hold it in any more. He clutched his stomach and laughed crazily. Yang Dingtian. Oh, Yang Dingtian, do you know how powerful the Empire of Darkness is? You know that the Empire of Darkness was created by the ancient civilization. You know that the Empire of Darkness's power comes from several continents. Let alone you. Even the half-sage Naga can't do anything to the Empire of Darkness. Even the half-sage Naga has a slim chance of survival after entering the Empire of Darkness, let alone a mere half-sage like you. Immediately after, Crown Prince Li Ming said, Yang Dingtian, have you been overwhelmed by the recent series of victories and become even more foolish? Then, without waiting for Yang Dingtian to reply, Prince Li Ming stood up and said, all right, since that's the case, there's nothing to talk about. I told you that there would be consequences for your foolish actions. Just wait and see. I'll think of a way to make you sober up and talk to you again. Yang Dingtian, I roughly know what you'll do, but I'll also tell you that my revenge on you will be truly destructive. Is that so? Prince Li Ming said disdainfully, I'd like to see it. Yang Dingtian, not long ago when you were in the Empire of Darkness, I think you've already seen it. Prince Li Ming recalled the incident a few hours ago when the Empire of Darkness's power suddenly stopped. He suddenly understood. That's right, there must be a spy in the Empire of Darkness who used a very mysterious method to inform Yang Dingtian of the Skirich Imperial Capital's power suspension. As for Yang Dingtian, he had coveted the credit and claimed it as his own. Furthermore, he had used it to threaten the evil Dao. How laughable, how laughable, how laughable. It was clearly a problem with the Empire of Darkness's normal operating procedures. But in the end, it was forcefully said that it was caused by Yang Dingtian. Could there be anything more shameless than this? Immediately, Prince Li Ming was even more certain of Yang Dingtian's strategic blackmail. Then he looked straight at him and said, Yang Dingtian, I'm very angry and the consequences are very serious. You'll see it soon. Yang Dingtian, if I'm angry, the consequences will be even more serious. You'll see it soon too. Prince Li Ming didn't say anything else and directly left with the Queen Devil Queen and Dishibian, returning to the Empire of Darkness. After the evil Wei's trio left, Yang Dingtian used his fastest speed to head to the vortex core of the demon domain. Prince Li Ming returned to the Empire of Darkness and immediately went to Zhu Hongxue. Your sect master Yang Dingtian rejected my deal. It seems that your position in his heart isn't as high as I thought. Li Ming laughed. Zhu Hongxue closed his eyes and ignored him, as if he didn't hear it. Prince Li Ming said, in order to clear his mind, I need something to show him. Then his gaze fell on Zhu Hongxue's two arms. Zhu Hongxue, you should be grateful to me. One of your arms was cut off, but my evil spirit energy helped you recover. Crown Prince Li Ming said, but Yang Dingtian doesn't know about this. So, if I were to chop off your left arm and give it to him, he would definitely be very upset because he would think that both your arms are broken. After saying that, Shua, Prince Li Ming suddenly slashed down with his sword. Immediately, Zhu Hongshue's right arm was cut off and blood spurted out. Zhu Hongshue's face twitched, but his eyes were still closed, and he didn't make any sound. Soon, the evil spirit energy grew new veins, new bones, and finally muscles and skin. His right arm was once again intact. Prince Li Ming shook Zhu Hongshue's broken arm and said, "It's best that your sect master has a deep enough friendship with you, or else he won't recognize your arm." After cutting off Zhu Hongshue's arm, Prince Li Ming walked to the room where Zhao Mu was locked up. If Zhu Hongxue was still holding back his emotions, then Zhao Mu was truly expressionless. He sat there cross-legged like an old monk. "Zhao Mu, right?" Prince Li Ming said, "Sorry, your role is too small. I haven't seen you before. This is the first time we've met." Zhao Mu opened his eyes. Even when he saw a broken arm, his face was almost expressionless. Prince Li Ming said, "I made a deal with your sect master, intending to exchange you for Dongli, but he refused. In order to clear his mind, I need a part of your body. This is Zhu Hongshue's right arm. However, he has the evil spirit energy, so it will quickly grow back. As for you, your level is too low. Giving you the evil spirit energy would be a waste, so I didn't give it to you." Zhao Mu was still expressionless. Prince Li Ming said, "Do you know what it means to have no evil spirit energy?" Zhao Mu said, "Arms, legs, head, or other parts after being cut off, they can never grow back." Prince Li Ming said, "That's right." Zhao Mu said, "Then which part of me do you want to cut off? I'll cooperate. If you want to cut off my manhood, I'll take off my belt." Prince Li Ming said, "That's not necessary, just cut off the arm. If Yang Dingtian's mind is not clear, it's not too late to look at other parts." "That's fine." Zhao Mu directly stretched out his right arm and said, "Let's see." During the whole process, Zhao Mu's expression was completely calm, as if what was cut off was not his arm, but a pig's foot. At this time, it was Prince Li Ming's turn to twitch slightly. He was a vicious and narrow-minded person, and he just couldn't bear to see other people calm. He just wanted to see other people scared, terrified, and hateful. It was best if they screamed and cried. He didn't expect that an ant-like person like Zhao Mu could be so calm. His heart was filled with viciousness, and he said, "Since you're so generous, I'll fulfill your wish and cut off your right leg." "Oh, that's fine," Zhao Mu said, and walked directly to the table. He raised his right leg and put it on the table, and then folded his arm over his leg and said, "I'll save you time. Cut it off in one go, so you don't have to waste energy." Prince Li Ming was furious. His face twisted, and then he raised his sword and slashed down. At this time, suddenly, there was a loud bang in the world of darkness. Then the earth shook, and Prince Li Ming was almost sent flying. He immediately used his qi to stabilize himself on the spot. Zhao Mu's body was directly thrown out and smashed into the wall, and he spat out blood. Then, all the light in the Skirich imperial capital was completely extinguished. Then, all the light in the Empire of Darkness was extinguished. All the energy was stagnant. The Skirich imperial capital stopped rotating once again. Where did the energy of the Empire of Darkness come from? In fact, the entire Empire of Darkness was like a huge generator. The Skirich imperial capital was a huge, rotating shaft, and the countless dark castles were equivalent to electromagnets. The countless dark matter was like a coil. As the Skirich imperial capital continued to rotate, there was an endless amount of energy that maintained the operation of the Empire of Darkness. However, this energy was not only lightning energy, but also many other energy attributes. Of course, these energies did not appear out of thin air. They were all converted from the basic energy of the few continents. Even the rotation of the Skirich imperial capital relied on the repulsion of the energy of the few continents. The refraction material at the core of the demon domain was indestructible and completely indestructible. Moreover, it was the best energy conductor. Therefore, it was the core of the Skirich imperial capital's rotating shaft. Once that place was destroyed, the entire Empire of Darkness would be like the most powerful machine being destroyed at its weakest point. The entire huge machine would stop operating. Seeing this scene, Prince Li Ming was shocked. Could it be that what Yang Dingtian said was true? Could it be that he was the one who did all of this? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Soon, this terrifying situation stopped, and the Skirich imperial capital resumed its rotation. The entire Empire of Darkness regained its energy supply. Prince Li Ming's back was covered in cold sweat. He had almost been blackmailed by Yang Dingtian. As expected, there was an error in the operation. Perhaps it was because the two great apocalyptic wars had overdrawn the continents too much. In any case, it was definitely not Yang Dingtian's doing. It was completely impossible for a mere half-saint like him to destroy the Empire of Darkness. Boom! At this moment, there was suddenly another loud bang. The Skirich imperial capital stopped rotating again. All the light was extinguished again. The energy of the entire Empire of Darkness was interrupted again. Before Prince Li Ming had time to be shocked, the Skirich imperial capital resumed its rotation, and all the energy was restored. But at this moment, Prince Li Ming had no time to be happy. The reason for that was because the entire Skyspan imperial capital was constantly spinning and stopping. The energy of the entire Empire of Darkness was constantly being restored and interrupted. Restore, interrupt, restore, interrupt. All of a sudden, rumble, the dark castle in the distance, finally could not withstand the impact of this intermittent and powerful energy. Finally, there was a loud bang. In an instant, it exploded violently. The dark castle, which was tens of thousands of meters in diameter, exploded in the air like a city. However, this was only the beginning. Boom, 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 boom. The explosion of the first dark castle seemed to have knocked over a domino. Next, one after another, the dark castles kept exploding, exploding, and Prince Li Ming watched all of this with his own eyes. Then, the Skirich imperial capital also emitted a terrifying loud noise. The entire Empire of Darkness was in imminent danger. Chapter 1031. At this moment, the Castle of Darkness outside was constantly exploding. The entire Empire of Darkness was on the verge of collapse. The Skirich imperial capital was also emitting loud noises and tremors. Those who stayed inside felt as if the end of the world had arrived. Now, Prince Li Ming was completely certain that this was Yang Dingtian's doing. Yang Dingtian wasn't lying. He really could destroy the Empire of Darkness. Thinking of this, Prince Li Ming even felt a sense of suffocation. How could it be? The Empire of Darkness was so powerful that even the people of Naga had to flee. How could Yang Dingtian, a mere half-saint, destroy the Empire of Darkness? But reality had just happened. Prince Li Ming was really jealous. Could it be that Yang Dingtian was really the legendary son of destiny? Was he really the nemesis of evil ways? Otherwise, how could such a ridiculous thing have happened? He could actually destroy the Empire of Darkness. As if knowing that Prince Li Ming believed it, everything in the Empire of Darkness was completely restored. The terrifying explosions and the tremors of the Skirich imperial capital finally stopped. The entire Empire of Darkness returned to normal. However, at least dozens of dark castles had been destroyed. Prince Li Ming glanced at Zhao Mu. Now, cutting off Zhao Mu's arm to threaten Yang Dingtian was ridiculous. He used the Empire of Darkness to threaten him. How could he threaten him with an arm? He couldn't afford to lose face. Yang Dingtian had already played his card. It was a card that couldn't be any bigger. The biggest card in Do Diju was a bomb. Then, the card that Yang Dingtian played now was a nuclear bomb. Prince Li Ming thought of Yang Dingtian's conditions. Unconditionally release Zhu Hongxue, Chou Yiming, Zhao Mu, and all the other captives of the Council of Light. Of course, there was no doubt about this. It had to be released. Furthermore, the so-called Operation Viper had to be stopped. He didn't even want the other party to mention it. You go kill and capture a few of them, and Yang Dingtian will come and destroy your nest. Even if he wanted to humiliate himself, this was not the way to do it. In addition, Yang Dingtian also proposed to hand over Vulture and Wulingzi unconditionally. This was completely unacceptable. Vulture's greatest use seemed to be in the First and Second Armageddon Wars. However, the Queen Devil Queen had said that Vulture would be of great use in the future. Even Prince Li Ming didn't know what this great use was. However, since it was said to be of great use, it must be very important. As for Wulingzi, he had the Netherworld Ghost Flame and a second-grade evil spirit. Of course, he had become very powerful. Moreover, because it was not a first-class evil spirit, it could not be suppressed. However, this was not a big deal, because Wulingzi's life and death were always in the hands of the Dishibian. The key was Vulture. Yang Dingtian would definitely propose to hand her over. Regarding this, Prince Li Ming had no choice but to look for the Queen Devil Queen. No, Vulture can't be handed over, the Queen Devil Queen said directly. Prince Li Ming said, but if we don't hand it over, Yang Dingtian will threaten to destroy the entire Empire of Darkness. The Queen Devil Queen said, what happens after he destroys it? All the evil martial artists will have no protection. Everyone will completely fall out. We will kill the entire Council of Light, and Yang Dingtian will also kill us. We can ignore the lives of those evil martial artists, but does Yang Dingtian not care? As soon as these words came out, Prince Li Ming nodded heavily. That's right. Yang Dingtian had the ability to destroy the Empire of Darkness, but this bargaining chip could only be used to intimidate. Once the Empire of Darkness was destroyed, it would be extremely disadvantageous for the Council of Light. For the evil ways, at most, they would lose all their claws and teeth, and a few powerhouses at the half-saint level and above would become generals without an army. A few hours later, the Council of Light and the evil ways once again met in the same place. However, at this time, Prince Li Ming's arrogant and mocking expression had disappeared. Of course, his anger and jealousy were also gone. The moment he saw Yang Dingtian, he laughed and said, Sect Master Yang Dingtian, I really admire you. Well said, Yang Dingtian said. Prince Li Ming said, May I ask how you did it? Yang Dingtian said, Even if I tell you, you won't understand. Of course, you won't be able to do anything unless you tear down the entire Skirich Empire. Prince Li Ming said as if joking, Of course, there's another way, which is to kill or capture you. Yang Dingtian said, I'm afraid I can't do that. In front of my Naga royalty sword spirit, I'm afraid no one can stop it. Prince Li Ming said, Then I'm curious, how long can your Naga royalty sword spirit last? Yang Dingtian said, Anyway, it'll be a very, very long time. Prince Li Ming said, Okay, let's not bicker. Let's get down to business. Yang Dingtian said, Please. Prince Li Ming said, I'm willing to release Zhu Hongxue, Chou Yiming, Zhao Mu, and all the other Council of Light prisoners. I'll also stop Operation Viper and stop hunting and capturing the Council of Light. You and I will return to our original tacit understanding. In exchange, you have to release Dongli and all the other evil spirit prisoners. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Dingtian laughed and said, Your Excellency Li Ming, are you joking? Prince Li Ming said, What's wrong? I think my conditions are very fair. 3 important hostages in exchange for Dongli. Then, all the light hostages in exchange for all your evil spirit hostages. I'll stop Operation Viper in exchange for you stopping your revenge on the Empire of Darkness. I'm not going to bicker with you. Yang Dingtian said, I'll state my conditions. You unconditionally release Zhu Hongxue, Chou Yiming, Zhao Mu, and all the other Council of Light prisoners. You also unconditionally hand over Vulture and Willingzi. As for Operation Viper, I don't even need to say anything. Then what do you have to pay? Prince Li Ming asked. Yang Dingtian said, Stop your revenge on the Empire of Darkness and stop destroying the Empire of Darkness. Prince Li Ming's face twitched. Yang Dingtian, you're really asking for too much. Yang Dingtian said, I can't help it. Who asked me to have such a big card in my hand? Li Ming sneered and said, It's true that you have a big card in your hand, but don't forget that this is a card that can't be played. Once it's played, not only will it hurt us, but it will also hurt you. He was right. Destroying the Empire of Darkness was like a nuclear bomb. After it was used up, it would be useless. Prince Li Ming said, Okay, even if you destroy the entire Empire of Darkness and we evil ways lose all our nests, so what? Can't we just occupy an island and use it as a new base? Yang Dingtian said, Now the sky, sea, and land of the entire human countries are under my control. Evil ways can't find a place to hide unless you build the Temple of Annihilation in the Underworld Empire. Yang Dingtian wasn't bragging. After evil ways lost the Empire of Darkness, no matter where they build a new base, it would definitely be destroyed in a few days. Prince Li Ming said, Okay, then we'll build the base in the Underworld Empire. Yang Dingtian said, Then I'll bring lightning to the Underworld Empire and destroy all the undead in the Underworld Empire. Ha ha! Prince Li Ming was so angry that he laughed and said, Can you do it? Yes, but the price is high and it takes a long time. Yang Dingtian said, As long as the undead and Shura of the Underworld Empire can't come out, I don't have to find trouble with them for the time being. But that doesn't mean that I can't do it. Then Yang Dingtian said, I promise that if necessary I'll create thousands of lightning weapons and enter the Underworld Empire to completely destroy the entire Underworld plane. Prince Li Ming fell silent. Then he slowly said, Okay, even if you don't let us have any place to hide, then we'll completely tear off all pretenses. Thousands of us evil spirit warriors will carry out the craziest hunt against your radiant parliament. When the time comes, let's see if more of your subordinates will die, or if more of us will die. Our people have evil energy, so they won't die. At most, they'll be captured. Then Prince Li Ming said with a cold face, and to say the most ruthless thing, I don't care about the life and death of those evil warriors. You're different. You're hypocritical. You care about the life and death of those people in the Council of Light. Yang Dingtian said, Well said, but I have a question. Please speak, Prince Li Ming said. If I destroy the Empire of Darkness, how will you explain it to the Demon King, Wen Tian? Yang Dingtian said slowly. Suddenly, Prince Li Ming's face twitched. Yes, destroying the Empire of Darkness and letting the evil ways and the Council of Light fight to the death would cause the Council of Light to be at a disadvantage. But the Demon King Wen Tian was currently surrounded by the Chaos Emperor armor. In the future, whether he wanted to possess Yang Dingtian or leave the Chaos Emperor armor, he would need the Empire of Darkness's refining array and fusion array. And even without these, the Empire of Darkness's throne of darkness had always been the Demon King Wen Tian's greatest treasure. After hesitating and struggling for a long time, Prince Li Ming looked at the Devil Queen. In the end, he said slowly to Yang Dingtian, I still have the same condition. I'll stop Viper's operation and release all the hostages in exchange for the hostages in your hands. Also, I'll stop the destruction of the Empire of Darkness. It's impossible for me to do anything more. If you have the ability, destroy the Empire of Darkness. Let's fight to the death. With that, Prince Li Ming turned and left. This person was indeed domineering. He was determined to step on Yang Dingtian's weak spot and bite off the biggest chunk of flesh. He was betting that Yang Dingtian could not bear the consequences of destroying the Empire of Darkness. Therefore, he had to use the lowest price to exchange for the biggest chip. Prince Li Ming had just left. Yang Dingtian said, "Violets, return to Cloud Sky City. Naru, use the demon spirit mist cloak flash technique and go to the Empire of Darkness as soon as possible. While the Devil Queen and Li Ming have not returned to the Empire of Darkness, we will attack the Empire of Darkness and rescue Vulture and Wulingzi." As soon as he said this, Violet's expression immediately changed. She did not expect Yang Dingtian to be so decisive and attack the Empire of Darkness. Chapter 1032. Yang Dingtian was taking advantage of the time difference. This place was more than 5,000 miles away from the Empire of Darkness. It would take more than 2 hours for the Devil Queen and the other two to return to the Empire of Darkness, and it was more than 5,000 miles away from the center of the demon domain. Yang Dingtian desperately used the demonic spirit foggy cloak flash and reached the center of the demon domain in less than 2 hours. He had about an hour, so it was more or less enough to attack the Empire of Darkness and rescue the people of the Vulture and the Council of Light. But there was a prerequisite for all of this. Wulingzi was willing to cooperate. In order to protect Cloud Sky City, only Naru could enter the Empire of Darkness alone. Wulingzi was also a saint-level expert. If he did not cooperate, not only would Naru not be able to rescue them, but she would also be trapped. Yang Dingtian completely ignored the consumption of a celestial qi and desperately used the demonic spirit foggy cloak flash. He kept flashing and flying, flashing and flying. In less than 2 hours, he once again arrived at the center of the demon domain's vortex. He quickly flashed to the end of the vortex cave and once again arrived in front of the deflector. Then he immediately used the dark mystic flame to form a black hole vortex and create an isolated space. He directly forced it into the deflector, the shaft conductor of the Skirich Imperial Capital. In an instant rumble, the entire Skirich Imperial Capital stopped spinning once again. All the energy arrays had lost their effectiveness. All the light was extinguished. All the evil spirit martial artists were once again in a state of panic. Mu Dan, the temporary controller of the Throne of Darkness, suddenly lost all her power. The Skirich Imperial Capital could no longer launch any attacks. Originally, Wulingzi had been trapped within the energy prison, but at this moment the shackles were released. This was already many times, but he did not leave because he did not know that the Devil Queen and Dishibian had already left. He did not even dare to imagine that this was an attack by Yang Dingtian. He also thought that this was a normal malfunction of the Empire of Darkness's Skirich Imperial Capital. Princess Mu Dan, even on the Throne of Darkness, was still staring at Vulture. At this moment, Vulture's mystic meridians were completely sealed. Under the Throne of Darkness, Princess Mu Dan could kill her at any time. The entire Skirich Palace suddenly dimmed. Princess Mu Dan's pupils constricted, and she was immediately filled with vigilance. "You seem very nervous," Spirit Vulture said with a smile. Princess Mu Dan ignored him. Spiritual Vulture said, "If I'm not mistaken, this should be our husband attacking the Darkness Empire. Use mystic flame, 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 mystic meridians, flame, mystic flame, 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 flame." Mystic Princess Peony said coldly, "I know what you're thinking, but don't think that he will come and save you. If anyone rushes into the Celestial Palace, I will kill them immediately. You won't have a chance." Vulture's heart trembled, but she still sneered, unwilling to admit defeat. All the evil martial artists instantly fell into a panic, waiting for the Skirich Imperial Capital to recover once again. Actually, none of the evil spirit martial artists knew what was going on. Most of them thought that this was a malfunction of the Empire of Darkness. A small number of them thought that this was Yang Dingtian's counterattack. However, in their hearts, the former reason was more terrifying. because if it was a malfunction of the Empire of Darkness, evil ways would be completely helpless. At this moment, Neru had already taken the eye of the primeval Naga and rode on Yang Dingtian's soul sword to melt the dark matter and fly into the Empire of Darkness. Even the thinnest part of the dark matter was more than a few thousand miles thick. It would be too late to directly lift the eye with one's hand, and the speed of Yang Dingtian's soul sword was extremely fast. Not long after, the soul sword carried Neru through a few thousand miles of dark matter and directly rushed into the Empire of Darkness. At this moment, the Empire of Darkness was completely dark, and all the energy had stopped. If it was before, any intruder would be discovered immediately if they entered the Empire of Darkness. But now, a soul sword and a saint-level expert had entered the Empire of Darkness without anyone noticing. And Neru discovered that after the Skirich imperial capital stopped spinning, the dark matter had already begun to spread and become thicker. To think that things would turn out like this. If the Skirich imperial capital were to completely stop moving, the dark matter would probably completely engulf the entire space of the Darkness Empire. However, there was no time to think too much. Neru followed the blueprint of the Skirich imperial capital structure and controlled the soul sword to fly toward the Skirich imperial capital's Skirich palace. The soul sword was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it arrived at the Skirich palace. Neru immediately left the soul sword, and Yang Dingtian immediately removed the isolated space inside the folding object. Instantly, the entire Skirich imperial capital regained its energy. The Skirich palace, which had been dark for nearly 15 minutes, suddenly lit up again. Princess Mu Dan immediately felt relieved. She immediately wanted to enter the Skirich imperial capital's energy field to monitor and control the entire Empire of Darkness. But then, Yang Dingtian once again forced the isolated space into the folding object. Boom! There was a loud bang. Instantly, the Skirich imperial capital stopped spinning again. Princess Mu Dan was furious. Then, a terrifying scene appeared once again. The Skirich imperial capital spun intermittently and then stopped for an instant. The entire Empire of Darkness couldn't withstand such a buffer of energy. Many dark castles were once again shattered and began to explode. And the Skirich imperial capital let out a terrifying sound as if it would burst open at any moment. And at this moment, whoosh, 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 whoosh. 10,000 swords return. Thousands of miles away, Yang Dingtian used his consciousness to directly unleash the 10,000 swords return and shot towards the evil spirit figure in the Skirich palace. He was very grateful for the special aura of the evil spirit energy. Otherwise, Yang Dingtian wouldn't have been able to identify who Princess Mu Dan was based on the soul sword. It was even faster than lightning. From the moment the sword soul attacked to the moment it directly pierced into Princess Mu Dan's body, it took less than 0.01 seconds, and Princess Mu Dan, who was being tortured intermittently by the Skirich imperial capital, was completely defenseless. The saint-level Naga, royalty, sword soul, directly shattered her body. Even though Princess Mu Dan's body belonged to Dongfang Bingling and was Yang Dingtian's lover. But at this moment, Yang Dingtian had no other choice. As Princess Peony's body was crushed, lightning flew into the Skirich imperial capital. She used her fastest speed to snatch Vulture out of the Skirich imperial capital. As for the shattered Vulture, the evil spirit energy in her body instinctively healed her body. She didn't have time to kill Vulture. After Neru rescued Vulture, she didn't stop and flew out of the Skirich imperial capital as fast as she could. After flying out of the Skirich palace, Vulture said excitedly, Were you sent by my husband?" "Yes," Neru said. Vulture was overjoyed. Then it shouted, "Daddy, Daddy!" Willingzi heard Vulture's voice from the energy prison and immediately rushed out of the Skirich imperial capital. Neru said, "Do you know where the captured Zhu Hongshiwe, Cho Yiming, Zhao Mu, and the others are being held?" Vulture and Willingzi shook their heads. Vulture said, "However, the Skirich imperial capital has lost all its energy. All the energy is in the energy prison. If we shout, Zhu Hongxiue and the others will take the initiative to respond." Immediately, Nera shouted, "Zhu Hongxiue, Chou Yiming, Zhao Mu, and all the martial artists of the Council of Light, where are you? Please speak." Although Neri's voice sounded elegant and moving, it could penetrate thousands of miles. Obviously, all the captives of the Council of Light would hear it. However, it was a pity that there was no response. Obviously, besides the energy prison, there was also a physical prison. Moreover, everyone's mystic meridians were sealed, so they couldn't respond. Right at this time, Princess Peony's voice suddenly resounded in every place. "All evil spirit warriors, go and kill the captives of the Council of Light." With that, she took the lead and flew toward a certain place. The thousands of evil spirit martial artists were like shooting stars as they flew towards a certain direction. Willingzi rushed forward and instantly blocked in front of Princess Mudan and the thousands of evil spirit warriors. "Willingzi, are you courting death? You have to know that your life and death are in our hands," Princess Mudan said coldly. "So what?" Willingzi said, "As long as my life and death are not in your hands now, it's fine." "Attack!" Princess Mudan ordered. Immediately, thousands of evil spirit warriors flew toward Willingzi. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In an instant, Willingzi quickly made clones. It became 2, it became 4, it became 8, it became many, many. Then he crazily killed the evil spirit warriors. Even though he had many clones, none of the evil spirit warriors were his match. Everyone was smashed into pieces and turned into evil spirit energy. 10,000 swords return. Yang Dingtian's countless Naga royalty soul sword shot out. In an instant, it was as if the autumn wind had swept up fallen leaves. Countless evil spirit warriors were instantly smashed into pieces. Then the near Emperor-grade soul swords flew directly to a huge door in the Skirich imperial capital. Swish, 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 swish. The soul swords crazily slashed at the thick door. What the hell was this Skirich imperial capital made of? It was actually so sturdy. Thousands of swords slashed out like lightning, but they were unable to penetrate this huge door. Nero quickly rushed forward and suddenly blasted out a ball of astonishing flame, under the efforts of a saint-level expert and a near-emperor-grade soul sword. Finally, a huge hole was cut open in the thick door of the Skirich imperial capital. Nero quickly entered the huge hole. Inside, there were indeed a few prison rooms. Zhu Hongxiue, Chou Yiming, Zhao Mu, and the others were imprisoned. However, all the captives' mystic meridians were suppressed. They were completely unable to move or make a sound. Nero was immediately worried. How was she going to bring these dozens of captives out of the Empire of Darkness? At this moment, the Devil Queen, Prince Li Ming, and the others were about to rush to the Empire of Darkness. Suddenly, Prince Li Ming's expression changed as he said in shock, "Not good, not good! Yang Dingtian will attack the Empire of Darkness." The Devil Queen's expression changed abruptly. She immediately summoned her wand, soul, sword, and shot out. Chapter 1033. Zhu Hongxiue, Chou Yiming, Zhao Mu, and the rest had their mystic meridians locked and were unable to move at all. Neru's cultivation was enough to unlock their mystic meridians, but it would take time. At this moment, Vulture closed her beautiful eyes and waved her hand. Instantly, dozens of dark evil dragons flew over like lightning. At this moment, the Skirich imperial capital had stopped moving, and the entire Empire of Darkness was out of control. Therefore, Vulture, who had the talent of a celestial spiritualist, became the highest commander of these dark evil dragons. If it were the dark evil dragons from before, they would all be assigned to different evil martial artists. However, most of these dark evil dragons were newly created, and only those on the throne of darkness could directly command them. The dozens of dark, evil dragons easily carried the Council of Light hostages and flew out of the Empire of Darkness. Meanwhile, Wolingzi and Yang Dingtian's Naga royalty, Sword Soul, alone, blocked thousands of evil martial artists. After Vulture controlled the dark evil dragons to fly a few hundred miles away, Nera used her mystic chi to forcefully break through the mystic chi shackles on Vulture's body. Then, the two of them flew out together with the dark evil dragons. Meanwhile, Yang Dingtian's Emperor-grade soul sword changed its direction with Nera's help and flew toward the edge of the Empire of Darkness. The saint-level powerhouse Wolingzi retreated while fighting and followed closely behind. Soon, the escaping team led by Nero arrived in front of the dark matter. The soul sword absorbed the primeval Nagas, gem, and melted the dark matter. The dozens of dark evil dragons followed closely behind with the Council of Light hostages. Neru and Vulture followed behind the dark evil dragons, and Wolingzi brought up the rear. Their movements were extremely fast. The group directly entered the dark matter and disappeared from the Empire of Darkness, disappearing from the sight of all the evil martial artists. As for Princess Mudan and the several thousand evil spirit warriors, they could only watch as this group of people escaped. This was because the dark material plane would soon close. Without the Devil Queen, they would not be able to enter the dark material plane. The most terrifying thing was that after the Skirich Emperor's capital stopped spinning, the dark matter continued to spread. In other words, if the Skirich imperial capital continued to spin like this, the entire Empire of Darkness would be devoured by the dark matter. At that time, all the evil spirit warriors would have no place to stay. After entering the dark matter layer, Yang Dingtian controlled the soul sword and led the way. Furthermore, they were not walking in a straight line. Instead, they were taking 7 or 8 turns. This was because the Devil Queen and Prince Li Ming might catch up to them soon, and the direction in which Nera left was seen by Mudan and the others. If they walked in a straight line, they might catch up. Trying to catch up to him in this vast expanse of dark matter was no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. Sure enough, not long after, the Devil Queen had not arrived yet, but her soul sword magic staff had. This was because the speed of the soul sword was extremely fast. After entering the Empire of Darkness, the Devil Queen's soul sword could not find a non-elven evil spirit warrior, so it could not attack. Thus, she could only resentfully summon the soul sword. Following that, the Devil Queen's soul sword magic staff flew out of the Empire of Darkness once again. Passing through the thick dark matter, it arrived beside the Devil Queen. The Devil Queen picked up the soul sword and saw a few words written on it. This was what Mudan had left on the soul sword to inform the Devil Queen. Vulture Wolingzi, all the hostages of the Council of Light have escaped from the Empire of Darkness. There is a saint-level expert among them. Seeing these words, the Devil Queen almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This is too much, too much! And Prince Li Ming's heart also twitched. He was just worried that something like this would happen, but he did not expect it to really happen. Yang Dingtian really dared to take the risk. He really dared to do this. Following that, the Devil Queen was about to enter the Empire of Darkness. No, it's too late to enter the Empire of Darkness now. Prince Li Ming said, once they get into the dark matter, it will be like looking for a needle in a haystack. It will be impossible to catch up. Therefore, the only way now is to guess where Yang Dingtian will get Vulture, Wolingzi, and the others to come out of the ground, and then intercept them there. However, the entire continent corresponding to the dark matter was tens of thousands of miles long. Guessing where Vulture and the others would come out of the ground was completely tantamount to looking for a needle in a haystack. Prince Li Ming said, "Of course, there's another way. Yang Dingtian is attacking the Empire of Darkness, so he must have sent 2 saint-level experts. Therefore, Cloud Sky City must be very empty now. Dongfang Minmi, Qin Wanqiu, Yunjianu, Songchanhua. and the others must be there. If they go back now, they might be able to get more important hostages, and Yang Dingtian will suffer a greater loss. Queen Devil Queen said, "Is it possible that this group of people is no longer in Cloud Sky City?" Prince Li Ming nodded. This possibility was very, very high. When Yang Dingtian attacked the Empire of Darkness, he must have thought of the danger in Cloud Sky City. Furthermore, as long as all the important people in Cloud Sky City were all in the sea, they would be protected by the ancient beasts of the Mermaid Empire. Evil ways would not be able to do anything to them. Suddenly, Dishibian said, "I know where Vulture and the others are." When he said this, Li Ming was overjoyed. He had almost forgotten that Wolingzi's life was completely in Dishibian's hands. Ghost Emperor Wen Tian had left a special mark on Wolingzi's body. Prince Li Ming sneered. If that was the case, not only would they be able to stop Wolingzi from Vulture, but they would also be able to capture all the saint-level experts sent by Yang Dingtian. Immediately, under Dishibian's lead, the three of them quickly flew towards the first place. "How far are those fugitives from Vulture from us?" Prince Li Ming asked. 4,300 miles. At this moment, they are already under the demon's domain, Dishibian said. Suddenly, Prince Li Ming said, "Devil Queen, you said that Yang Dingtian destroyed the Empire of Darkness. Is he inside or outside the Empire of Darkness?" The Devil Queen was stunned for a moment, and then she said, "It should be outside." This was because when the Skirich imperial capital was operating normally, anyone who entered the Empire of Darkness would be detected. Prince Li Ming said, "If he is outside the Empire of Darkness, then Vulture and the others are now in the dark matter, and Yang Dingtian is on the ground. Moreover, he only has one person with him, and even the Soul Sword is not with him. Does that mean that we can capture him?" As soon as these words came out, Devil Queen's eyes lit up. If they could capture Yang Dingtian, not to mention one vulture, even if 10 vultures escaped, it would not matter. Yang Dingtian was the one who was truly priceless. He was the key to the Demon King's breakthrough to demigod, or even higher. Devil Queen said, "Then where do you think Yang Dingtian will be?" Prince Li Ming said, "I think he should be in the demon's domain, because Vulture and the others are flying towards the demon's domain. They will definitely choose a central point to meet up." Immediately, Devil Queen and the others quickly flew in the direction of the demon's domain. Prince Li Ming's intelligence and cunning were indeed impressive. Even when he was faced with the worst news, his mind was spinning quickly, looking for the best opportunity. Indeed, 2,000 miles away from the center of the demon's domain, Nero broke out of the ground with Vulture and the others. As for Yang Dingtian, he was already waiting there. After rushing out of the ground, Vulture saw Yang Dingtian at first glance, and then jumped into his arms. Unable to hold back the joy in her heart, she kissed Yang Dingtian's lips. Finally, she escaped from that terrifying demon's den and returned to Yang Dingtian's side. At this moment, she was really filled with a sense of security. After the kiss, she snuggled into Yang Dingtian's arms, smelling his scent. She really felt that she had never been happier than at this moment. Yang Dingtian hugged Vulture's seductive body, then nodded at Wolingzi, and then gently kissed Vulture's head. "Let's go. Maybe the Devil Queen and the others will catch up," Yang Dingtian said. Then, Yang Dingtian led everyone to fly north. Suddenly, Vulture said, "Husband, the north of here is the boundless demon's domain. We can't get out." "I know," Yang Dingtian said. "That's why I'm going in this direction. Because the Devil Queen must have caught up. She knows where we are." Vulture was puzzled, and then her expression changed dramatically. Soon, she also knew that the Devil Queen did know where they were, because Wolingzi was also there. Soon, Wolingzi also thought of this point. Ghost Emperor Wen Tian must have left some imprint on him, so Dishibian must know that he was here. Suddenly, Wolingzi gritted his teeth and was about to fly in another direction. He wanted to lead the Devil Queen and Dishibian away. Unexpectedly, Yang Dingtian immediately appeared in front of him and said, "Senior, come with me." "No, if I follow you, I will implicate you. Once Dishibian arrives, I will completely lose my ability to fight. Then you will only have one saint-level expert, and won't be their match. Everyone will suffer, including you." Walingzi said. Yang Dingan said, "Time is of the essence. I don't have time to explain. I can only say that I won't give up on anyone, believe me." Then Yang Dingtian firmly grabbed Walingzi and continued to fly north. At this time, the Devil Queen, Prince Li Ming, and Dishibian were catching up faster and faster. If it was only Yang Dingtian, of course Nero would be incomparably fast. However, she was also carrying dozens of dark dragons, so her speed was inferior to that of the Devil Queen and Li Ming. The distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer. From 4,000 miles to 3,000 miles to 2,000 miles to less than 1,000 miles. In fact, the Devil Queen could already see Yang Dingtian and the others. Prince Li Ming said, "Yang Dingtian only has one saint-level expert by his side. Walingzi has lost his ability to fight. Then can we capture Yang Dingtian?" The Devil Queen said, "My soul sword against Yang Dingtian's soul sword. Yang Dingtian still has dozens of burdens. We will definitely win this battle. Who knows? Maybe we can really capture Yang Dingtian." Prince Li Ming sneered and said, "Yang Dingtian is really too smart. This time even he will be defeated." Then the three of them madly chased after him. Chapter 1034. The Devil Queen and the other two were getting closer and closer. In fact, Yang Dingtian could already see the three black dots. Yang Dingtian led everyone to the north, north, and north. Finally, they reached the end of the demon domain. The scene here had already begun to repeat, and there was already a vast void in front of them. Yang Dingtian used the fastest speed to create a dark vortex with a dark mystic flame. The dark vortex rotated into a black hole, creating an isolated space. Then the mystic flame slammed into it. A beautiful spatial portal appeared. "Vulture, you lead the people of the Council of Light and leave first." Yang Dingtian said loudly, "Yes, husband." Vulture said. Then she controlled the dark evil dragons to shrink their wings and rush into the spatial portal one by one. Suddenly, the dark evil dragons and their hostages of the Council of Light disappeared into the air. Seeing this scene, Vulture and the others were stunned. Although they already knew that there was a spatial technique, when they really saw it, it still made their hair stand on end. Vulture was suddenly filled with admiration for Yang Dingtian. The Demon King and the undead concubine behind them were getting faster and faster, and the distance was less than 200 miles. Whoosh! Suddenly a green bolt of lightning whizzed over. This was the soul sword magic staff of the Devil Queen. This soul sword had been successfully cultivated for hundreds of years, and its power was completely unquestionable. Whoosh! Yang Dingtian used his mystic chi to maintain the spatial portal while controlling the near-emperor-grade soul sword with his consciousness, and suddenly shot out. 10,000 swords returned to origin. In an instant, the Naga royalty sword soul and the Devil Queen's soul sword fought fiercely. All of a sudden, the Devil Queen's dead concubine's saint-level soul sword was completely suppressed. However, that was all. After all, the opponent was only a soul sword, and they were both sword souls fighting each other. It was almost impossible to destroy the other party's soul sword. Yang Dingtian's Naga royalty soul sword was extremely powerful and could instantly kill all of the Legion of Doom. However, that was only because their energies countered each other. Its energy was only at the saint level. After all, the source of its energy was a demon nucleus of the ancient Naga, not the Naga itself. It blocked the Devil Queen's soul sword magic staff. About 2 to 3 minutes later, the dozens of dark owl dragons finally charged through the dimensional portal. Vulture reluctantly looked at Yang Dingtian, then rushed through the spatial door and entered the torn space. Yang Dingtian quickly pulled out Dongli from his spatial ring and threw him through the spatial gate. Then he said to Neru, "Quickly enter my spatial ring." Neru jumped, and Yang Dingtian opened the isolated space inside his spatial ring. In an instant, Neru disappeared into the air and entered Yang Dingtian's spatial ring. At this time, the Queen Devil Queen and the other two were only a few dozen miles away. Yang Dingtian said to Wulingzi, "Senior, quickly enter my spatial ring." Yang Dingtian's spatial ring was only about 1 cubic meter, and it was a little difficult for two people to squeeze in. Moreover, Neru was a woman, and it wasn't good for her to squeeze in with a man. However, the situation was urgent, and he couldn't care so much. "Want to leave? It's too late." The Queen Devil Queen sneered, "Yang Dingtian, you're going to fall into my hands today." The three of them appeared in front of him in an instant as if they had flashed. Wulingzi suddenly turned around and said, "Yang Dingtian, I won't go over. It's useless for me to go with you. Everything I have is in the hands of others. Take good care of Vulture." After saying that, Wulingzi suddenly turned into a ray of light and rushed toward the Queen Devil Queen and the other two with incomparable determination and ferocity. "Senior, don't." Yang Dingtian roared. Wulingzi wanted to die together with the Devil Queen and the other two, but he couldn't do it. After approaching a distance, Dishibian opened her hand, and her beautiful eyes suddenly changed color. In an instant, Wulingzi's whole body trembled violently, and he couldn't move or attack. At the same time, the Queen Devil Queen and Prince Li Ming, full of complacent sneers, rushed toward Yang Dingtian. Whoosh! Yang Dingtian flashed. In an instant, his soul sword and person jumped into the space door together and disappeared into the air. The Queen Devil Queen was furious and rushed directly into the space door. However, it was a pity. Her cultivation was at the saint level, which exceeded the maximum load of the space door, and she was directly bounced back. Li Ming, on the other hand, could have jumped over. However, if he jumped over alone, that was completely courting death. After just a moment, the beautiful space door trembled violently and then disappeared into the air. Ah, ah, ah! The Queen Devil Queen was mad and furious. She desperately bombarded everything around her to vent her anger. Just a little bit more, and she could have caught Yang Dingtian. As long as she caught Yang Dingtian, everything would be settled. Just a little bit more. She really hated it now. Previously, when Yang Dingtian was very weak, why didn't she directly catch him? She didn't think that when Yang Dingtian was very, very weak, the only precious thing on him was the greater space technique, which couldn't be forced. Now, the reason why she desperately wanted to catch Yang Dingtian was because the Naga Dugushwang had appeared. The Demon King Wen Tian wanted to seize Yang Dingtian's body and share Naga's demigod talent. Before this, who knew that Yang Dingtian had a real Naga, Prince Li Ming on the side, was completely jealous to the point of vomiting blood. The greater space technique, the greater space technique. The dream of the entire evil ways, the crown of the entire chaos world's martial arts civilization. The Demon King Wen Tian couldn't get it, and even the demigod Naga couldn't get it. What did Yang Dingtian do to get the greater space technique? And it was this greater space technique that made them watch Yang Dingtian disappear in front of their eyes, unable to do anything. The furious Devil Queen, dead concubine, suddenly rushed in front of Wulingzi. Swish, 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 swish. The sharp sword in her hand slashed wildly. In an instant, Wulingzi was directly chopped into meat paste. The evil spirit energy resurrected Wulingzi again and again. Then, the Devil Queen's dead concubine killed her again and again. Prince Li Ming looked at Wulingzi and said slowly, "Wulingzi, your evil spirit energy was given to you by us. Your saint-level cultivation was also given to you by us. Why did you betray us?" Wulingzi didn't say a word. Prince Li Ming said, "Aren't you the most afraid of death? Why aren't you afraid of death now? You know, it's easy for us to kill you." Wulingzi said, slowly, "That's right. I'm so greedy for life and afraid of death. But it was you who made me realize that death is not so painful. And you don't know me as well as Yang Dingtian. Every time, Yang Dingtian would leave me a way out so that I wouldn't do anything desperate. And you, every time, left me with no way out and forced me into a desperate situation. Prince Li Ming said, Yang Dingtian destroyed your vulture palace and made you like a stray dog. Is that leaving you a way out? Before he destroyed the vulture palace, he didn't tell me. He just did it directly. By the time I reacted, the vulture palace had already been destroyed and became an unchangeable fact. Then, letting me live became a way out. Wulingzi said, and you every time threatened to kill me, cut me into pieces, and humiliate my daughter. Every time, you imprisoned me in the energy prison, making me feel that it was no different from death. So Li Ming, although you are very smart, your grasp of propriety is not as good as Yang Dingtian. Prince Li Ming's face twitched. Devil Queen said coldly, we will go to Cloud Sky City and start a massacre. Even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground, we will capture Dongfang Minmi and the others. Prince Li Ming shook his head and said, there's no chance. That mysterious saint-level expert and Yang Dingtian's sword will soon come out of the spatial tear and return to Cloud Sky City. If we go, we will just kill for a while. It's meaningless. Then Prince Li Ming said to Dishibian, is there any way to control Wulingzi's will and make him fight for us? Dishibian shook his head and said, unless we replace him with a first-class evil spirit and then suppress his will. At this point, Prince Li Ming sighed again. If Dongli was still here, he could strip his first-class evil spirit and plant it in Wulingzi's body. Anyway, there was no difference whether Dongli had a first-class evil spirit or a second-class evil spirit now. His only use was the void-splitting fire, but Dongli was in Yang Dingtian's hands. Of course, there were still 2 first-class evil spirits. One was Dishibian and the other was Princess Mudan. Strip Dishibian of his first-class evil spirit? Then Dishibian would immediately turn hostile and kill the evil ways. Strip Princess Mudan of her first-class evil spirit? Princess Mudan would immediately become Dongfang Bingling. He couldn't bear to do it. Your Majesty, Devil Queen, is there a way to strip Wu Yuming of her first-class evil spirit and plant it in Wulingzi's body? Prince Li Ming asked. Queen Devil Queen shook her head and said, Wu Yuming's first-class evil spirit is controlled by His Majesty Demon King's half of the evil spirit tree. Moreover, its evil spirit has been entangled with the dark matter. It can be considered destroyed. Prince Li Ming closed his eyes in pain. This time he took control of the evil ways, but the result was not much better than Queen Devil Queen. Queen Devil Queen lost 2 world destruction battles, and he, Prince Li Ming, launched Operation Viper. After only a few days of prestige, he suffered a fatal blow. Not only were all the captured captives rescued, but even the celestial spiritualist vulture was lost. Moreover, if Operation Viper hadn't been launched, Yang Dingtian might not have been able to find a way to destroy the Empire of Darkness. He, the Crown Prince Li Ming, had truly suffered a double loss. Suddenly, Prince Li Ming could no longer bear the pain and tumbling in his chest and abdomen, and directly spurted out a mouthful of blood. Queen Devil Queen vomited blood after losing 2 world destruction battles. He, Prince Li Ming, was not much better. After a big defeat, he directly vomited blood. Queen Devil Queen said, what should we do next? Should we continue Operation Viper, kill more Council of Light martial artists, and capture more hostages? Prince Li Ming shook his head and said, it's meaningless. Yang Dingtian will take revenge on the Empire of Darkness. Queen Devil Queen said, Yang Dingtian doesn't dare to destroy the Empire of Darkness. That would be a life and death struggle, and he would suffer countless casualties. Prince Li Ming shook his head and said, he doesn't need to destroy the Empire of Darkness. As long as all the dark castles, all the refining arrays, and the fusion arrays are destroyed, it will be a loss we can't bear. Queen Devil Queen fell silent. That's right. All the dark castles were destroyed because the Empire of Darkness couldn't bear it. Queen Devil Queen even complained in her heart that her side was so passive, and it was all because of the Demon King Wentian. Just like that, he left without a care, leaving the entire evil Tao to him. If he was still here, with his heaven-defying strength, things wouldn't have developed to this point. However, not to mention the Demon King Wentian, even she, Queen Devil Queen, didn't think that they would lose before the Apocalypse War began. Even if you used your toes to think, it was impossible to lose. In the end, they lost both Apocalypse Wars, especially the last one, when 100 million undead entered the human countries. What a huge investment! In the end, they lost even more cowardly and didn't even make a splash. She really didn't know where the Demon King, Wentian, went. When would he come back? If the Demon King keeps coming back, what should we do? Queen Devil Queen asked. Prince Li Ming said, there's no other way. We can only fight for the gate of the human countries. Yang Dingtian's side had 3 saint-level powerhouses and a saint-level sword soul. It was impossible to fight for the gate of the human countries by force. It was even more impossible to threaten with hostages. Li Ming said slowly, use the most direct method, use force, to fight for the gate of the human countries. Queen Devil Queen was startled, but she didn't say anything. Crown Prince Li Ming's gaze turned resolute as he said, regardless of the price, I have to surpass Yang Dingtian in terms of martial Tao strength. I have to seize back the door to the human kingdom and open up the Little Western Paradise. Only by opening the Little Western Paradise can we instantly reverse the situation, completely suppress Yang Dingtian, and catch them all in one fell swoop. In the Little Western Paradise, there were many saint-level powerhouses and even more half-step saint-level powerhouses. It had been many years since Yongxi, when Tian became the chairman again. Now, with his methods, his control of the Little Western Paradise had reached a certain extent. If Yongxi Wentian could obtain the martial strength of the Little Western Paradise, he could indeed suppress Yang Dingtian in martial strength. In the ruins of the old Naga Empire, Queen Poisa was getting more and more anxious, because the upheaval of the 3 force fields around her was getting closer and closer. Under the pressure of the 3 force fields, everything was turned into ashes. Everything within 100 miles, whether it was the abyss, the mountains, the pyramid, or the solid crystal ground. Under the pressure of the invisible force fields, everything was instantly crushed and turned into ashes. The pyramid under her was getting closer and closer, closer and closer. At this moment, it was finally in front of her. Poisa could clearly see that everything less than 3 miles away from her had been crushed. Boom! Finally, the edge of the pyramid began to shatter. At this moment, the gate of the pyramid was still closed. Queen Poisa closed her beautiful eyes in pain, waiting for the arrival of her body being crushed. At this moment, a miserable cry of Naga suddenly came from the pyramid. Then, there was the sound of frantic slapping on the ground. The transformation of the Naga Digushuang had entered the final stage. As long as it was completed, she would completely regain her consciousness and human form. But she had to race against time. Chapter 1035. The 3 force fields were getting closer and closer, stronger and stronger. Queen Poisa watched helplessly as this incomparably powerful pyramid was directly reduced to ashes instead of being smashed into pieces. These incomparably sturdy crystals just turned into nothingness in the air and disappeared without a trace. At this time, the loud noises and vibrations in the pyramid were incessant. Even Poisa, who was outside, could clearly hear the powerful collision inside. If High Exian were here, she would definitely run away. If it were someone else with a strong will, they would definitely rush into the pyramid and desperately take the Nagashwang away. However, Queen Poisa had always been lazy and believed in fate. Therefore, she did nothing and just stood there like this. If God wanted her to die, if God wanted Nagashwang to die, then they would die together. If God wanted Nagashwang to live, then there would be a miracle in the end. Bang, 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 the energy of the three force field surged. Queen Poisa watched helplessly as the surrounding pyramids all disappeared from her sight and became wrapped in energy, growing larger and larger. This destruction was getting closer and closer to her. 100 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters, soon it was in front of her. Suddenly, ow, a sharp cry suddenly came from inside the pyramid. Boom! Then a huge hole was suddenly blasted in the center of the pyramid, and a golden light shot out. Then, Queen Poisa felt her body fly up like lightning. A stunningly beautiful golden-haired woman, carrying the Venomusa Queen, flew hundreds of kilometers away like a bolt of lightning. At the same time, the three force fields violently collided. In an instant, the pyramid below was instantly reduced to ashes. At the same time, a huge crack of hundreds of miles was instantly torn open in the ruins of the old Naga Empire. However, the entire irregular structure, because of this release of energy, finally returned to a relatively stable state. Of course, if this continued, the entire irregular structure of the ruins would be completely destroyed, because this kind of energy, this kind of instability would continue until the day it self-destructed. Queen Poisa looked at the beautiful woman who was as beautiful as the sun in the sky. This was Dugashwang, the Naga Dugashwang, who had completely transformed. Really, really beautiful. This kind of beauty surpassed that of the Queen Devil Queen and the Mermaid Queen. Without a doubt, she had directly occupied the top of the pyramid of beauties in this world and had unquestionably become the #1 beauty in the world. Perhaps there was someone who could stand on the same level as her, and that would be Queen Medusa of Naga. But now, whether it was Poisa, the Devil Queen, or anyone else, they had to succumb to the beauty of their beloved Naga Dugashwang. Although Poisa had given birth to her, she had never treated Naga as her own daughter. Of course, Naga would never treat Poisa as her mother. The two of them were completely silent. After a long time, Nagashwang said, "How are we going to return to the human countries? My husband needs me very much." Queen Poisa said, "There is an energy passage that directly connects the ancient Sea Serpent Empire and the Naga Empire. The crystal ball that opens the passage to come is in the palace of the Sea Serpent Empire. The crystal ball that opens the passage to return should also be in the palace of the Naga Empire." Nagashwang nodded and said, "Then let's go find it." "Okay," Queen Poisa said. Then Nagashwang let go of Queen Poisa, and the two of them quickly rushed down the irregular structure of the old Naga Empire ruins to find the crystal ball that opened the energy passage back to the Sea Serpent Empire. The scene returned to when Yang Dingtian led everyone into the torn space. After Dongli was pulled out of the space ring, he was still groggy. Then he was thrown through the space door and into the torn space. Then he woke up. He found that Yang Dingtian was not around, only a group of dark dragons. Suddenly he had no time to think. His first instinct was to run away, frantically. At this time, Vulture jumped into the torn space. "Dongli, where do you think you're going?" Vulture said angrily, and then chased after him like lightning. At this time, Dongli's cultivation was not as good as Vulture's. In the blink of an eye it had caught up. Before he could say anything, the fatal pain happened again. That was because Spirit Vulture's leather boots had kicked him in his weakest spot. Bang! The fatal, hellish, nightmarish pain came again. Dongli's whole body curled up. His eggs were broken again. Soon, under the energy of the evil spirit, the broken eggs were restored again. Then the Spirit Vulture kicked him again. Ah! There was an earth-shattering scream and a hellish pain. His eggs were broken again. At this time, Dongli really regretted it. If he had known, he would have been better off being a eunuch. He would not have had to let the evil spirit help him completely restore his manhood. Otherwise, he would not have had to suffer such terrible pain. The pain of having his eggs broken 100 times was really more terrible than death. Moreover, he completely believed that his thing would not be used in the future. Of course, it was not because it was broken by the kick, but because it was completely psychological. As long as he thought of that, the fatal pain would still come even though he was not kicked. Therefore, his thing would not be hard for the rest of his life. Although he was not castrated, he had really been castrated in his heart and spirit. When Yang Dingtian jumped into the torn space, he just happened to see this tragic scene. Vulture broke Dongli's eggs again and again. Yang Dingtian summoned Neru from the space ring. She did not look at Dongli. At this time, she was curled up on a huge rock and kept twitching. She had no intention of escaping. Vulture could not help but look back. I asked her father to enter my space ring and bring him over. He is not willing. Yang Dingtian, moreover, he can't come over. Everything about him is completely in the hands of the Dishibian. Vulture's beautiful eyes suddenly trembled, and she could not help but want to cry. If it was before, she would not be worried because she really did not have any feelings for Willingzi. But now, Willingzi had really begun to protect her as a father. Will he die? Vulture asked. Yang Dingtian shook his head and said no. Instantly, Vulture relaxed. As long as he did not die, it was fine. Moreover, Yang Dingtian said that he would not die, so he definitely would not die. Soon, Vulture threw this matter to the back of her mind and became happy again. After all, she had already escaped from the demon's den and was about to return to the human countries. She would be second only to one person and above hundreds of millions of people. Yang Dingtian stepped forward and directly threw Dongli into his space ring. Then, he led everyone to the west of the torn space. Sure enough, as Prince Li Ming expected, because they were worried that Cloud Sky City would be attacked, Neru and Yang Dingtian's soul swords left the torn space and flew towards Cloud Sky City. As for Yang Dingtian, he would turn around in the torn space and then randomly choose a direction to leave and return to the human countries. This would eliminate the possibility of being intercepted by evil ways. Of course, at this time, evil ways would not send people to intercept them. Queen Devil Queen and the others had already returned to the Empire of Darkness. The next day, Yang Dingtian led everyone back to Cloud Sky City. This operation could be said to be a real victory. Before returning to Cloud Sky City, Vulture was still thinking about how to be awe-inspiring. But when they were about to arrive, her heart was filled with uneasiness, because she used to be the enemy of the Council of Light. Moreover, after becoming sure of Vulture in the Empire of Darkness, although she was loyal to Yang Dingtian because she was afraid of death, she had always been working for evil ways. She could definitely be considered as helping the evildoers do evil, but she did not make any contributions. In the end, she realized that she was completely overthinking. Whether it was Qin Wanqiu or Dongfang Minmi, their attitude towards her was very good, especially Qin Wanqiu, who even bowed and called her madam. Qin Huaiyu only joked about her. Song Lihua's attitude was even better. Only Song Chuanhua's attitude towards her was not cold or warm. Therefore, Vulture decided that from now on, her main target would be Song Chanhua. Anyway, she used to call her sister, so there was nothing wrong with pleasing her now. Without mentioning Vulture's thoughts, everyone in the Council of Light heaved a sigh of relief when she was able to return. Although she had not been able to fully display her abilities, Vulture, as a heaven spiritualist, was really too heaven-defying. It could be said that she was the key core of both doomsday battles. In the meeting room of Cloud Sky City, there was only one topic discussed. What would evil ways do next? What should the Council of Light do next? After the first and second doomsday battles failed, it was impossible for Operation Viper to start a war. Then, the only thing evil ways could do was to seize the door to the human countries and open up a path to Little Western Paradise. However, with the current strength of evil ways, it was indeed impossible for them to seize back the door to the human countries. Unless, however, Prince Li Ming was so infatuated with Mu Dan that he would definitely not do that. Therefore, Yang Dingtian was faced with two choices. The first choice was to find Nagashwang. The second choice was to solve the problem of Little Western Paradise and completely eliminate any worries. This choice was not easy to make, because Yang Dingtian really did not know what the evil ways would do. Would they seize the door to the human countries by any means? Or would they lay low and wait for the Demon King Wintian's return? Prince Li Ming locked himself in his room for a few days and nights. He did not eat, drink, see anyone, or say anything. Of course, he was not reflecting, nor was he in pain. He was just making a choice. This choice would determine the fate of the person he loved the most. Would he do nothing here and wait for the Demon King Wintian's return? Or would he take the first-class evil spirit from Dongfang Bingling and give it to Wolingzi? In that case, his side would have one more powerful saint-level warrior, and Dongfang Bingling would be liberated, which meant that he would lose Dongfang Bingling forever. Chapter 1036. After a full 5 days and 5 nights, Prince Li Ming walked out and said to Queen Devil Queen, "I've already confirmed it." Queen Devil Queen's face twitched. "Are you sure you want to do this? You know that if you do this, you'll lose Bingling forever." Prince Li Ming said, "Actually, she'll never belong to me." Queen Devil Queen said, Actually, we can do nothing. When His Majesty Demon King returns, everything will be resolved. With His Majesty Demon King's strength, he can easily eliminate all of Yang Dingtian's strength. There's no need for Little Western Paradise." Prince Li Ming said slowly, "Your Majesty, Devil Queen, actually, this is already my last battle. If I don't do anything, then I'll become a complete waste. Moreover, I won't be a waste like Wu Yuming, but a waste like Dongli. My existence won't have any meaning." Queen Devil Queen fell into silence. Prince Li Ming was right. If they had to wait for the Demon King Wentian to come and deal with Yang Dingtian, then whether it was Prince Li Ming or Queen Devil Queen, they would all lose their meaning. There was no meaning in living. For some people it was nothing, but for some people it was better to die. Prince Li Ming said slowly, "The first person to deal with Yang Dingtian was my lackey Ning Wuming. He lost. Then Wu Yuming. Then Wu Yuming also lost. Then Dongli also lost. Devil Queen, you also lost. And I, too, lost just now." He took a deep breath and said, "So, this is my last battle with Yang Dingtian. If I lose, then I will have to hand everything over to His Majesty the Demon King. But at least I fought hard. If I stay here and do nothing, then I can't find any reason to live." In the end, Prince Li Ming laughed bitterly and said, "Wu Yuming chose to perish together with the dark matter partly because of her repentance. On the other hand, they couldn't find the meaning of living and couldn't find a reason to live. If I stay here and do nothing, I might as well disappear from this world like him." After hearing Li Ming's words, Queen Devil Queen didn't say anything and directly stepped aside. Prince Li Ming walked into Princess Mu Dan's room. At this time, Princess Mu Dan was sitting quietly motionless. Prince Li Ming stepped forward and sat across from her. "Bingling, I know that all these years you haven't stopped fighting," Prince Li Ming said. As soon as these words came out, Princess Mu Dan's expression changed slightly, and her eyes revealed a light that belonged to Dongfang Bingling. Prince Li Ming said, "After you were poisoned by a first-class evil spirit, I always thought that you would never be able to get rid of it. Yang Dingtian kept saying that he wanted to liberate you, that he wanted to save you. Of course, he was as weak as an ant. I really didn't care about his words at all. In the end," Prince Li Ming said bitterly, "in the end he really did it. In fact, he didn't even make a move and forced me to liberate your will. This is really an ironic thing. This should be considered a different kind of army that subdued the enemy without fighting. Yang Dingtian was tens of thousands of miles away, and he was able to liberate your will and soul. How amazing is that?" As soon as these words came out, Princess Mu Dan's expression changed drastically. Her soul was actually going to be liberated. For a few years, Dongfang Bingling had never given in. But it was completely impossible to defeat a first-class evil spirit and regain control of the body. Therefore, although she was very strong, she did think that one day Yang Dingtian could destroy a first-class evil spirit and save her soul and will. Prince Li Ming said, "If I take away the first-class evil spirit in your body, will you commit suicide?" Dongfang Bingling shook her head. Prince Li Ming said, "But I will imprison you." Dongfang Bingling nodded. Prince Li Ming took a deep breath, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't say anything. Some feelings and such were meaningless to say. Prince Li Ming said, "Well, you get ready. I will let the Devil Queen take away the first-class evil spirit in your body." Dongfang Bingling's beautiful eyes flashed with an incomparably bright light. However, at this moment, Devil Queen suddenly walked in and said to Prince Li Ming, "Come out." Prince Li Ming was taken aback and couldn't help but walk out. Devil Queen said, "Don't take away the first-class evil spirit in Bingling's body." Prince Li Ming was taken aback. He didn't know why Devil Queen suddenly changed. He thought for a while and said, "Thank you, Devil Queen, for your pity, but for the sake of the overall situation, personal feelings are not worth mentioning." Devil Queen said, "You are confused because you are concerned. In fact, there is another way." Prince Li Ming was stunned. Devil Queen said, "Propose a deal to Yang Dingtian and exchange Dongli back from his hands." When these words came out, Prince Li Ming trembled and said, You mean use Mu Dan to exchange for Dongli?" Devil Queen nodded and said yes. As long as the first-class evil spirit is in Mu Dan's body, then even if Yang Dingtian obtains Mu Dan, he can only imprison her in the energy prison. Not only can he not use her, but he also has to worry about Mu Dan causing trouble at all times. So, when the time comes, Yang Dingtian can't use her, he can't kill her. Instead, he has to use every possible means and be on tenterhooks. There will be at least 2 or 3 sage-level powerhouses watching over Mu Dan. When these words came out, Prince Li Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. That's right, it was true. Even if Mu Dan was given to Yang Dingtian, it would still be of no use. Instead, it would restrict Yang Dingtian's power and bury a nail in his heart at all times. As long as the first-class evil spirit was there, Mu Dan would always belong to the evil ways. But Dongli was different. Vulture had been rescued, and Dongli was of no use to Yang Dingtian. He would throw Dongli into the dark matter at all times and directly devour Dongli. If Dongli was exchanged back, not only would he get back the first-class evil spirit, but he would also get back the vital void fire. This deal was really worth it. Of course, if Yang Dingtian was a villain, Mu Dan would definitely lose her chastity after being in his hands. But who asked Yang Dingtian to be a gentleman? On this point, Prince Li Ming was 100% assured. Let's go to Cloud Sky City immediately and negotiate with Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian's meeting was still ongoing, and he still had not made a choice. Should he go to the Little Western Paradise or go to the Naga Duga Shuang? Because he really could not figure out the attitude of the evil ways. Was Prince Li Ming willing to lose Dongfang Bingling forever and transfer the first-class evil spirit to Lingzi and gain a powerful immortal saint-level powerhouse from then on? In Yang Dingtian's heart, Prince Li Ming was a very complicated person. He was very, very infatuated, but also very, very snobbish and realistic. In the end, everyone was inclined to believe that Prince Li Ming would use any means to fight for the door to the human kingdom. And at this time, Jiao Liao came to report that Prince Li Ming and the other 2 had come to visit again. Yang Dingtian was stunned. At this time, there was nothing to talk about, so why did they come to visit again? But he still had to go and see what Prince Li Ming was planning. After a while, Yang Dingtian led Neru and Mu Dan to the pavilion in the land of chaos again. When Yang Dingtian arrived, Prince Li Ming and the other 2 were already sitting there. This was the third negotiation between the two sides. After Yang Dingtian entered the pavilion, he sat down directly and looked at Prince Li Ming, waiting for him to speak. "Sect Master Yang, this is our third negotiation," Crown Prince Li Ming said with a smile. "However, the first two negotiations ended on bad terms, and I suffered a crushing defeat. I hope that the third negotiation will go smoothly." Yang Dingtian nodded and did not speak. He was not in the mood to show off with Prince Li Ming. Prince Li Ming took out a red wedding invitation. Yang Dingtian's face twitched. Last time, Prince Li Ming sent a wedding invitation, and Yang Dingtian became a prisoner of the Empire of Darkness. If not for the Naga Dugashuang, Yang Dingtian would have become a walking corpse, a tool of evil ways. Prince Li Ming said, "Things haven't been going well recently, so in order to make it more festive, Mu Dan and I will postpone our wedding and hold it tonight." Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's pupil shrank. Prince Li Ming sighed softly and said, "I know that Lord Yang will not attend my wedding, but it's reasonable for me to send an invitation." Yang Dingtian's face twitched and said, "What do you want to say? What do you want to trade? Speak." Prince Li Ming said with a serious face, "Dongfang Bingling, trade for Dongli." Yang Dingtian was shocked when he heard this. He had never thought of making such a deal before. He thought that Prince Li Ming would release Dongfang Bingling's soul and transfer the first-class evil spirit to Wolingzi in order to have another saint-level expert. Even if Bingling regained her consciousness, she would still be in Li Ming's hands. Now, he did not expect Prince Li Ming to propose a trade to give Princess Mu Dan to Yang Dingtian. At first, Yang Dingtian's eyes were filled with excitement. This was a completely instinctive reaction. For several years, since the incident of the Yin-Yang mirror, he wanted to save Dongfang Bingling every day. Now, Prince Li Ming was taking the initiative to come to him, and his expression was caught by Prince Li Ming at the first moment. He could not help but feel happy, but then Yang Dingtian's heart immediately understood. The real saving of Bingling was to release her soul and will. Otherwise, it would only be Mu Dan in evil ways. Not only would that be useless, but he would also have to be vigilant at all times. She would harm the Council of Light. Prince Li Ming said, "I know that Lord Yang is deeply in love with Miss Bingling, and I am willing to fulfill your wish. But if Sect Master Yang's feelings for her are fake, then why don't you fulfill my wish and let me marry her tonight and consummate our marriage?" This despicable prince of evil ways had already revealed his most disgusting and ugly side. Either he would hand over Dongli and let the evil ways have the void splitting fire again, adding a powerful saint-level expert, or Dongfang Bingling would lose her chastity, and the moment she lost her chastity would probably be the moment her soul was destroyed. At that time, Dongfang Bingling's soul would really die forever. Chapter 1037. This choice was something that Yang Dingtian couldn't make. If he chose to preserve Bingling's chastity, it would harm the interests of the Council of Light. On the other hand, Dongfang Bingling would completely disappear from this world. Yang Dingtian looked at Prince Li Ming in front of him. At this moment, he had never hated someone as much as he did now. It was this person in front of him who, again and again, did despicable things to a woman's chastity. The reason for his shamelessness was enough to make one's hair stand on end. Taking a deep breath, Yang Dingtian said to the Queen Devil Queen, "Nihility Piaoling, Dongfang Bingling is your disciple, and you are as close as mother and daughter. You clearly know that once she is defiled, she will choose to destroy herself. Are you going to watch as Bingling completely disappears?" The Queen Devil Queen's beautiful eyes trembled slightly, and then she slowly said, "Evil ways are now decided by Prince Li Ming." Prince Li Ming smiled and said, "Yang Dingtian, it's useless to say more. I think you should hurry up and make a decision. There's not much time left, probably only a few hours. When the time comes tonight, Mu Dan and I will consummate our marriage. Yang Dingtian suddenly clenched his fist. His nails had been trimmed very short, but they still pierced his palm and bled. Then he slowly closed his eyes. His whole body seemed to have become a bomb that was about to explode. His anger made his whole body feel like it was about to explode and tear apart the thief in front of him. Seeing this scene, Prince Li Ming had an indescribable satisfaction in his heart. You, Yang Dingtian, are very powerful, but in terms of methods and intelligence, you are still crushed by me. At this time, I have forced you into a desperate situation. For a full quarter of an hour, Yang Dingtian did not speak. A quarter of an hour later, he opened his eyes and said, Li Ming, I don't have the final say in this matter. I have to discuss it with Master. His master was, of course, Dongfang Minmi, because Dongfang Bingling was his daughter. Of course. Prince Li Ming said, however, it's best to hurry up. According to your unit of time, we're going to have our wedding night tonight at 8 o'clock. Then Prince Li Ming's face turned ferocious as he said, even if you destroy the entire Empire of Darkness, you won't be able to stop our wedding night. Yang Dingtian nodded and said, I understand. I will definitely give you an answer before 5 o'clock this evening. With that, Yang Dingtian brought Neru and Violets back to Cloud Sky City. Queen Devil Queen asked Li Ming, do you think he will agree? Prince Li Ming sneered and said, don't worry, he will. This person's hypocrisy is already deeply ingrained in his bones. It can't be changed. Then, Prince Li Ming looked down at the ground. There were many drops of blood. He could still see Yang Dingtian's anger. When Yang Dingtian returned to Cloud Sky City, he immediately told his master, Dongfang Minmi, about this matter. His master's body trembled, and he staggered. Then he immediately closed his eyes, because his vision suddenly blurred and his entire head was dizzy. It was as if his entire soul was about to leave this body. After a long time, his master, Dongfang Minmi, finally came back to his senses. Then he said to Yang Dingtian, Child, I know you have already made a decision in your heart and won't be influenced by anyone. However, I have my own opinion. Please speak, Yang Dingtian said. Dongfang Minmi said, My opinion is to give up on Dongfang Bingling. After Dongfang Minmi finished speaking, he didn't give a reason. He didn't need to give a reason. Moreover, he already owed this daughter of his to the extreme. When she was very young, Dongfang Minmi left Dongfang Bingling in order to find the truth of the world, causing her to be bullied. And now, after he returned, he had to give up on his daughter before he even met her. After a long silence, Dongfang Minmi said, Child, what's your decision? Dongfang Minmi could certainly put righteousness before family, but he couldn't make a decision from Yang Dingtian's standpoint. Whether it was sacrificing the interests of the Council of Light or giving up on Dongfang Bingling, neither was a choice that Yang Dingtian could make. Yang Dingtian looked in the direction of the Empire of Darkness in the distance and said slowly, Master, I won't give up on Bingling. Suddenly, Dongfang Minmi frowned. If he didn't give up on Dongfang Bingling, it meant that he had to hand over Dongli, which meant that he had to harm the interests of the Council of Light. Yang Dingtian continued, However, I will never compromise and will not harm the interests of the Council of Light. Dongfang Minmi's expression changed. He didn't know what Yang Dingtian would do to not harm the interests of the Council of Light and Dongfang Bingling. There was no such way at all. There could only be one choice. After speaking, Yang Dingtian quickly flew in the direction of the yin-yang mirror. In less than 2 hours, Yang Dingtian flew to the end of the yin-yang mirror. Then he opened a space door and jumped into the torn space. After entering the torn space, Yang Dingtian flew to the connection between the torn space and the dark matter at the fastest speed. In front of him was a sharp, dark matter. Yang Dingtian pulled Dongli out of the space ring and looked at him silently. Dongli woke up again and saw Yang Dingtian's serious face, which he had never seen before. He couldn't help but be shocked and said, You, what do you want to do? What do you want to ask me? I said, Don't think that I will betray the Temple of Annihilation. Yang Dingtian didn't speak for a long time. Then his expression softened and his voice became gentler. He said, Dongli, what do you want to say in the end? As soon as he said this, Dongli's expression changed and he said, what do you mean by this? Don't think that you can scare me, I won't say anything. Yang Dingtian, although you and I were enemies before, hatred and enmity are meaningless now. If you have any last wishes, just say it. If I can do it, I will do it for you. Suddenly, blood drained from his face and he said, don't think that you can scare me. What tricks do you have? At this time, Dongli no longer had the aura of the young master of the evil ways. He was completely scared out of his wits. If you don't have any last wishes, then forget it, Yang Dingtian said. Then he took out the essence of the eye gem and melted a huge hole in the dark matter. Then he squirted Dongli into it. Ah! Dongli suddenly screamed and said in horror, Stop! What do you want to ask? I'll say it, stop! Yang Dingtian. Dongli, I really don't have anything to ask. Prince Li Ming forced me to return you to the evil ways in exchange for Princess Mudan. If I don't agree, he will sully Dongfang Bingling's innocence, so I can only destroy you. As soon as he said this, Dongli's face trembled and he said in disbelief, Li Ming is actually willing to hand over Dongfang Bingling for me? He was suddenly valued, and he had a feeling of disbelief. Yang Dingtian, you think too much. The reason why he wants to exchange you is because he wants the first-class evil spirit in your body. Now, Wulingzi has broken through to the saint level, but he is not controlled by the evil ways. So, they want to use your first-class evil spirit to suppress Wulingzi's will. In this way, they will have one more saint-level expert. You have been completely abandoned. As soon as these words came out, Dongli's face instantly distorted. Don't even think about it. Dongli roared, no one can take away my first-class evil spirit. Why don't you let Princess Mudan hand it over? I am the young master of the Temple of Annihilation. I am on equal footing with Prince Li Ming. I am also the adopted son of the Demon King. Why? Suddenly, Dongli completely entered a state of madness, as if he was going crazy. To have his first-class evil spirit taken away was undoubtedly the biggest blow to Dongli, and it was the most complete humiliation. Yang Dingtian, okay, now that I've explained everything to you, what do you want to tell me? Dongli couldn't help but wake up from his madness, and then gradually calm down, because the current situation was even more terrible. Yang Dingtian wanted his life. After a while, Dongli slowly said, Yang Dingtian, if you want to say that I'm dead now, it's nothing. That's because there's not much point in me living now. Except for the void splitting fire on me, I have no value anymore. That's right. Dongli's position in the evil ways was already very unbearable. Not to mention, he had become Yang Dingtian's captive. Dong, Li continued, if you hadn't told me about this before, I wouldn't have cared if I died. But now, I'm not reconciled. I'm really not reconciled. Dongli looked above the torn space and said, What right does Li Ming have to treat me like this? I'm also the young master. My first-class evil spirit is right and proper. Why should I give it away? Where does this put me? He's trampling on my dignity. Taking a deep breath, Dongli said, Yang Dingtian, I'm just making a suggestion. Whether you agree or not, it's up to you. Yang Dingtian, say it. Dongli said, If you're willing, I want to be loyal to you. I'll give up a first-class evil spirit, and I want a second-class evil spirit. One day, they will need my void-splitting fire. At that time, it will be the time for me to deal a fatal blow. It will be the time for me to take revenge. It will be the time for me to perish together with these people. Yang Dingtian's eyes suddenly jumped. Dongli said, Yang Dingtian, you can't kill Li Ming. You can't kill the Devil Queen. because the evil spirit energy is too strong, but no matter how strong it is, it can't escape the abyss border. One day, they will cross the abyss border. At that time, it will be their time of death. If you can't kill them, I'll help you kill them. Yang Dingtian's heart shook violently, then slowly said, "Didn't you say that you won't betray the evil ways?" Dong Li shook her head and said, "I'm worthless in the evil Tao. What's there to betray? Oh yes, because evil ways are all I have. First-class evil spirits are all I have. Of course I won't betray them. But now they want to take away my only first-class evil spirit. Then what's the value of my loyalty?" After that, Dong Li slowly knelt in front of Yang Dingtian and said, "Either let me be loyal to you or kill me." Then Dong Li knelt, motionless, waiting for Yang Dingtian's choice. Chapter 1038. At this time, what should Yang Dingtian choose? There was no doubt that Dong Li's loyalty was not guaranteed. Not to mention a contract, there was not even an oath. Even if Dong Li immediately turned hostile after returning, Yang Dingtian could not do anything. However, he had to make a choice. Either kill Dong Li, or take him to exchange for Princess Peony. Then, the two people in the torn space fell into deep silence. A few hours later, the sky was almost dark, and it was very close to 5 o'clock in the evening. Yang Dingtian came to this familiar pavilion again. Prince Li Ming and the other two were still here. Crown Prince Li Ming revealed a complacent smile when he saw Yang Dingtian's return, because Yang Dingtian's arrival meant that he agreed to the exchange. He won as expected. In terms of wisdom and means, he still crushed Yang Dingtian. "You've thought it through." "Very good, then hand him over," Prince Li Ming said. "I know that you've been hiding Dong Li in your space ring." Yang Dingtian stared at Prince Li Ming and said, "I don't intend to hand over Dong Li." As soon as these words came out, Prince Li Ming's expression changed. Then he laughed and said, Good, good, good. Since sect Yang Dingtian wants to help me and Bingling, then I won't be polite. We'll go back to the bridal chamber tonight. Are you sure you don't want to drink a cup of wine?" Yang Dingtian, "It's not that I don't want to hand Dong Li over to you, but because it is already dead." As soon as these words came out, Prince Li Ming's expression changed suddenly, and then he said coldly, "Yang Dingtian, are you tricking me?" Yang Dingtian, at the junction of the torn space and the Empire of Darkness, there is a dark matter. If you melt the dark matter there, you will see it. When you proposed the deal this morning, I never thought of agreeing to it. I just wanted to push things to the extreme. Now that Dong Li is dead, I can't take it out. You have nothing to threaten me with. Immediately, Prince Li Ming's body began to tremble. Then he said coldly, "Aren't you afraid that I'll sully Dongfang Bingling's innocence?" Yang Dingtian said coldly, "Now, no matter what you do, I can't hand over Dong Li. It's useless to be afraid. I can't give you the bargaining chip you want." Prince Li Ming immediately spat out another mouthful of blood. Originally, he thought that he would definitely win this confrontation with Yang Dingtian, but he did not expect that Yang Dingtian would be so decisive and directly kill Dong Li. Even if he humiliated Dongfang Bingling 100 times, what use would it be? He could only vent his anger. Yang Dingtian was really amazing, really amazing. As for whether Yang Dingtian would lie, that was impossible. Dong Li was almost useless to Yang Dingtian. Moreover, he had the void splitting fire. Yang Dingtian could not wait to destroy Dong Li. Therefore, in this confrontation, Yang Dingtian made the most ruthless and smart choice. Prince Li Ming stared at Yang Dingtian and said slowly, "Yang Dingtian, I hope you won't regret it in the future." Yang Dingtian, when did Your Excellency Prince Li Ming learn to threaten people? Suddenly, Li Ming's heart suddenly felt stifled. Yes, Prince Li Ming, would always do things without saying anything. Now he could only threaten people. This was the behavior of the most incompetent person. Suddenly, Li Ming did not say a word. He directly turned around and left with the Queen Devil Queen and the other two. Remember, Dongli was buried by the dark matter at the junction of the torn space. Remember to go and take a look. Maybe it's not too late to save him now. Yang Dingtian said loudly. Prince Li Ming and the other two did not say anything and directly flew away. After returning to the Empire of Darkness, Prince Li Ming once again came to Princess Mu Dan's room. Today, I went to find Yang Dingtian to make a deal and exchange you for Dongli. Prince Li Ming said, in this way, the first-class evil spirit would still be with you, and Dongli's first-class evil spirit would be given to Wulingzi. This was the best situation, but we failed. Princess Mu Dan's beautiful eyes trembled. Prince Li Ming said, Yang Dingtian directly killed Dongli and threw him into the dark matter, directly cutting off all the escape routes. Tell me, what should I do? Princess Mu Dan said, you want to sleep with Dongfang Bingling to take revenge on Yang Dingtian and vent your anger, right? Prince Li Ming nodded and said, yes. Princess Mu Dan said, in that way, Dongfang Bingling will die. If you don't care, then it doesn't matter. Prince Li Ming's face twitched. Dongfang Bingling's death meant that after the first-class evil spirit was extracted, even if it was given to the second-class evil spirit, her soul would completely collapse. In other words, this body would become a walking corpse. Was he willing to do this? In order to take revenge on Yang Dingtian, of course, he couldn't wait to do so. However, Dongfang Bingling was his dream lover after all, and he had always loved Dongfang Bingling, not Princess Mu Dan. Princess Mu Dan said, moreover, at the critical moment, Dongfang Bingling will be a very important hostage. If her soul collapses, then it's hard to say. Princess Mu Dan's attitude was very calm. She was just a product of the soul under the suppression of the evil spirit, not Prince Li Ming, with anger and unwillingness. Taking a deep breath, Prince Li Ming nodded and said, I understand. Then he walked out and gave up the idea of humiliating Dongfang Bingling. Then he came to the Devil Queen and sat down in front of her, falling into deep depression. Most of the time, his face was full of sarcasm and cynicism, but at this time, he couldn't hide the depression in his heart. Devil Empress, why is it that every time we clashed with Yang Dingtian in the dark, we were always victorious? On the other hand, Yang Dingtian was suffering setbacks everywhere. He was like a headless fly as he bumped into everything. And when we fight directly, it's our turn to lose. Prince Li Ming asked. Devil Queen shook her head and said, maybe we are born to hide in the dark. The evil Tao is suitable for scheming and plotting. Once we fight, we become not so good at it. Prince Li Ming closed his eyes in pain and said, losing to Yang Dingtian, I really can't accept it. Devil Queen said, Yongxi has been integrating Little Western Paradise for a few years. With his methods and allies, it should be almost done. As long as we take back the gate of the human kingdom, we can instantly reverse the situation. Prince Li Ming nodded. Devil Queen said, I really don't know. Where did the Demon King Wen Tian go? Did he find Naga? Prince Li Ming didn't answer, but said, there's no time to lose. Now, go and take out Mu Dan's first-class evil spirit. Devil Queen nodded and said, do you want to take a look at the dark matter at the boundary of the spatial tear? Prince Li Ming said, do you think Yang Dingtian would lie about this? Devil Queen shook her head and then went directly into Dongfang Bingling's room. Little Ling, I only have half of the primeval evil spirit tree now, so it will take a lot of time to take out your first-class evil spirit. Devil Queen said, you are my disciple and can even be considered my daughter. If you are not willing to hand over the first-class evil spirit, I will go and refuse Li Ming. Dongfang Bingling said slowly, I can't ask for more. Then Devil Queen took out the remaining half of the evil spirit tree from her body. There were two faces in her half. One was Dongfang Bingling, the other was Dongli, and the other half was Prince Li Ming. Prince Li Ming had the most important first-class evil spirit, so he was in the middle. The other group, which was originally in the Demon King Wentian, was now in Naga Dugu Shui's body. Devil Queen began to operate her cultivation method and gradually took back a branch from the half of the evil spirit tree. Dongfang Bingling's beautiful face on the branch gradually dimmed and finally disappeared completely, turning into an ownerless branch. Then the Devil Empress, dead concubine, carefully placed the primordial evil spirit into Dongfang Bingling's body. Little by little, thread by thread, the first-class evil spirit's energy was stripped from Dongfang Bingling's body. The whole process was indeed very, very slow. First, it was stripped from the sea of qi, then from the legs, arms, and then the first-class evil spirit in the heart. Finally, it was the removal of the first-class evil spirit in the brain. This process was even slower. It was done completely one thread at a time. After a few hours, the Devil Queen's death concubine finally removed all the first-grade evil spirits from Dongfang Bingling's body. The moment it was removed, Dongfang Bingling directly collapsed to the ground. She was still a semi-saint expert, and her cultivation would not disappear. However, her body had already turned into ashes many times. After the evil spirit left, her entire body could no longer withstand the damage from the past and directly collapsed. However, her beautiful eyes were bright, as if burning ice fire, because she was free. "I'll get you the second-class evil spirit immediately," Devil Queen said. Dongfang Bingling said, "I don't want the evil spirit in Wulingzi's body. Give me a woman's second-class evil spirit." At this time, Dongfang Bingling had completely recovered the voice of Ice Lingao, but there was still no expression on her face. Devil Queen was stunned, then nodded and agreed. "Okay." 3 hours later, the second-class evil spirit of the mistress of the Shang Palace of the Demon City was injected into Dongfang Bingling's body, and the first-class evil spirit was completely injected into Wulingzi's body. Under Dishi Bian's control, Wulingzi had no resistance at all. He could only allow the first-grade evil spirit to enter his body. From now on, the Temple of Annihilation of the Evil Ways had another saint-level expert. The number of saint-level experts on both sides was once again 3 to 3. However, because of the uniqueness of Dishi Bian and Wulingzi, and because the evil spirit could not be killed or injured, the strength of the 3 saint-level experts of the evil ways surpassed that of the Council of Light. Directly using force to fight for the gate of the human kingdom was about to begin. Chapter 1039. After leaving the negotiation place with Prince Li Ming, Yang Dingtian did not return to Cloud Sky City directly. Instead, he flew to the Yin-Yang Mirror again. From the Yin-Yang Mirror, he opened the space door and jumped into the torn space. Then, after flying for tens of thousands of miles, he opened the space door and jumped into Mount Buzhou. Once again, he entered the Little Western Paradise's High Priest Association. After rejecting Prince Li Ming's request, he was sure that Prince Li Ming would definitely remove the first-grade evil spirit from Princess Mu Dan's body and place it in Wulingzi's body in order to seize the gate of the human kingdom and open the Little Western Paradise. This way, the evil ways would have 3 saint-leveled experts, surpassing Yang Dingtian's side in terms of strength. When that time came, the battle for the gate of the human kingdom would be a battle to the death. Yang Dingtian and the Mermaid Queen Violets had deduced that 3 saint-leveled experts would fight against 3 saint-leveled experts, and Yang Dingtian's soul sword would fight against the Devil Queen's soul sword. Yang Dingtian's side would still lose. Even the Mermaid Queen and Wu Yu's lives would be in danger. This was because the saint-leveled experts of the evil ways were immortal and indestructible. Therefore, it was very easy to win this battle. As long as Yang Dingtian's side had 1 or 2 more saint-leveled experts, it would be enough. Therefore, Yang Dingtian once again went to the Little Western Paradise Association to ask for help. In this world, the place with the most saint-leveled experts was undoubtedly the High Priest Association in Mount Buzhou. Yang Dingtian used the token and entered the High Priest Association once again. The main hall was still empty. Yang Dingtian went directly to the Demon Fox High Priest's room and gently knocked on the door. Yang Dingtian. The Demon Fox's voice sounded from inside. Yes. The Demon Fox said, "Come in." Yang Dingtian pushed the door open and entered. The situation inside was exactly the same as what he had imagined. The Demon Fox High Priest was still completely naked. In a very bizarre way, he placed his legs on the bed while his body lay on the ground. There was still a glass of wine beside her, and she was still holding a light novel in her hand. There were all kinds of light novels around her, and he really didn't know how many she had read during this period of time. Her days were truly carefree and unfettered. Even when she saw Yang Dingtian enter, she did not get up. She continued to read her book, and her small mouth gently sucked in a breath. Immediately, the wine turned into a stream of water and entered her small mouth. Are you free?" Yang Dingtian asked. The Demon Fox High Priest said, "Can't you see that I'm so bored that I'm about to grow fur all over my body?" Yang Dingtian asked, "Then, do you have any new research projects recently?" "No." The Fox Demon High Priest said, "I want to play for at least 10 or 20 years before I consider new projects." Yang Dingtian, "Then is there a saying that the High Priest Association is not allowed to go out?" "No." The Fox Demon High Priest said, "Only outsiders are not allowed to enter. There are no restrictions on the association members at all." Yang Dingtian, "Then can I ask for your help?" "Sure, say it." The Fox Demon High Priest said, "Please follow me to the human countries. Evil ways want to fight for the door to the human countries. Yang Dingtian, they have 3 saint-level experts. Because of the evil spirit attribute on their bodies, they are completely immortal and indestructible. Even though we have 3 saint-level experts on our side, we are not their match." "Okay, I'll go with you." The Fox Demon High Priest directly stood up and threw the light novel in her hand to the side. Although these days were carefree, it was indeed extremely boring. Yang Dingtian, "Actually, if you can avoid fighting, it's best not to. Because once the battle starts, I'm afraid that there will be casualties." The Fox Demon High Priest nodded and then said, "What clothes do I need to wear?" Yang Dingtian, "Maybe you need the clothes of the Mermaid Clan or the Sea Serpent Clan on the ship, and then put on a mask." "No problem." The Fox Demon High Priest was very excited. She directly started to rummage through the cabinets and boxes to search. She really had a lot of clothes. There were simply too many to count. In the end, she really found a set of clothes of the Sea Serpent Clan and a black poisonous snake mask. As she wore it, she said, "When I was young, I liked to participate in all kinds of balls. One of the most popular balls was the disguise ball. I had all kinds of clothes." Her figure was really too devilish. It did not look like a human's at all. After wearing the tight-fitting clothes of the Sea Serpent Clan on the ship, the devilish curves that were about to explode made Yang Dingtian's breathing a little heavy. Seeing Yang Dingtian's reaction, the Fox Demon High Priest instantly smiled proudly. Then she took out a black cloak and covered the devilish body. Then she put on a black poisonous snake mask. Then she packed up some miscellaneous things and directly left the room. "Do you want to inform the leader or fire dance?" Yang Dingtian asked. "No need," the Fox Demon High Priest said. However, she did not directly go out. Instead, she made a few turns and came in front of a stone room. She was about to ring the meditation bell. "Who is the person inside?" Yang Dingtian asked. "It's not good for you to wake him up like this." "A person that I have a crush on," the Fox Demon High Priest said. "He has a very bad temper. No one can disturb his meditation. I am an exception." Yang Dingtian said, You're going to bring him along?" "Yes." The Fox Demon High Priest said, "I feel that one more saint-level expert will be able to better prevent thoughts of evil ways." Yang Dingtian was instantly incomparably grateful. Then he said uneasily, Do you like him? No, the fox demon high priest said. Yang Dingtian said, Then, will this make you owe him a favor? Will he make any requests? The fox demon high priest said, When someone has a crush on you, you will make them do things for you. Not only will you not owe them a favor, but you will also make them very happy. And after you use them, you can still be cold. Yang Dingtian was instantly speechless. This extremely seductive woman in front of him, in terms of feelings, she was really not a good person. Then the fox demon high priest directly went to the meditation bell in the stone room. Indeed, after a moment, an extremely violent voice came from inside. Who is it? You dare to disturb my meditation. Don't blame me for killing you. This voice was very unpleasant and very scary. Me, the fox demon high priest said impatiently. Instantly, the inside became completely silent. Yang Dingtian could even hear the sound of rapid breathing. Then there was a flurry of movements inside. She was definitely choosing good-looking clothes. Hurry up. No matter what clothes you wear, you won't look good, the fox demon high priest said coldly. Yang Dingtian really felt sad for the fox demon high priest's crush. Indeed, very quickly the stone door was opened. What entered Yang Dingtian's eyes was a very tall and muscular woman. It was actually a woman, but she was really more manly than a man. If not for the fact that she was wearing a woman's clothes, Yang Dingtian really could not tell. However, when she wore a woman's long dress, it was really out of place. She was really too muscular. She was even more valiant than a man. Also, she had a square face with sharp edges. Maybe when the heavens created her, they suddenly took a nap. It should have been a man, but in the end it created a woman. Also, when facing the fox demon now, she was actually filled with awkwardness and uneasiness. It was as if she did not have anywhere to put her hands and feet. Also, she did not dare to look at the fox demon's eyes. She kept staring at the ground. The fox demon high priest's crush was actually a woman. They were actually in a homosexual relationship, and it was also very trendy. This dress is very ugly. If we go out together, it will be very embarrassing. You should wear a man's clothes, the fox demon high priest said. When these words came out, the other party almost cried, but she immediately turned around and went in. Then she ran back and closed the door. The fox demon high priest had a devilish figure, but she did not care about being seen by Yang Dingtian. And the woman in front of him was even more muscular than a man, but she was very shy. After a moment, she came out again. Indeed, she was wearing a black armor. Not bad. The fox demon high priest said, Let's go. Follow me out. Indeed, the eyes of the muscular fox demon high priest lit up. She nodded excitedly and did not ask where they were going. People who had a crush, as expected, their IQ was negative. Even if they were sold, they still wanted to help count the money. Yang Dingtian bowed to her and said, May I know your name, madam? The muscular fox demon high priest stared coldly at Yang Dingtian. It was filled with coldness and even hostility. She completely ignored him. She is called Yao Jing, the fox demon high priest said. Then, after thinking for a while, she returned to her room. She picked the biggest mask and passed it to Yao Jing. The tall and sturdy demon fox woman's hands were trembling. This was probably the first time she received a gift from someone she liked. Wear it. Don't let others see your face, the fox demon high priest said. When these words came out, the other party's eyes turned red again. Tears were about to fall. He could not tell that such a muscular woman actually had a heart of glass. Then, just like that, Yang Dingtian led the two sage experts and left Mount Buzhou High Priest Association. Very quickly, the three of them arrived at the intersection of Mount Buzhou and the torn space. Yang Dingtian said, Madam Fox Demon High Priest, I may have to trouble you to enter my space ring. Sure, the fox demon high priest did not feel wronged. Instead, she was very excited. Your Excellency Yao Jing, I will bring Madam Fox Demon High Priest over first. Please wait here for a while. I will come and fetch you later, Yang Dingtian said. Humph. Yao Jing turned her face away. She still did not look at Yang Dingtian with a pleasant expression. Yang Dingtian placed the Fox Demon High Priest into the space ring. Then he created a space door. At this moment, the Fox Demon High Priest looked at Yang Dingtian in a new light. Yang Dingtian jumped through the space door and entered the torn space. Then called out the Fox Demon High Priest from the space ring. At this moment, the Fox Demon High Priest's face was flushed red. It was as if she was not satisfied with this fantasy trip and wanted to do it again. Yang Dingtian opened the space door and jumped back to Mount Buzhou. However, looking at such a muscular Fox Demon High Priest, Yang Dingtian was in a difficult position, because the space ring was only about 1 cubic meter. However, the Fox Demon High Priest in front of him was at least 2 meters tall. He could not fit such a huge body. Moreover, her body was so muscular, unlike the Fox Demon High Priest's slender body. It seemed like it could not be bent. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but feel troubled. Madam Yao Jing, can you shrink your body? My spatial ring probably won't be able to fit it. Hearing this, Fox Demon High Priest's face was filled with anger. She could not help but want to beat Yang Dingtian up. Her face, her body, they were the pain in her heart. No one could mention it. Because of this, she had fought countless times in the High Priest Association. Now, Yang Dingtian mentioned it again. However, thinking that her goddess was on the other side, she gritted her teeth angrily and closed her eyes. Kacha! Suddenly her body started to shrink. She actually shrank to about 7 meters tall. Not only did her length shrink, but her width also shrank. Now he looked like a valiant man. Then, under her furious gaze, Yang Dingtian put her into the space ring. Then he used the dark mystic flame to create a dark vortex and isolated a space. The mystic flame collided and created a space door. Finally, he brought Fox Demon High Priest and jumped into the torn space. A few hours later, Yang Dingtian once again led 2 saint-level experts out of the torn space and entered the human kingdom. The Fox Demon High Priest was extremely excited. This was her first time entering the world of the human kingdom. Everything was extremely new to her. The 3 of them looked at the scenery below as they flew towards Cloud Sky City. In the Empire of Darkness, Queen Devil Queen and Dishibian had just returned from the Underworld Empire. Because the Empire of Darkness was no longer safe, they brought Dongfang Bingling to the Underworld Empire's sky-reaching pavilion and imprisoned her. That place was currently out of Yang Dingtian's reach. There were a total of 5 people in the sky-reaching palace of the sky-reaching imperial capital. Saint-level experts. Queen Devil Queen, Dishibian Willingzi. Saint-level experts. Prince Li Ming, Wu Daozi of the Vulture Palace. In this battle, we will take back the door to the human kingdom and open the Little Western Paradise. We will completely reverse the situation of the evil ways. Prince Li Ming said, in the Little Western Paradise, we have countless saint-level and saint-level experts. As long as we open the Little Western Paradise, we will instantly turn the tables. The entire Council of Light will be vulnerable. In this battle, we have to give it our all. Other than Yang Dingtian, we can kill everyone. Prince Li Ming said sternly. Everyone could be killed. The Mermaid Queen and Wu Yu could be killed. Yes, the few of them shouted. Let's go, Prince Li Ming ordered. Instantly, the 5 of them flew out of the sky, reaching imperial capital like lightning. An hour later, the 5 of them flew out of the Empire of Darkness and towards the Taboo Continent's sea region. The battle for the door to the human kingdom was about to erupt. Chapter 1040. At this time it was already night. The 2 moons in the sky were bright and shining on the earth. The the 5 people from the evil ways silently flew towards the Forbidden Continent Sea area. It was silent. Even at this time, Prince Li Ming's heart was still trembling with determination. In order to defeat Yang Dingtian, in order to take back the gate of the human kingdom, he even gave up his most beloved woman. Dongfang Bingling, whose will and soul had been liberated, was different from what he had imagined. She almost didn't say anything, nor did she show any emotion, nor did she blame him at all. It was as if she was no different from the previous princess, Mu Dan. Whether it was being imprisoned in the energy prison or being brought to the underworld empire, she didn't show any resistance or abnormality. But Prince Li Ming knew that he had lost this beloved woman forever. All these sacrifices were for this battle, to take back the gate of the human kingdom. From here, the gate of the human kingdom was very far away, at least tens of thousands of miles. The 5 of them had to fly for a day and a night. Just like this, the 5 of them flew over the northern land, flew over the northwest continent, and entered the western sea. Finally, after a full day and a night, they were less than 2,000 miles away from the Forbidden Continent Sea area. The 5 of them temporarily stopped, sat cross-legged in a circle, and began to cultivate to restore the energy in their bodies to the maximum, and then enter this most crucial battle. Devil Queen, where did the mysterious saint-level expert by Yang Dingtian's side come from? Queen Devil Queen asked. Queen Devil Queen shook her head. Prince Li Ming asked, "Then what about Dongfang Bingling in the future?" Queen Devil Queen said, "You decide. Everything will be centered on the interests of the evil ways." Queen Devil Queen nodded. 2 hours passed. The 5 of them recovered their celestial chi to the maximum, and then flew towards the Forbidden Continent's sea area entrance at the fastest speed. They were very fast, and in less than 2 hours they had already arrived at the Forbidden Continent Sea area. Then he saw 3 saint-level experts, the mermaid Queen Violet's Wu Yu and the mysterious saint rank expert in the mermaid uniform. However, there was no sign of Yang Dingtian. Queen Devil Queen's group of 5 spread out in the air, forming a pentagon and surrounding the 3 in the center. Looking at the mermaid queen and seeing that her lower abdomen was slightly protruding, the Queen Devil Queen couldn't help but be stunned. "You're pregnant." The mermaid queen nodded and said, "If I'm not wrong, it might be another Naga." The Queen Devil Queen stared at her stomach for a long time, then looked at Nehru and said, "I have never seen your face before. This battle will determine life and death. Please reveal your identity." Nehru shook her head but didn't say anything. The Queen Devil Queen didn't mind. Her gaze was still on the mermaid Queen Violet's stomach. Then she said, "Then I'm sorry." Then her soul sword magic staff flew out. The remaining 4 experts of evil ways drew their weapons one after another. "Don't show mercy. Kill them all." Prince Li Ming said, "Whoosh, whoosh, 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 whoosh." Then the 5 experts of evil ways suddenly turned into 5 rays of light and shot toward Nehru and the other 2. As for Nehru and the other 2, the sword light in their hands burst out in an instant and slashed out fiercely. Boom! A light as bright as day completely covered the 2 moons. Below, the sea surface hundreds of miles away suddenly set off shocking waves. The light hadn't dissipated yet. Wu Daozi's body instantly turned into ashes. Prince Li Ming's body also turned into ashes. A huge hole suddenly appeared in the center of the Queen Devil Queen's beautiful body, and her entire body was completely pierced. And Dishibian and Walingzi were covered in blood. A battle of this level completely started in an instant and ended in an instant. The 5 people of evil ways were defeated in an instant. Then the invisible Yang Dingtian directly revealed his figure. Beside him, there was an extremely enchanting sea serpent clan woman in tight clothes and a tall and burly man with a sea serpent mask. On Yang Dingtian's side, there were a total of 6 people, 5 of which were saint-level experts. In terms of martial arts strength, they completely crushed the evil ways. Prince Li Ming's body gradually recovered. He looked at Yang Dingtian's figure in disbelief and looked at the two people beside him. How was this possible? How could this be? Where did Yang Dingtian get saint-level experts? There was already a mysterious saint-level expert before, and now two appeared all of a sudden. Were they cabbages? They kept coming. For this battle, in order to take back the door to the human kingdom, he had paid such a huge sacrifice. He had lost the woman he loved the most forever just for this battle. He had thought that this time not only would he be able to take back the door to the human kingdom, but he would also be able to kill at least two of Yang Dingtian's saint-level experts. However, the laughable thing was that the entire battle, from beginning to end, did not exceed a minute. From the beginning to the end, it did not exceed half a minute. Ha 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 ha! Prince Li Ming really could not help but laugh wildly. The first great doomsday battle ended in just over a month. The second great doomsday battle, from beginning to end, did not exceed half a day. These two battles dealt a fatal blow to the Queen Devil Queen, so much so that she handed over the power of the evil ways. And when it was Prince Li Ming's turn to take power, the Viper operation was defeated. Not only did they not achieve their goal, but they also lost Vulture. And the second time he burned his boats and lost his woman forever. The battle in the Taboo Continent Sea area that he was bound to win ended in just half a minute. This was really the biggest joke in the world. The biggest joke in the world. Heavens, why are you so unfair? Why do you love Yang Dingtian so much? Prince Li Ming really felt that his heart was collapsing and being destroyed. Yang Dingtian, really invincible? Was he really the child of destiny? Suddenly, Prince Li Ming, who could no longer bear it, suddenly spurted blood and directly fell from the sky. And Yang Dingtian suddenly used the soul sword. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In an instant, countless huge sword souls shot out. Suddenly, Prince Li Ming was torn to pieces and turned into ashes. Then, countless sword souls formed a huge energy prison, completely enveloping Prince Li Ming's evil spirit soul. Yang Dingtian not only wanted to thwart the evil ways plan to seize the door to the human kingdom, but also capture Prince Li Ming. What did he want to capture him for? In exchange for Dongfang Bingling. Seeing Prince Li Ming being captured, Queen Devil Queen and Dishibian both rushed forward like lightning. Wu Daozi hesitated for a moment and also rushed forward. Yang Dingtian's countless Naga royalty, sword souls, quickly circled around. Wu Daozi had just touched it, and in an instant he was completely turned into ashes. And Dishibian, who had just touched it, her beautiful body was instantly cut into pieces. Even Queen Devil Queen was dripping with blood. "Give up, Your Majesty, Devil Queen," Yang Dingtian slowly said. "Let Prince Li Ming become my prisoner. He is no longer of much use to you." The Devil Queen's dead concubine smiled sadly at Yang Dingtian. Whoosh! Then her soul sword suddenly shot out countless sword souls, crazily stabbing at Yang Dingtian's sword soul prison. Swish, 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 swish. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of magic wand sword souls crazily attacked Yang Dingtian's sword soul prison. At this time, several saint-level experts on Yang Dingtian's side attacked the people of evil ways with all their strength. However, Queen Devil Queen and the others had already stopped fighting back. She, Dishibian, Wu Daozi, and the others glanced at each other. Then they began their suicidal attacks. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Queen Devil Queen took the lead and suddenly turned into an incomparably powerful saint-level energy. With the fastest speed, she slammed into Yang Dingtian's sword soul prison. Boom, 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 boom. First, Queen Devil Queen's suicidal bombardment. Then Dishibian, Wulingzi, and finally Wu Daozi. After each collision, their bodies were all instantly turned into ashes. Then they condensed and recovered in the air. Then there was another crazy collision. As for Yang Dingtian, he had discovered something extremely terrifying. That was, under this crazy suicidal attack, the energy of his Naga royalty demon core was rapidly consumed. This level of consumption completely exceeded the time when he killed the Legion of Doom. Yang Dingtian could clearly feel that countless profound chi energy was flowing out crazily, and Devil Queen and the others were still extremely determined, completely ignoring the attacks of the other saint-level experts of the Council of Light. Wave after wave of suicidal attacks were launched. They wanted to tear a hole in Yang Dingtian's Sword Soul prison and rescue Prince Li Ming. Seeing this scene, seeing that Queen Devil Queen and the others were so determined, Yang Dingtian was really stunned. Then he understood that this was already a battle of dignity. Evil Ways would rescue Prince Li Ming even if they had to give up everything. And the energy of his soul sword was rapidly being consumed. The energy in the Naga royalty demon core was completely disposable. Once it was used up, his soul sword would be useless, and the powerful Naga royalty sword soul was about to disappear. He took a deep breath. Although he was very unwilling, Yang Dingtian suddenly withdrew the Naga royalty sword soul. At this time, Prince Li Ming, who was inside, was also bombarding desperately. At this time, after Yang Dingtian's Naga royalty sword soul prison was removed, he suddenly shot into the sky like a meteor. And at the same time, the remaining 4 people of Evil Ways were also like meteors, shooting into the sky. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, Devil Queen and the others gradually recovered their bodies. Then both sides were silent. Exchanging Prince Li Ming for Dongfang Bingling was a very good plan. However, under the determination of Evil Ways, this plan could not be completed. No matter how unwilling Yang Dingtian was, he could not complete it. Sect Master Yang Dingtian, in this battle, Li Ming asked for humiliation. "I've let you see a joke." Prince Li Ming looked at Yang Dingtian for a long time, then bowed deeply. Yang Dingtian returned the bow and said, "I don't dare." "Then I'll take my leave." Prince Li Ming bowed and said, "We'll meet again someday." "We'll meet again," Yang Dingtian said. Chapter 1041. Prince Li Ming and the 5 members of the Evil Ways left just like that. When they left, Prince Li Ming was already very calm, so calm that Yang Dingtian was a little afraid of him. After the Evil Ways left, the defense of the Forbidden Continent's sea region increased. In the end, Neru, Wu Yu, Fox Demon, and Yao Jing all stayed. They believed that with this strength, the Evil Ways would not be able to break through. Yang Dingtian asked Wu Yu, "What do you think the Evil Ways will do next? Will they stop and wait for the Demon King Wen Tian to return? Or will they prepare for the next wave of attack?" Wu Yu said, "Logically speaking, after the Evil Ways suffered a series of failures, they should do nothing and wait for the Demon King Wen Tian to return. But most of the time, people can't do things logically, right?" Yang Dingtian nodded. Especially when Yang Dingtian wanted to imprison Li Ming. The Evil Ways experts showed their determination, and when the Evil Ways left, Prince Li Ming's calmness. Yang Dingtian could feel that Prince Li Ming seemed to have given up on all emotions, honor, and disgrace, and was completely determined to fight to the death. Therefore, he would definitely not let the matter rest just like that. After returning to the Empire of Darkness, everyone fell into silence. For a full hour, no one spoke. Prince Li Ming paid such a huge price, but still suffered the greatest failure, and he almost fell into a trap. However, whether it was the Queen Devil Queen or the others, no one blamed him. What do we do next? Do we just give up and wait for the Demon King to return? Or do we continue to fight to the death? Prince Li Ming asked. Queen Devil Queen said, "If we're smart enough, we should just give up like that. But I'm not willing. Are you willing?" No one was willing to accept this. Prince Li Ming said, "If we continue to fight, how will we fight?" That's right, how could he fight? He had already exhausted all his means. There was nothing he could do. Prince Li Ming said, Is it possible to exchange Dongfang Bingling for the gateway to the human kingdom? Queen Devil Queen shook her head. That was impossible. Yang Dingtian was not the kind of person who would give up his work for personal reasons. Previously, when he had offered to exchange Dongli for Mudan, he had used a very resolute method to refuse. Suddenly, Queen Devil Queen looked at Dishibian. Di Sherbien's look suddenly changed as he said, "Impossible, absolutely impossible." The Queen Devil Queens, I was very simple. It was to use the Empire's undead to create new evil ways for saint-level powerhouses. This idea was too crazy. Ghost Emperor Wen Tian would definitely not agree. First, was it possible to use powerful undead to create saint-level human experts? It was possible. There were two prerequisites. First, the undead's hell magic crystal had to be refined into energy essence that could be directly devoured. Second, the transformed human martial artist had to have a strong sea of qi and Xian meridians. Otherwise, his entire body would explode before he reached saint-level cultivation. Coincidentally, there were both evil ways for these two prerequisites. Ghost Emperor Wen Tian could refine hell magic crystals. As for evil spirit martial artists, they would definitely not be able to break through to saint level with their own Xian meridians. However, they had evil spirit energy in their bodies that could transform and protect their Xian meridians and sea of qi. It was possible, but the consumption of hell magic crystals was very, 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 very shocking. It seemed impossible. Ghost Emperor Wen Tian would definitely not agree, because this was different from Wulingzi and Dishibian. These two had the netherworld ghost fire in their bodies, so they could directly devour hell magic crystals, and energy efficiency was much higher. As for other human martial artists, they could only break through to saint level by devouring hell magic crystals. This way, the consumption of hell magic crystals was an astronomical figure. And these hell magic crystals all came from the powerful undead, Shura. These undead and Shura were the foundation of Ghost Emperor Wen Tian's life. Last time, in order to help the Queen Devil Queen, Ghost Emperor Wen Tian had lost nearly half of his undead monarchs and overlords. This had already caused him so much heartache that he almost vomited blood. Moreover, in order to help Wulingzi and Dishibian break through to saint level, he had consumed a lot. If he still wanted to let other evil ways break through to saint level, Ghost Emperor Wen Tian would definitely fall out with him. 200 years later, he still wanted to devour all the undead and Shura in order to break through to an unprecedented realm. If he consumed everything, then how could he, Ghost Emperor Wen Tian, still have a future? It could be said that if anyone dared to mention this matter to Wen Tian, he would be completely enraged and lose his rationality. Queen Devil Queen said, "Do you think that Yang Dingtian still has a chance to obtain saint-level experts?" No one would know about this matter. Prince Li Ming said, "If Yang Dingtian is unable to obtain saint-level experts in a short period of time, then we will fight a different battle. We will no longer fight for the human kingdom gate. Instead, we will completely disregard everything and directly charge into the Great Hall of Heads. And if Yong Shi is sufficiently prepared the moment we enter, his saint-level experts will definitely surge out." Queen Devil Queen nodded and said, "He will definitely do so, because according to the course of events, the world-ending war should have ended long ago. We should have long sent people into the little western paradise for a meeting. However, we did not do so. It is easy to guess that we have encountered trouble. We have lost the human kingdom gate. Therefore, he will definitely arrange for enough experts to enter the Great Hall of Heads. As long as we charge and regardless of the cost, many experts of the Fox clan will rush out and enter the human kingdom gate." Everyone present recalled the scene that had occurred that day. When Prince Li Ming was trapped, the remaining evil ways experts crazily launched suicidal attacks. Time and time again, they shattered their bodies and shattered their bones as they bombarded Yang Dingtian's Naga royalty, Sword Soul prison. In the end, they forced Yang Dingtian to give up on his plan to imprison Prince Li Ming. If such suicidal attacks were used to attack the human kingdom gate, wouldn't the power be just as great? Prince Li Ming said, if, with the current situation of both sides, we have a total of 3 saint-level experts on our side, would it be possible for us to succeed? Queen Devil Queen shook her head and said, the other side has 5 saint-level experts and Yang Dingtian has a saint-level sword soul. We 3 saint-level experts will not succeed. The other side's mysterious saint-level experts are very powerful. They are even stronger than me and Dishibian. Then Queen Devil Queen said, if we have 4 saint-level experts, our chances of success will greatly increase, because Wulingzi and Dishibian can both clone themselves. Dishibian asked, Li Ming, what is your cultivation level? Prince Li Ming said, I have been a half-saint-level expert for a long, long, long time. According to the Little Western Paradise's classification, I am currently at the 9th rank of the 18th step. This was a long time ago when I succeeded in cultivating in the Forbidden Continent's illusion. After that, I did not make any progress. Dishibian closed his eyes and began to estimate how many undead lords and undead monarchs Prince Li Ming would need to break through to the 9th rank of the 18th step. The result of the calculation made Dishibian gasp. Although there was only a difference of 1 rank and 1 rank, he would need about a dozen or so undead of the 19th step. And he would need at least 7 saint-level undead hell magic crystals. This price was so high that it would make one vomit blood. One had to know that in the last Great War, a considerable number of saint-level Shura experts had been completely annihilated. At this time, there were only less than 30 saint-level monarchs left in the Netherworld Ghost City. All of a sudden, in order to cultivate a saint-level expert, he would need to consume a quarter of the saint-level undead monarchs. Ghost Emperor Wentian would go crazy. At this time, the Queen Devil Queen and Prince Li Ming both looked at Dishibian. Dishibian said, this has nothing to do with me. If you think it's okay, go and talk to His Majesty the Ghost Emperor. An hour later, the Queen Devil Queen, Dishibian, and Prince Li Ming flew out of the Empire of Darkness and flew in the direction of the Underworld Empire. There was no doubt that this was an extremely difficult negotiation for them. This was completely tantamount to cutting flesh from Ghost Emperor Wentian's body. At this time, in the sky above the Forbidden Continent sea area, Yang Dingtian still hadn't left. In Yang Dingtian's mind, the scene of the Evil Ways experts launching their suicidal attacks appeared again. What if the Evil Ways no longer fight for the human kingdom's gate, but forcefully attack? Yang Dingtian suddenly said. Nero began to calculate the area of the Forbidden Continent's sea area. Then she closed her eyes and began to calculate. If the other side still has 3 saint-level experts, we can still stop them. But if there's one more, it will be very difficult for us to stop them, because the other side's Dishibian and Wulingzi can both create true clones. Then Nero asked, is it possible for them to have one more saint-level expert? Yang Dingtian said, it's very difficult, but it's not impossible. This means that Ghost Emperor Wentian will lose a lot of blood, and the loss will be incomparably huge. I think it will be very difficult for Ghost Emperor Wentian to agree. Wu Qiong said, don't underestimate Wentian's infatuation with Nihility Piaoling. The one on the throne of darkness has already become cold and emotionless, but the other Wentians are still filled with charisma. Yang Dingtian thought of that Wentian in New Naga. He was indeed filled with charisma. Yang Dingtian even had his arm around his shoulder and drank with him, as if they were close friends. Wu Qiong said, then, can we still invite saint-level experts from the High Priest Association? Nero couldn't help but look at the Demon Fox High Priest, because her position in the High Priest Association was very low. The Demon Fox High Priest said, I came here because I had nothing to do, because I just finished a research. Moreover, Yang Dingtian has been with me for hundreds of years in the illusionary realm, and we are already like family. As for Yao Jing, it's all because of me. It's a pity that I don't have such a crazy lover in Buzhou Mountain." When she said this, the tall and sturdy Yao Jing seemed to be somewhat proud, but also somewhat ashamed. If they wanted to get a saint-level expert from the Little Western Paradise Association, they would have to go through High Priest Huwu. However, Huwu still had to prioritize the interests of the High Priest Association. Everyone in the High Priest Association valued their research as much as their own lives. It was obviously very difficult for them to put down their research to help a human like Yang Dingtian. Moreover, although Huwu valued Yang Dingtian, she definitely didn't value him as much as the demon fox. After all, Yang Dingtian and the demon fox had been together for hundreds of years, and this time was even longer than that of a husband and wife. As a result, the demon fox high priest didn't wear clothes in front of Yang Dingtian most of the time, but the two of them didn't have any intention to do anything. Therefore, unless it involved the life and death of the Little Western Paradise or the life and death of the High Priest Association, otherwise, it seemed impossible to get the help of a saint-level expert from the High Priest Association. In this way, if the evil ways had another saint-level expert and launched a suicide attack, then the human kingdom's gate would be lost. At that time, countless demon fox experts would surge out of the Skull Hall. The entire situation would be reversed in an instant. This situation seemed to be unsolvable at the moment. However, it would be very difficult for the evil ways to have another saint-level expert in a short period of time. Ghost Emperor Wen Tian probably wouldn't agree so easily. Therefore, Yang Dingtian still had some time to deal with this situation. Nehru suddenly said, "The key to the Little Western Paradise is to give up forever and ask the heavens. As long as we get rid of him, we'll be done once and for all. The entire Little Western Paradise is no longer an enemy, but an ally." That's right, the key was to give up forever and ask the heavens. No matter how many people he had in the Little Western Paradise Alliance, or how many experts he had under his control, as long as he died, they would all be destroyed. And Nehru was one of the most outstanding chairmen in the history of the Little Western Paradise. Whether it was in terms of cultivation or experience, she surpassed Yongxi. Moreover, she had the High Priest Association behind her. If Yongxi Wentian was eliminated, Nehru would be able to control the situation in the Little Western Paradise. As for his father-in-law, the Shadow Spear Patriarch, Demon Wrath II, he was bent on making his daughter, Jia, the next speaker. Then his grandson would have enough time to grow into a demigod and then unify the entire Western Paradise for generations to come. What Yongxi Wentian could give, Nehru could also give. As long as there were enough benefits, this cheap father-in-law of his would sell out anything. Therefore, as long as Yongxi Wentian was eliminated, the problem of the Little Western Paradise would be completely solved, and they wouldn't have to worry about the human kingdom's gate being lost. However, whether it was eliminating Yongxi Wentian or taking control of the Little Western Paradise, it would take time. At the very least, he couldn't let the evil ways have another saint-level expert in the short term. And he couldn't let the evil ways succeed in taking over the Skull Hall. Was there a way to stall for time? Could he stall the evil ways? Of course there was. Yang Dingtian would propose a trade. As long as Yang Dingtian proposed this trade, the evil ways would temporarily give up on paying a huge price to let Li Ming become a saint-level expert. However, if Yang Dingtian wanted to enter the Little Western Paradise and eliminate Yongxi Wentian, then his cultivation would have to be greatly improved. Therefore, he had to think of a way to refine the huge amount of hell magic crystals he had obtained in the last Undead War into energy essence. Who knew how much Yang Dingtian would be able to break through after absorbing the energy essence? Chapter 1042. Within the Tower of Babel in the Ghost City, Ghost Emperor Wentian heard Prince Li Ming's request, and his flaming face instantly distorted. Then he fell into a deathly silence. After a long time, he almost let out a shrill roar. "You, what do you think I am? What do you think I am?" His voice was not only angry but also sad. For the sake of Queen Devil Queen, he, Ghost Emperor Wentian, had already paid a huge sacrifice. Now, he even wanted to use his undead lord and undead monarch to help Li Ming break through to the saint level. What did this group of people want to do? Why did this group of people have to do this? On what basis? These undead lords and undead monarchs were the foundation of his life after 200 years. Was this how Nihility Piaoling, as his lover, treated him? So, in that instant of anger and sadness, Ghost Emperor Wen-Tian almost lost his mind. After Ghost Emperor Wen-Tian roared, the whole place suddenly fell into silence. Prince Li Ming directly knelt there, motionless. As for the infernal queen, dead concubine, she stood there expressionlessly. Finally, Ghost Emperor Wen-Tian gradually calmed down and slowly said, "Why must you do this? Can't you wait for that person from the throne of darkness to come back?" Queen Devil Queen suddenly said coldly, "You keep saying that person from the throne of darkness. Who are you? Aren't you the Demon King Wen-Tian? Aren't you our supreme leader? Are you just a bystander?" When these words came out, Ghost Emperor Wen-Tian couldn't help but be stunned. Queen Devil Queen said, "You keep saying 200 years later, 200 years later. Do you think you still have 200 years later if you let Yang Dingtian develop like this? In less than 10 years, your underworld empire will be gone." "Impossible," Ghost Emperor Wen-Tian said. "No matter how powerful Yang Dingtian is, he can't do anything to the empire of darkness." Queen Devil Queen said, "What if he brings countless lightning things into your underworld empire?" "Impossible," Ghost Emperor Wen-Tian shouted again. Queen Devil Queen said, "This is what he said himself. As long as he is willing, he can move countless lightning bolts into the underworld empire at any time. It's just that he doesn't have any direct conflict with you right now, so he didn't do anything to you." These words instantly struck Ghost Emperor Wen-Tian's sore spot. The Demon King Wen-Tian, the ruler of the underworld empire, actually had to rely on Yang Dingtian's pity. This was the biggest absurdity in the world. Although he didn't need to breathe anymore, Ghost Emperor Wen-Tian still took a deep breath and then slowly said, "What do you plan to do?" Queen Devil Queen said, "Let Prince Li Ming break through to the saint rank. Then all the saint rank experts will continuously launch suicidal attacks into the Hall of Skulls until they rush into the Hall of Skulls. At that time, the experts of the Little Western Paradise who stayed in the Hall of Skulls will surge out, and we will be able to reverse the situation in an instant. Not only can we catch all the higher-ups of the Council of Light in one fell swoop, but we can also completely capture Yang Dingtian." The Demon King Wen-Tian muttered to himself. This plan was indeed possible. "Don't tell me that you won't succeed in attacking the Hall of Skulls now?" Ghost Emperor Wen-Tian asked. Queen Devil Queen said, "Yang Dingtian not only has the sword soul of the Naga royalty, but also 5 saint rank experts, which is just enough to block all of us. As long as we all have a saint rank expert, we can succeed." The Demon King Wen-Tian fell into a fierce struggle. To let Li Ming break through to the saint rank, they needed a considerable number of 19th rank undead lords, and at least 7 saint rank undead lords. This price was really asking for his life. After a long time, Ghost Emperor Wen-Tian said, "You all go back first. I will think about it carefully. I will definitely give you a reply in a few days." Then Ghost Emperor Wen-Tian said, "Is there no other way? Is there no other way?" Queen Devil Queen thought for a while and said, "If it was before, we could still fight for our lives. But now there is no more chance." Ghost Emperor Wen-Tian said, "How can we fight for our lives?" Queen Devil Queen said, "In Little Western Paradise, there are actually a few abyssal fissures that will open at fixed times. The former chairman of Little Western Paradise, Yao Qi, fell for Yongshi's plan and jumped into one of these abyssal fissures and died. And these abyssal fissures are small abyssal borders, the border between Little Western Paradise and the Dark Realm. They are connected to each other. So, we can jump into Little Western Paradise from the first Dark Realm through these abyssal fissures. However, we must have the void splitting fire, otherwise, even a saint-rank expert will die without a doubt. And among us, only Donley has the void splitting fire, but he is now dead. Ghost Emperor Wentian knew about Donley's death, and he was very surprised by Yang Dingtian's decisiveness. Ghost Emperor Wentian said, Yang Dingtian also has the void splitting fire. Does he know that we can enter a little western paradise through the void splitting fire? Queen Devil Queen said he shouldn't know, and he doesn't know about the distribution of the dark fissures in little western paradise. There were still more than 50 days before the next void fissure would open. Only Yong Shi and I know the location of this void splitting fire. Ghost Emperor Wentian sighed. That's a pity, otherwise we could enter little western paradise without any effort. Prince Li Ming said, This is my fault. When I exchanged Mu Dan for Dongley, I thought that Yang Dingtian would have no choice but to agree. But I didn't expect that Yang Dingtian would be so decisive, directly killing Dongley. Ghost Emperor Wentian said, Are you sure that Yang Dingtian really killed Dongley? Prince Li Ming nodded. At the junction of the Dark Kingdom and the Void splitting fire, we found a mixture of dark matter devouring first-class evil spirits. Ghost Emperor Wentian's flame face twitched. Then he said helplessly, Okay, you go back first. Let me think about it. I will give you a reply in a few days. Prince Li Ming kowtowed, yes. Queen Devil Queen looked deeply at Ghost Emperor Wentian, and then took Prince Li Ming back to the Empire of Darkness. When Queen Devil Queen and the others returned to the Empire of Darkness, they found a few large words written at the entrance of the Empire of Darkness. See you at the old place, Yang Dingtian. Seeing this scene, Prince Li Ming and Queen Devil Queen couldn't help but be stunned. Yang Dingtian actually took the initiative to meet Li Ming. This was really strange. What was he trying to do? Although Wulingzi was in the Empire of Darkness, Queen Devil Queen still only took Dishibian and Li Ming to the negotiation pavilion in the Land of Chaos. More than 2 hours later, in the pavilion, they saw Yang Dingtian, Violets, and that mysterious saint-rank expert. Yang Dingtian, what can I do for you? Prince Li Ming asked. Yang Dingtian replied, I'm here to make a deal with your excellency. Prince Li Ming's eyebrows twitched as he said, You and I have nothing to trade at this time. You have no bargaining chips in your hands. Yang Dingtian replied, Li Ming, when you proposed to exchange Dongfang Bingling for Dongley, I refused in anger. Now that I've calmed down, I think this deal can be done, so I'm taking the initiative to exchange Dongley for Dongfang Bingling. When these words came out, Prince Li Ming and Queen Devil Queen almost jumped up. Wasn't Dongley already dead? How could they still make a deal? Yang Dingtian replied, You must be saying that Dongley is already dead, so how can we make a deal? In fact, Dongley isn't dead. Prince Li Ming's eyes turned cold as he said, Yang Dingtian, what's the point of doing this? If Dongley isn't dead, then what is that thing at the junction of the spatial tear and the Empire of Darkness? Yang Dingtian sighed and said that is a mixture of Brother Nether and the dark matter that perished together. When these words came out, Prince Li Ming and Queen Devil Queen's expressions changed dramatically. After a dark spirit was swallowed by the dark matter, it would not disappear from the evil spirit tree. Therefore, Dongley's face did not disappear from Queen Devil Queen's primeval evil spirit tree. From this point, it seemed that it was impossible to determine whether Dongley was dead or alive. After a dark spirit and the dark matter perished together, it would enter a very strange state. Life was not like life. Death was not like death. It was like an eternal struggle. Yang Dingtian said, Actually, at that time, I did want to directly throw Dongley into the dark matter. But when I thought of using him to exchange for Dongfang Bingling, who had truly recovered her will, I let him live. Tens of thousands of miles away, I drilled deep into the dark matter and transplanted the mixture of Brother Nether and the dark matter to the boundary between the spatial tear and the Empire of Darkness. At this point, the Devil Queen, dead concubine, and crown prince Li Ming began to tremble. If this was the case, what did it mean? It meant that they had been fooled by Yang Dingtian. Prince Li Ming had always thought that he had completely crushed Yang Dingtian in terms of intelligence and means. He had completely looked down on Yang Dingtian in terms of intelligence. In the end, he had been fooled. This was a great humiliation. Suddenly, Prince Li Ming's voice changed. He said in a trembling voice, "Yang Dingtian, do you think we are 3-year-old children?" Yang Dingtian took out an echo jade and handed it over. Prince Li Ming injected a stream of mystical energy and immediately saw an image. The entire image was very simple. Yang Dingtian pulled Dongli out of the spatial displacement. Although he was muddle-headed and absent-minded, he could tell at a glance that this was Dongli. Moreover, there were a few words in the image. "See you at the usual place, Yang Dingtian." The background of this image was at the entrance of the Empire of Darkness. Obviously, this was just recorded with the Echo Jade. It was definitely not recorded before. That's right, Dongli was indeed not dead. Yang Dingtian had ruthlessly tricked Li Ming and slapped him in the face in terms of intelligence. Suddenly, Prince Li Ming's breathing became rapid and heavy. His eyes were wide open, as if he wanted to devour someone. At this time, the shame and anger in Li Ming's heart were completely indescribable. He really wanted to rush up and immediately perish together with Yang Dingtian. Using a line from a movie on Earth, "Not only did you insult my character, but you also insulted my intelligence." How smart was he, Li Ming, but he actually took such a big tumble. At that time, why didn't he suspect that this was Wu Yoming's skeleton? Because he had completely lost his sense of propriety. He was completely shocked by the thunderous news that Yang Dingtian had killed Dongli. Moreover, he had failed again and again, so he was no longer calm and wise. Therefore, he had lost so much face and suffered such a big loss. Yang Dingtian said, "Li Ming, before you spent so much effort to exchange Bingling for Dongli. This time, I took the initiative to propose, so you should be more than happy to do so." Prince Li Ming really wanted to vomit blood. This was the same thing? Previously, he had used Princess Mu Dan to exchange for Dongli. It was to let the evil ways have another saint-level expert, and to control Wulingzi. Moreover, the one that was handed to Yang Dingtian was not Dongfang Bingling, but Princess Mu Dan, who was a ticking time bomb. And now he, Li Ming, had paid a huge sacrifice and lost the opportunity to have Dongfang Bingling forever. He took the first-class evil spirit out of Bingling's body and placed it on Wulingzi. At this time, Bingling was already a complete Dongfang Bingling. Once she was handed over to Yang Dingtian, she would never come back. How could there be such a good thing in the world? If Prince Li Ming agreed, it would be a complete loss, and he would completely become a clown, played in the palm of Yang Dingtian's hand. Prince Li Ming's chest kept rising and falling, as if his whole body was about to explode. He opened his eyes wide, as if his eye sockets were about to tear, and said coldly, "Yang Dingtian, are you treating me like a clown?" Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, "Of course not. In fact, this deal is very cost-effective for you. After all, the current Dongfang Bingling is useless to you. Her heart will never belong to you. Dongli is different. Not only does he have a first-class evil spirit, he also has the void-splitting fire." "Shut up, shut up, shut up." Prince Li Ming suddenly stood up, his expression ferocious, as if he was about to choose someone to devour, and roared, "Don't force me to perish with you now. Either the fish dies or the net splits." At this time, Prince Li Ming had completely lost his mind. He had never lost his composure like this before. Queen Devil Queen couldn't help but say, "Li Ming, the enemy will only be more arrogant with your actions." As soon as these words came out, Prince Li Ming forced himself to gradually calm down. Then he stared at Yang Dingtian and said word by word, "Yang Dingtian, even if it is for my dignity, I will not agree to your conditions. You want to take back Dongfang Bingling, it is completely a dream, unless what you take back is a corpse." Then Prince Li Ming turned and left. Yang Dingtian said behind him. Li Ming, you are not calm enough now. I will give you time. Our deal will be valid for a very long time. After a period of time, when you are calm enough, I will look for you again. Prince Li Ming said coldly, Yang Dingtian, don't force me to kill Dongfang Bingling, or rape her first, and then kill her. Then, Prince Li Ming disappeared without a trace, and Queen Devil Queen and Dishi Bian quickly chased after him, disappearing from Yang Dingtian's sight. Did Yang Dingtian really want to use Dongli to exchange for Dongfang Bingling? At least not now. Yang Dingtian knew that the void cracks could lead to Little Western Paradise from the first Dark Realm. The locations of these void cracks and the time they would open were all clearly recorded in the High Priest Association's library. Exchanging Dongli was the same as letting the evil ways enter Little Western Paradise. This was impossible. Yang Dingtian's purpose in proposing this deal was only to stall for time, to give Ghost Emperor Wentian enough reason to reject Queen Devil Queen's suggestion. If he wanted to delay Prince Li Ming's breakthrough to Saint Rank, the Evil Way's suicidal plan to attack the Skull Hall would not be carried out, and there were still 50 days before the Void Crack opened to Little Western Paradise. Then, during this period of time, the Evil Ways would not be in a hurry to make a decision. During this period of time, Yang Dingtian could think of ways to enter Little Western Paradise, plan to get rid of Yongshi Wentian, and let Neru completely control Little Western Paradise. When the Evil Ways entered Little Western Paradise, they would find that the whole Little Western Paradise had changed color. At that time, whether it was the Devil Queen, the deceased concubine, or Crown Prince Li Ming, they would probably completely collapse. After leaving the pavilion, Yang Dingtian was about to go to Little Western Paradise. However, before entering Little Western Paradise, he needed to devour a large amount of undead energy essence to increase his cultivation to the maximum. But if he wanted to take out the Hell magic crystal from the energy box, he could only go to the Underworld Empire. And the Underworld Empire was Ghost Emperor Wentian's territory. It was too dangerous. If Yang Dingtian went there, he would only have a slim chance of survival. So he had to think of a way to create a diversion to buy himself some time. And just at this time, the Warlock Association's mobile lightning weapon had been completed. This weapon combined a crystal power unit and a lightning launcher, and as long as it was turned on, it could automatically release lightning. If he entered the Empire of Darkness with a large number of lightning weapons, he would definitely attract the attention of the Underworld Empire, and almost all the masters would flock over. This was a perfect diversion plan. Chapter 1043. The Warlock Association created this kind of mobile lightning weapon for the purpose of attacking the Underworld Empire in the future. However, it was only used for experimentation now. But even if it was experimental, the power was very, very huge. The entire weapon device was extremely huge. It was more than 10 meters tall and dozens of meters long. Moreover, with wheels and tracks, it could basically move in complicated terrain. As for the power unit, of course, it was the crystal power unit. The previous crystal power was either used on missiles or directly spit fire from the back. It was either used on torpedoes or ships. In short, it was used in water. At first, the warlocks thought that it should be a very simple thing to change the crystal power from water to land. In the end, it was a very, very difficult and complicated thing. Moreover, after repeated arguments, it seemed that the Council of Light's need for land crystal power was not very strong. What could the ground crystal power do? Cars, self-propelled cannons, and so on. However, the Council of Light had an astronomical number of riding beasts, with a transport capacity of more than 10 tons and as small as a few tons. Not to mention the ground, even the demand for crystal power in the air was not large, because the Council of Light also had an astronomical number of flying mounts, with a transport capacity of more than 10 tons and as small as a few tons. Therefore, the ground crystal power unit had been put on the agenda many years ago, but it had always been a small category. Only a few warlocks participated, and the resources obtained were relatively small. The project of the mobile lightning weapon had become the gospel of the land crystal power unit. A large number of warlocks and a large number of resources had entered this project. These warlocks had never enjoyed such happiness. They could use as many types of crystals as they wanted. But even so, the research progress of the ground crystal power unit was still not optimistic. It was not that the power was insufficient. In fact, the power was many times stronger than the process. It was unstable and the failure rate was super high. A land crystal power unit could run for hundreds of miles on flat ground before collapsing. On complicated ground, the experimental data had never exceeded 13 miles. Therefore, it was unknown how long it would take for a mature ground crystal power unit to be born. And the mobile lightning weapon device in front of them was such a thing. Power generation was no problem. It would not malfunction for several days and nights. Lightning was also no problem, but as long as it was placed on the ground and allowed to run on its own, within 4 to 5 li, they would collapse. Moreover, it was a supergiant beast, weighing more than a few hundred tons. It would take dozens of demon eagles to transport such a giant beast. Therefore, it was still unrealistic to use these portable lightning weapons to attack the Netherworld Empire at the moment. They had to wait until it was miniaturized. Even the warlock organizations had changed their direction and wanted to bypass the malfunction of the ground power unit and directly upgrade to the air power unit. After all, with sufficient power, it was much easier for the Council of Light to make something fly than run on the ground. But even so, the Council of Light, which was rich and powerful, had created too many crystal power units in Cloud Sky City. Therefore, there were still dozens of such land monsters. Under the leadership of the demon vulture king Aja, thousands of demon vultures used the heavenly demon silkworm rope to hang the mobile lightning weapon. Dozens of demon vultures were responsible for a giant beast machine. They flew in the direction of the Underworld Empire. Fortunately, all the organizations of the evil ways had been cleared. The entire evil ways had retreated into the Empire of Darkness. Otherwise, such a large operation would have been discovered by the evil ways long ago. After a few days and nights, thousands of demon vultures carried dozens of huge lightning attack weapons and approached the Nether Underworld continent. Dozens of meters away from the barrier of the Underworld Empire, thousands of demon vultures placed these huge weapon devices on the ground. Then, the warlocks on the demon vultures stepped forward and activated these lightning attack weapons. Rumble! With an earth-shattering noise, dozens of huge monsters suddenly began to roar and rush into the barrier of the Underworld Empire. At the same time, the lightning strike crystal device was activated. Although the ground crystal power was not reliable, it was still no problem for a few li. These giant beasts were like giant beasts that had broken free of their reins and rushed into the underworld plane. The Ghost Emperor Wen Tian could monitor every place in the Underworld Empire through the vision of every undead. Therefore, these giant beasts were discovered immediately after they rushed into the Underworld Empire. Then, without the command of the Nether Ghost Emperor, all the undead nearby instinctively rushed forward. In order to defend the Underworld Empire, the Ghost Emperor Wen Tian set up an extremely powerful defense line on the border of the Underworld Empire. Almost 1 billion undead were deployed on the border of tens of thousands of li. Every 1,000 li had 1 undead monarch, 10 undead lords, and tens of millions of undead. As long as there was any invasion, the undead monarch and undead lord could arrive within 15 minutes. Therefore, just as the dozens of lightning attack weapons rushed into the barrier of the underworld, suddenly hundreds of thousands of undead rushed forward crazily. The undead lords, who were less than 100 li away, flew over like lightning. In the blink of an eye, countless undead surrounded these weapon devices and were about to attack these machines crazily. Suddenly, clap, 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 dozens of lightning-type weapons suddenly exploded with a shocking amount of lightning. The surrounding dozens of li were all filled with terrifying lightning. Thousands of lightning bolts crazily struck every place. Suddenly, tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands of undead were directly turned into ashes. The Ghost Emperor Wentian only saw a sudden blur in his eyes. His entire vision was filled with lightning. Then he couldn't see anything. This was because the undead he controlled to act as a vision tool had already been annihilated. The Ghost Emperor Wentian was instantly shocked. When Yang Dingtian said that there were weapons that could attack the Underworld Empire, he didn't believe it. He didn't expect there to be such weapons, and now they were rushing in. Moreover, the lethality was so shocking. The Ghost Emperor Wentian suddenly fell into absolute shock. Then, without saying a word, he directly controlled the undead monarchs within 1,000 li and madly rushed to the attack point of the lightning weapon. Even so, he was still worried. He sent all the undead monarchs and undead lords within 3,000 li. Boom, 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 boom. The dozens of monster machines didn't stop and crazily bombarded. Countless lightning bolts crazily struck, completely turning the area within a radius of dozens of li into a death zone. The Ghost Emperor Wentian, controlling the undead monarchs and undead lords, didn't immediately rush over. Instead, he observed from a distance of several tens of li. At this time, the Ghost Emperor Wentian's heart was really shocked. Yang Dingtian could really do it. He could really do it. In front of him, only dozens of such machines could release such astonishing lightning. What if there were thousands or tens of thousands of them? Wouldn't it be possible to drive straight in and directly destroy the Underworld Empire? At the thought of this scene, the Ghost Emperor Wentian felt a burst of tremors. Clap, 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 clap. Countless lightning bolts were still crazily striking. Ghost Emperor Wentian was slightly relieved because these lightning weapons just stayed where they were, not moving at all. However, he really didn't know how Yang Dingtian did it. In a fantasy land like the Land of Chaos, Yang Dingtian could actually release lightning without restraint. How did he do it? He asked a dignified Peking University student, but he didn't know. Countless undead, one after another, crazily rushed over. Then, one by one, they turned into ashes. However, the Ghost Emperor Wentian didn't care about the loss of these undead. He continued to control the undead and crazily rushed over. Then, a huge vacuum appeared in this 1,000 li defensive line. At this time, Yang Dingtian quickly flashed and entered the vacuum area of the Underworld Empire. Then he used the fastest speed to open thousands of energy jade boxes. These hell crystals had remained intact in the Netherworld Empire's realm. Yang Dingtian used the fastest speed to stuff these hell magic crystals into the soul ring. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Thousands of hell magic crystals crazily rushed into the soul ring like meteors. Although the whole process was very fast, Yang Dingtian's heart was still beating like thunder. If by chance Ghost Emperor Wentian found out, then it would be troublesome. At this time, the Ghost Emperor Wentian finally made up his mind and ordered the undead lords to rush into the killing range of the lightning weapons. This was because he found that although these lightning bolts looked terrifying, they could no longer kill undead above level 13. Pa, 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 pa. The lightning was still crazily striking. However, to the undead lords of the half-saint level, it was not lethal. The Ghost Emperor Wentian couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Then he ordered the undead lords and undead lords to attack these lightning weapons. Furthermore, he had to disassemble it properly to find out how it worked. At this time, less than half of the hell magic crystals flew into the soul ring. It's full, it's full, it's full! The Netherworld Ghost Emperor in the soul ring exclaimed loudly. Yang Dingtian was startled. What the hell? It wasn't even half full, but it was already full. At this moment, Ghost Emperor Wentian felt an incomparably powerful energy aura in this area. His heart was suddenly shocked. Not good. It was a trap. Then he immediately controlled the two undead lords and quickly rushed in the direction of Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian used his fastest speed to put all the hell magic crystals that couldn't enter the soul ring into an energy jade box and then quickly put it into the space ring. Whoosh! Then Yang Dingtian used the demonic spirit mist cloak flash and left the underworld empire's boundary like lightning. Ghost Emperor Wentian just saw Yang Dingtian's figure and disappeared without a trace. He rushed out of the underworld empire. At the same time, the undead lords and undead lords crazily attacked these lightning weapons. The Azura race quickly rushed over, wanting to dismantle these weapons and devices. Boom! Suddenly there was an earth-shattering explosion. Dozens of lightning weapon devices were all smashed to pieces. Chapter 1044. Even if these lightning weapon devices were dismantled, Ghost Emperor Wentian's men might not be able to understand what was inside, let alone imitate it. But for safety reasons, Yang Dingtian still installed an automatic destruction device inside. As long as these lightning devices were seriously attacked, they would trigger the X crystal inside. Then a terrible explosion would completely destroy the entire device, leaving nothing behind. After Yang Dingtian rushed out of the underworld empire, he returned to the Forbidden Continent's sea area at the fastest speed. After almost a day and a night, Ghost Emperor Wentian finally refined all the hell magic crystals in the soul ring. Of course, he swallowed 1/3 of them himself. After swallowing these hell magic crystals, he finally broke through the 19th level and was not far from the Saint level. Ghost Emperor, how are the results? Yang Dingtian asked. Ghost Emperor Wentian said, there are a total of 383 hell magic crystals. I swallowed 128 of them, and there are 255 left. After refining, there are 5 energy essences of the 21st level, 5 energy essences of the 20th level, 13 energy essences of the 19th level, 19 energy essences of the 18th level, 22 energy essences of the 17th level, 28 energy essences of the 16th level, 161 energy essences of the 15th level and below. The remaining 2 are of the 22nd level, which I can't refine for the time being. When Yang Dingtian heard this, his heart suddenly felt like it was beating wildly. The gains were really, really big. Among them, there were a total of 12 energy essences of the saint level and above, and 82 energy essences of the half-saint level and above. Of course, this was only a small part of the energy essences. There was still more than half that couldn't be put into the soul ring, so there was no time to refine them. Yang Dingtian said, refine them all into ultimate energy essences. Understood, Ghost Emperor Wentian said. Then he used the shortest amount of time to condense all of these energy essences into ultimate energy essences. In the end, he obtained 15 energy essences, close to the 16th level limit. He obtained 8 energy essences, close to the 17th level limit. He obtained 6 energy essences, close to the 18th level limit. He obtained 5 energy essences, close to the 19th level limit. He obtained 3 energy essences, close to the 20th level limit. He obtained 1 energy essence, close to the 21st level limit. He obtained 1 energy essence, close to the 22nd level limit. What was left was a certain amount of energy essences below level 15. The harvest this time around was incomparably huge. It was even bigger than the Feast of the Dead on the Great Taboo Day. At this time, Yang Dingtian's cultivation was at the 7th rank of the 15th step. He had not broken through to the 8th rank yet. Next, under the protection of the 4 saint-level powerhouses, Yang Dingtian used up 2 energy essences close to the 16th level to allow himself to break through to the 15th level, 9th level. Next, if he wanted to break through to level 16, he would have to use energy essences close to level 17. At this moment, Yang Dingtian had 8 energy essences close to rank 17 in his hands. Taking a deep breath, Yang Dingtian prayed in his heart, hoping that this breakthrough to the 16th order would consume less energy. Generally speaking, given Yang Dingtian's current situation, if he was lucky, 2 energy essences close to level 17 would allow him to break through to level 16. If he was unlucky, he might need 4. Under normal circumstances, he would need 3. Closing his eyes, Yang Dingtian began to devour the ultimate energy essence that was close to rank 17. That familiar feeling came. Powerful mystical qi energy surged into Yang Dingtian's sea of qi through countless xian veins. In just a quarter of an hour, Yang Dingtian clearly felt that his sea of qi was full, filled with mystical qi energy. At this time, even one ultimate energy essence close to rank 17 had not been used up. This was a good sign, but immediately after, mystical qi energy continued to pour in, pour in, pour in. The first ultimate energy essence close to rank 17 was exhausted, but he still did not feel any swelling. The second ultimate energy essence close to rank 17 was also exhausted, but he still did not feel any swelling. It was really an unfavorable start. Before the first ultimate energy essence was completely devoured, his sea of qi was already full. But after devouring 2 ultimate energy essences close to rank 17, he still did not feel any swelling. It was as if the entire sea of qi was a bottomless pit. This luck was really bad. It seemed that if he wanted to break through to level 16, he might need 4 or even 5 ultimate energy essences close to rank 17. In this way, with only 3 ultimate energy essences close to rank 17, Yang Dingtian's best result was to break through to rank 17. However, it seemed that it was just to play with Yang Dingtian. After the third ultimate energy essence, close to rank 17, the feeling of swelling surged. Then it could no longer stop. Swelling, 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 not long after. Boom! The entire sea of qi seemed to explode, and the whole person fell into nothingness. Yang Dingtian broke through to level 16. At this time, the third ultimate energy essence close to rank 17 was only half used. He originally thought that he would need to use 4 or 5, but in the end, 2.5 were enough. After Yang Dingtian's whole body and consciousness fell into nothingness for a short while, he quickly recovered his consciousness. The entire sea of qi, after breaking through to level 16, was completely empty. The third ultimate energy essence, close to rank 17, at this time still had a small half left and was continuously pouring into Yang Dingtian's sea of qi. The third ultimate energy essence, close to rank 17, was exhausted. The fourth ultimate energy essence, close to rank 17, was exhausted. Finally, Yang Dingtian broke through to rank 16. When the fifth ultimate energy essence, close to rank 17, was exhausted, Yang Dingtian broke through to rank 16. The efficiency of this breakthrough was not high. When the 8 ultimate energy essences close to rank 17 were all exhausted, Yang Dingtian broke through to rank 16. At this time, all the ultimate energy essences close to rank 17 were all exhausted. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and then began to devour the first ultimate energy essence close to rank 18. However, the pain of profound qi rampaging was coming again. Sure enough, just after devouring, an incomparably tyrannical, profound qi suddenly poured in. In an instant, Yang Dingtian's entire profound vein was in pain as if it was being cut by a knife. Then, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The entire profound vein was crazily torn, and many cracks appeared all over his body. Then, countless profound qi madly poured into the sea of qi. The entire sea of qi seemed to be turned upside down. Puff, puff! Yang Dingtian spat out a few more mouthfuls of blood. However, this powerful profound qi did not care and continued to surge in. Soon, the entire sea of qi began to expand fiercely. Boom! Almost as soon as it began to expand, the sea of qi suddenly exploded. Then, the whole person fell into nothingness. Yang Dingtian broke through to rank 6 of rank 16. Then, rank 7 of rank 16. Rank 8 of rank 16 was half completed, but the first ultimate energy essence close to rank 18 was still exhausted. And when the second ultimate energy essence close to rank 18 was exhausted, Yang Dingtian had already broken through to rank 9 of rank 16. At this time, there were still 4 ultimate energy essences close to rank 18 left. Next, it entered the critical moment again. Yang Dingtian was about to break through to rank 17. The third ultimate energy essence close to rank 18 was exhausted. The effect was very good, and directly began the familiar feeling of expansion. The fourth ultimate energy essence, close to rank 18, was exhausted, but it expanded. The fifth ultimate energy essence was exhausted. Boom! Finally, Yang Dingtian broke through again and advanced to rank 17. This time from rank 9 of rank 16 to rank 17. A total of 3 ultimate energy essences were consumed. But immediately after, the 6th ultimate energy essence close to rank 18 allowed Yang Dingtian to break through to rank 1 of rank 17 and rank 2 of rank 17. However, at this time, the ultimate energy essence close to rank 18 had been exhausted. If he wanted to continue to break through, he had to devour the ultimate energy essence close to rank 19. With Yang Dingtian's cultivation at this time, devouring the ultimate energy essence close to rank 19 was very painful. The internal force may crazily tear Yang Dingtian's Xian veins. Therefore, at this time, he needed the protection of a saint-level expert. Wu Yu and Neru stepped forward. One pressed her jade hand on Yang Dingtian's heart, and the other pressed on Yang Dingtian's sea of qi. Using the saint level's internal force cultivation, they protected Yang Dingtian's Xian veins and sea of qi. Taking a deep breath, with rank 17 of rank 2 cultivation, devouring the ultimate energy essence close to rank 19 was really playing with one's life. Fight it out. Yang Dingtian swallowed fiercely. Bang! In an instant, his whole person seemed to have been hit by a 10,000-pound sledgehammer. Blood spurted out violently, not only from the mouth, but from the nose, ears, and eyes directly shot out, and his whole body instantly turned into a bloody gourd. His whole body was suddenly torn apart, and the blood all over his body spurted out. Then Yang Dingtian's whole person was about to faint. Can't faint, can't faint. Fainting at this time was very, very dangerous. And Neru and Wu Yu desperately used their internal force to suppress and protect Yang Dingtian's Xian veins, not letting his body explode. Finally, the sea of qi quickly began to expand, and then, boom! The whole person fell into nothingness. Yang Dingtian broke through rank 17 of rank 3. In this terrible pain, Yang Dingtian continued to break through rank 17 of rank 4, rank 17 of rank 5. After the first ultimate energy essence close to rank 19 was exhausted, Yang Dingtian broke through to rank 17 of rank 5. Then the pain slowed down. After the second ultimate energy essence close to rank 19 was exhausted, Yang Dingtian broke through to rank 17 of rank 7. After the third ultimate energy essence close to rank 19 was exhausted, Yang Dingtian broke through to rank 17 of rank 8. After the fourth ultimate energy essence close to rank 17 of rank 9, Yang Dingtian broke through to rank 17 of rank 9. After the fifth ultimate energy essence close to rank 19 was exhausted, Yang Dingtian was still rank 17 of rank 9, but the ultimate energy essence close to rank 19 was completely exhausted. He was only one step away from rank 18. What a pity, what a pity. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Breaking through the key points had to be continuous if it stopped. Next time, it would take another 2 or 3 ultimate energy essences close to rank 19. Unfortunately, it was already used up. But at this time, an ultimate energy essence close to rank 19 flew out from the soul ring. This is what I hid. But there won't be another one. The Netherworld Ghost Emperor said. Yang Dingtian was stunned, then quickly took it and began to devour. Expand, expand, expand. Boom! Yang Dingtian's sea of qi sank into nothingness. Finally, Yang Dingtian broke through to rank 18. Yang Dingtian was well aware of the Netherworld Ghost Emperor's secret stash of energy essences. But after all, it was agreed that he would take 1/3, so it was normal for him to have more or less or more for himself. As long as it was about the same, it was fine. But he didn't expect the Ghost Emperor Wentian to be so generous and take out his secret stash of energy essences. One must know that he was very greedy by nature. Yang Dingtian's luck was really good. He used this opportunity to break through. From rank 17 of rank 9 to rank 18, he only used 2 ultimate energy essences close to rank 19. Next, there were only 3 ultimate energy essences close to rank 20. With Yang Dingtian's early rank 18 cultivation, devouring them was even more dangerous. But this time, entering the little western paradise, the higher his cultivation, the better. So he gritted his teeth, and the demonic fox also stepped forward to protect Yang Dingtian's head. Under the protection of the 3 saint-level powerhouses, Yang Dingtian endured the hellish pain and began to devour the ultimate energy essences close to rank 20. Then it was really unbearable pain. His whole body could explode and be torn apart at any time, under the perseverance of his terrifying willpower. Finally, Yang Dingtian devoured the 3 ultimate energy essences close to rank 20. Finally, he broke through rank 18 of rank 8 and was not far from rank 19. He was only rank 1 of rank 2 of rank 1 of rank 9. And in his energy jade box, there was still a considerable amount of hell magic crystals. With the hell magic crystals inside, could he break through to rank 9? According to the quantity, it should be very possible. Chapter 1045. Within the ghost underworld city, Ghost Emperor Wentian began to ponder why Yang Dingtian would do such a thing. Was it an experimental attack, or was he trying to intimidate and threaten him? Because it was clear that these dozens of mobile lightning weapons had no destructive power against a limitless martial grandmaster. Thus, it was clear that this wasn't a normal attack. If it was to intimidate and threaten, then what was he trying to intimidate? Was he trying to show that he had the ability to attack the ghost underworld region and warn him not to agree to the Devil Queen and Li Ming's request? But how could Yang Dingtian know that the Devil Queen wanted him to help Prince Li Ming break through to the saint rank? Later on, Yang Dingtian sensed an extremely powerful energy. Furthermore, Yang Dingtian had left the netherworld barrier for a brief moment. He suddenly understood that Yang Dingtian was creating a diversion in order to refine the Hell Devil Crystal. That extremely powerful energy came from countless Hell magic crystals. During the Second War of Destruction, Yang Dingtian had exterminated countless undead and obtained many Hell magic crystals. However, Hell magic crystals would quickly turn to ashes in other planes. Thus, Yang Dingtian had no choice but to store them in energy jade boxes. But they could never be opened, and even if they weren't opened, the energy jade boxes weren't 100% shielded. At most, the hell magic crystals inside would turn to ashes in 2 or 3 years. Thus, coming to the ghost underworld region to open these energy crystals and give them to the Ghost Emperor to refine was his only choice. Thus, the dozens of lightning weapons attacking the Underworld Empire was just a diversion. It was to let Ghost Emperor Wentian gather all the undead and create a hole in the defense line, giving Yang Dingtian enough time to give the Hell Magic Crystals to the Ghost Emperor. As expected of Ghost Emperor Wentian, he was able to sort out the situation after thinking for a bit. But once he thought it through, Ghost Emperor Wentian couldn't help but become furious. Are you, Yang Dingtian, treating me like a fool and playing with me? Not only did you exterminate my undead army, but you also took away a large number of Hell Mana Crystals. Now, you actually swaggered into my territory, refined those Hell Mana Crystals, and devoured them. This was truly intolerable. The enraged Ghost Emperor Wentian almost immediately agreed to help the Devil Queen to help Prince Li Ming break through to the Half-Saint realm. Then he would open the Little Western Paradise and directly kill Yang Dingtian. After calming down a little, Ghost Emperor Wentian remembered that before Yang Dingtian quickly disappeared, there was still the aura of a large pile of Hell Magic Crystals. Could it be that Yang Dingtian hasn't completely refined these Hell Magic Crystals? Yes. The Nether Ghost Emperor was the same as the other undead. He had to stay in the Underworld Empire and could not leave. At that time, he disappeared into Yang Dingtian's body and left the Underworld Empire. There was only one thing that could contain undead energy. That was a soul tool, and Yang Dingtian should have a soul tool on him. Perhaps it was a skull ornament or a soul ring. However, no matter how big a soul tool was, it was still limited and couldn't contain more undead energy. Thus, Yang Dingtian had too many Hell Magic Crystals at that time, so it was normal that he couldn't store them all in the soul tool. Thus, Yang Dingtian had left in a hurry. If that was the case, it meant that Yang Dingtian would enter the Ghost Hell region again. That was because the Hell Magic Crystals that had been stored in the soul tool had all been refined into energy essence and could already appear in the world. Thus, his soul tool was empty again. Moreover, it was different from last time. Last time, Yang Dingtian's countless Hell Magic Crystals were definitely stored in many energy jade boxes. Thus, opening all of them and inserting them into the soul tool would take a long time. This time, Yang Dingtian definitely put all of the Hell Magic Crystals into one energy jade box. Therefore, this time it would only take about 10 seconds to transfer everything into the soul ring. In such a short time, Yang Dingtian didn't need to create a diversion. As long as Yang Dingtian charged into any place in the Underworld Empire, he would immediately be discovered by the undead. If Ghost Emperor Wentian used his fastest speed to dispatch the undead monarchs, it would still take more than a few minutes. During this time, Yang Dingtian would have already disappeared without a trace. Immediately, Ghost Emperor Wentian thought that this might be the best opportunity to capture Yang Dingtian. That was because Yang Dingtian would come to the Ghost Hell region alone. At most, he would bring a saint rank expert with him. Most of the remaining saints would definitely be guarding the Forbidden Continent seas. Because Yang Dingtian had the ability to destroy the Empire of Darkness, he didn't need to worry about the Council of Light or even his headquarters being attacked. Thus, most of the saints could be sent to guard the human kingdom's gates. And if he came alone, then as long as the Evil Ways saints lay in ambush at the Underworld Empire's borders, they might be able to capture him. Thinking of this, Ghost Emperor Wentian was so excited that he was trembling. If that was the case, not only would he be able to capture Yang Dingtian, but he would also be able to take revenge. Moreover, he wouldn't need to waste a huge amount of energy to help Li Ming break through to the saint rank. He would also be able to seize the Hell Magic Crystals in Yang Dingtian's hands. This was killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Whether it was Prince Li Ming or the Queen Devil Queen, they were all people with extremely high self-esteem. Thus, even though Yang Dingtian proposed the idea of exchanging Dongli for Dongfang Bingling, the Evil Ways didn't discuss this proposal for the past few days. 3 days passed. The Queen Devil Queen brought Li Ming, Dishibian, and Walingzi to the Underworld Empire once again. After flying for almost a day and a night, they once again entered the Underworld Empire. Counting the time they had spent flying, it had already been 5 days since the agreed time with Ghost Emperor Wentian. Ghost Emperor Wentian should have finished thinking. Your Majesty, what do you think? The Queen Devil Queen asked. Do you agree to help Li Ming break through to the saint rank? The Ghost Emperor Wen Tian said, No, I don't agree. When these words came out, the hearts of the Queen Devil Queen and the others trembled. Could it be that they really had to agree to Yang Dingtian's request? The Ghost Emperor Wen Tian said, Perhaps there's no need for Li Ming to break through to the saint rank, and there's no need for you to kill yourselves and attack the Skull Hall. We'll be able to capture Yang Dingtian very soon. When these words came out, the Queen Devil Queen's beautiful eyes lit up. Prince Li Ming's expression trembled. If they could capture Yang Dingtian, then even if Prince Li Ming didn't break through to the saint rank, it wouldn't matter. The Ghost Emperor Wen Tian told everyone what happened yesterday. Then he continued, Yang Dingtian still has a large amount of hell magic crystals that he hasn't refined yet. In order to break through to the saint rank, he will definitely enter the ghost hell region again and use the fastest speed to transfer a large amount of hell magic crystals into a soul tool for the Ghost Emperor to refine. Then the Ghost Emperor Wen Tian said, If and once he refines these hell magic crystals and swallows them, then he will break through to the saint rank. Then he will directly break through to the saint level. If he breaks through to the saint level, I don't think I need to describe the consequences. Of course, there was no need. Currently, Yang Dingtian was only a half-saint and was already so powerful. If he broke through to the saint rank, then with his Naga royalty sword soul, how powerful would he be? It was completely unimaginable. Yang Dingtian will enter the ghost hell region again very soon. Maybe tomorrow, maybe the day after, maybe the next moment. The Ghost Emperor Wen Tian said, Therefore we need to use the shortest amount of time to set up an inescapable net. Then the willow. The wisp suddenly transformed into the shape of the ghost hell region's continent. The Ghost Emperor Wen Tian said, The ghost hell region's perimeter is more than 60,000 li. Such a long border is impossible to defend. But, fortunately, the border between the human countries and the ghost hell region is only about 2,000 li. Therefore, what we need to defend is only these 2,000 li. On the map formed by the willow, the wisps, the border between the ghost hell region and the human countries lit up. The Ghost Emperor Wen Tian said, After the Second World-Ending War, my undead Shura sovereigns are only left with 39. When these words came out, the Devil Queen's expression darkened. The Ghost Emperor Wen Tian said, In order to surround and capture Yang Dingtian, I temporarily promoted 9 peak half-saint rulers. Therefore, the current number of saint sovereigns in the ghost hell region has reached 48. The Ghost Emperor Wen Tian said, In the next few days, I plan to withdraw all of the border defenses and transfer all of the saint sovereigns and half-saint rulers to the 2,000 li border with the human countries. Including you, there are 48 saint sovereigns and 500 half-saint rulers. Close to 2,000 li, 48 saint sovereigns. In other words, there was an average of 1 saint sovereign every 40 li. On average, there was 1 half-saint ruler every 4 li. The Ghost Emperor Wen Tian continued, You 3 saint sovereigns at your fastest speed of 40 li would need about 10 seconds to arrive. As for the undead sovereigns, if they use condensed flight, they would be able to arrive in about 3 seconds. Yang Dingtian needs to transfer a large amount of hell magic crystals into his soul tool. From the time he opens it to the time he completely transfers them, he needs at least 10 seconds. Of course, this is Earth's time unit, so I'm sure you already know. The Ghost Emperor Wen Tian's eyes brightened as he said, This also means that Yang Dingtian will face at least 4 saint sovereigns from the beginning to the end. He is merely a half-saint, so how can he resist 4 saint sovereigns? Of course, once he discovers that he is surrounded by saint sovereigns, he will definitely use his fastest speed to escape. Once he flashes out of the ghost hell barrier, my saint sovereigns will have no way to deal with him. Therefore, at this time, the 4 of you will need to set up an ambush at the border outside the barrier. In the end, the Ghost Emperor Wen Tian said, I will order the half-saint undead sovereigns to use suicidal flight attacks. This way, their speed will reach the maximum. No matter how fast Yang Dingtian is, he won't be able to resist. I've already calculated that no matter where he appears, there will be more than 10 half-saint undead launching suicidal attacks at him. The shortest attack won't exceed half a second, and the longest won't exceed 2 seconds. Therefore, even if he manages to escape, he will escape with serious injuries. Therefore, after leaving the ghost hell barrier, if the 4 of you can't even catch a seriously injured half-saint, then you won't have the face to continue living in this world. The Queen Devil Queen was scheming behind closed doors. The Ghost Emperor Wen Tian placed 48 saint sovereigns and more than 500 half-saint undead Shura at the border less than 2,000 miles away. Once Yang Dingtian appeared, the saint sovereigns would condense and fly. The half-saint sovereigns would use suicidal flight attacks. The so-called suicidal flight attacks were to completely condense themselves into a very small but very powerful energy to launch a destructive bombardment. This speed was extremely astonishing. The Ghost Emperor Wen Tian's calculations weren't wrong. No matter where Yang Dingtian appeared, every time there would be more than 4 saint-level experts arriving within 10 seconds. There would be more than 2 saint sovereigns arriving within 3 seconds. There would be more than 3 half-saint undead attacking in less than half a second. There would be more than 10 half-saint undead attacking in less than 2 seconds. Therefore, this was definitely an inescapable net. For Yang Dingtian, the best result would be that he would be attacked by 4 or 5 half-saint undead, and then escape from the netherworld barrier. Then he would be surrounded by the Queen Devil Queen and the other 2. Although Yang Dingtian had the Devil Spirit Mist Cloak, if the Queen Devil Queen, the 3 saint sovereigns and 1 half-saint sovereign couldn't catch a seriously injured Yang Dingtian, then they really wouldn't have the face to live in this world. The Queen Devil Queen immediately said excitedly, "That's right, this is indeed an inescapable net. As long as Yang Dingtian comes, he will definitely be caught." Then the Ghost Emperor Wen Tian and the Evil Ways began to use the fastest speed to set up the most powerful trap in history, waiting for Yang Dingtian to arrive. At this time, in the sky above the Forbidden Continent, Yang Dingtian summoned Yao Li, Yao Zi, Bo Lu, Awen, and Awu. The undead essences that Yang Dingtian obtained this time were all ultimate energy essences that were close to level 16 and above. There were still more than 100 ultimate energy essences that were close to level 15 and below. Among them, there were close to level 13, level 14, and level 15. This was because only hell magic crystals of this level and above could survive for a long time in the environment of the human countries. And Yang Dingtian used 2 ultimate energy essences close to level 16, so there were still 13 left, under the supply that didn't care about the cost. In the end, Bo Lu and Yao Li successfully broke through to level 15 half-saint. As for Ah Wen and Ah Wu, they also broke through to mid-level level 14. Yao Zi broke through to level 14 level 9 and was only 1 step away from becoming a half-saint. When Yang Dingtian entered the Little Western Paradise, he would bring these 5 people with him. They would become Yang Dingtian's biggest helpers in the Little Western Paradise. So the higher their cultivation, the better. After these 5 people had all broken through, Yang Dingtian decided to go to the Underworld Empire again. He transferred the remaining hell magic crystals into the Soul Ring and handed them to the Nether Ghost Emperor for refining. This time, all the hell magic crystals were in an energy jade box, so the process would be much faster. From start to finish, it should take about 10 seconds. Do you want 1 or 2 of us to accompany you to the Underworld Empire? Nero asked. After all, this is your 2nd time here, and you don't have a lightning weapon to divert Ghost Emperor Wen Tian's attention. If they set a trap, you will be in great danger. Yang Dingtian replied, "There's no need for that. The evil Tao's departed spirit ghost bird is always hovering nearby. If 1 or 2 saints are missing, evil ways will crazily attack the skull hull. Neru said, "But if they set a trap, you won't be able to come out." Yang Dingtian said, "Don't worry, I have a way. It's foolproof." Then, Yang Dingtian flew to the Underworld Empire again. Chapter 1046. The Underworld Empire was as silent as before. In fact, it was even quieter than before. Many low-level undead were still wandering aimlessly along the 2,000 miles of the border with the human countries. It looked no different from before, and there was no dangerous aura. But in fact, there were already nearly 50 saint-level and more than 500 half-saint-level powerhouses on this less than 2,000 miles of border. It was a truly inescapable net. As long as Yang Dingtian barged in, these terrifying undead overlords and undead kings would fly over in a frenzy. And the 5 experts of evil ways, led by the Queen Devil Queen, were already lying in ambush outside the Underworld Empire's boundary. Even if they saw Yang Dingtian enter, they would not make a move. Outside the boundary, the evil ways had set up countless ghost birds. No matter where Yang Dingtian entered, he would be detected immediately. Then the 5 experts of evil ways would charge at full speed towards this location, trying to surround and capture Yang Dingtian as soon as possible. Therefore, as long as Yang Dingtian dared to come, he would definitely be captured. If he could escape from the encirclement of dozens of saint-level powerhouses and hundreds of half-saint-level powerhouses, then Yang Dingtian would not be human, but a god. If this was a large net, then the Ghost Emperor Wentian would be the Spider King in the net. Everyone held their breaths quietly, waiting for the arrival of the prey. 2 hours passed. 4 hours passed. 6 hours passed. Suddenly, the ghost birds that densely covered the 2,000 miles of the border suddenly became restless at a place 725 miles away. Then, a ray of light rushed into the Underworld Empire like a bolt of lightning. "He's here! Yang Dingtian is here!" Prince Li Ming, who was the closest, immediately rushed towards the place where Yang Dingtian had entered. Then, the remaining experts of evil ways also received the news from the ghost birds. They all rushed towards the entrance of Yang Dingtian. As for the Queen Devil Queen, even though she was more than 300 miles away from the invasion site, she was still able to escape. However, its soul sword charged forward at a speed of tens of thousands of meters per second. A streak of light suddenly charged into the netherworld barrier. Then, the energy jade box filled with hell magic crystals was opened. Then, these hell mana crystals quickly flew towards the soul ring. This scene was immediately discovered by the wandering undead nearby. Then, it was also discovered by Ghost Emperor Wentian. The Nether Ghost Emperor didn't even look carefully. He directly controlled the nearest half-saint dead soul to launch a suicidal attack. In an instant, more than a dozen half-saint dead souls condensed into a beam of powerful energy and shot out at a speed of tens of thousands of meters per second. The 10 or so saint-level undead lords in the vicinity also turned into streaks of light and rushed over like lightning. From beginning to end, not even 1 second had passed. Dozens of undead lords and undead monarchs crazily charged at the invaders. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. It really didn't even take half a second. The energy of the 3 half-saint dead souls that were closest to the invaders suddenly flew over and slammed into the invaders. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 half-saint undead lords directly completed their suicidal attack. They fiercely slammed their powerful energy into the invaders. "It's done! It's done!" Ghost Emperor Wentian was ecstatic. Yang Dingtian was hit by 3 half-saint dead souls. He was severely injured and couldn't escape. Then, 2 more half-saint dead souls crazily slammed into the invaders. The powerful energy caused an incomparably terrifying tremor. Yang Dingtian was finished. Yang Dingtian was finished. Ghost Emperor Wentian immediately controlled the vision of one of the undead souls to see how Yang Dingtian was being attacked. But after a glance, the Nether Ghost Emperor was completely stunned. How was this Yang Dingtian? This was only a soul sword. Yes, it was a soul sword. It was Yang Dingtian's soul sword that was close to the Emperor grade. Yang Dingtian was thousands of miles away, controlling the soul sword to rush into the underworld empire. The soul ring was embedded in the soul sword. The energy jade box was also firmly attached to the soul sword. After entering the underworld empire, the mechanism of the energy jade box was opened, and the hell magic crystals inside quickly flew out. Then Xianqi energy surrounded the soul ring, forming a pure energy vortex that swallowed all the hell magic crystals into the soul ring. Ghost Emperor Wen Tian was completely stunned. How did he do it? It was true that the consciousness could control the soul sword, but it could only fly or release soul skills. There was no soul sword that could open the box, and no soul sword could control the energy essence to enter the soul ring. The soul sword's only function was to attack, so it could also command attacks and fly. How did Yang Dingtian do it? Ghost Emperor Wen Tian was really going crazy. Yes, these things seemed very simple, but in fact they were impossible to do. The first problem was that the soul sword had no vision and couldn't determine when it had entered the underworld barrier. The second problem was that the released sword soul could easily shatter the entire energy jade box and destroy the hell magic crystals. This was because the hell magic crystals were very unstable and powerful energy. The Naga royalty sword soul was too powerful and would definitely destroy them. The third problem was to create an energy vortex without destroying the hell magic crystals. This was impossible because the sword soul was born to attack. Then, how did Yang Dingtian do it? It was very simple. He entered a meditative state with the demon fox. Then he wrote a soul skill inside. To be precise, it was 2 soul skills. The first soul skill was that once the soul sword entered the energy field of the underworld empire's barrier, it would immediately release a repulsive force field of about 5 kilograms to open the energy jade box. The second soul skill was to create a pure aerodynamic energy vortex without any elemental energy. It was just right to swallow the scattered hell magic crystals. That was the most difficult thing to do. This was because even if it was a pure aerodynamic energy vortex, it would also have elemental energy due to the special energy environment of the underworld barrier. Therefore, when the energy of the vortex reached a certain level, it would destroy the hell magic crystals. But when the energy of the vortex was small, the speed of devouring would slow down. Therefore, after many experiments, he found the best balance point. But even so, it would take more than 30 seconds to devour all the hell magic crystals. However, this kind of method was already enough to make people gasp in amazement. When Ghost Emperor Wen Tian saw this scene, he felt a sense of suffocation. This was because Yang Dingtian was already in a completely different realm of martial arts. This was already completely in the realm of gods. He never would have thought that Yang Dingtian would actually write his own soul skill and use the soul sword to complete this series of things. Boom, 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 boom. One after another, the half-saint undead crashed into the soul sword and carried out a suicidal attack. But what was the use of this? The soul sword's body was not damaged by any energy. Its Xian meridian was the 1,000-mile Xian meridian essence, which could withstand the energy of the entire yin-yang mirror. The energy of a few mere half-saint undead dissipated into the Xian meridian essence when they crashed into it. There was not even a slight tremor. 1 second, 2 seconds, the hell magic crystals continuously entered the soul ring. Ghost Emperor Wen Tian's heart was bleeding. He immediately changed his plan and controlled the next half-saint undead to fight for these hell magic crystals. But whoosh, 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 whoosh. Suddenly, countless Naga royalty sword souls flew out. Then, countless soul sword shadows began to form an energy barrier outside, completely enveloping the entire soul sword and all the hell magic crystals inside. It was completely airtight. The half-saint undead could not break into this energy prison, even though they were crazily attacking from outside. At that time, Yang Dingtian's Naga royalty sword soul had formed an energy prison and wrapped Prince Li Ming inside. The Queen Devil Queen and many others launched a series of suicidal attacks, but they were unable to break it. These mere half-saint undead were of no use at all. It was impossible for them to break in. The soul ring continued to devour the hell magic crystals. 3 seconds. For seconds. Finally, the 2 saint undead monarchs arrived. Ghost Emperor Wentian immediately controlled the 2 undead monarchs and crazily attacked the energy barrier formed by the Naga royalty sword soul. But what was the use? They could not break through it at all. However, at the same time, the energy of the Naga royalty demon core was rapidly depleting. For seconds, 5 seconds, 6 seconds, 7 seconds, 8 seconds, the saint undead frantically attacked the energy barrier of the Naga royalty sword soul, but they could not break through it at all. They could not resist the devouring of the hell magic crystals inside. Ghost Emperor Wentian was really going crazy. Could it be that he was just going to watch the countless hell magic crystals enter the soul ring and be refined into energy essence, and then be devoured by Yang Dingtian to become a saint powerhouse? No, it absolutely could not be like this. Even if he had to pay a huge price, he had to stop it. Immediately, the Ghost Emperor Wentian roared furiously. Ah! Suddenly, Ghost Emperor Wentian became incomparably huge. He stretched into the sky and tore it apart. In an instant, the netherworld barrier in the sky was torn apart. The energy from outside suddenly poured in. The fatal light of the 2 suns also suddenly shot in from the west. The energy field in this area was severely damaged. It was no longer a pure netherworld energy field. In an instant, the hell magic crystals bore the energy aura of the 2 suns. Bang, 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 one after another, they quickly turned into ashes. And the undead here could not bear it. One by one, they turned into ashes. Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of undead. Tens of millions of undead, they turned into ashes in an instant before the sun even shone on them. Even the half-saint level undead were shattered into pieces. The saint level undead were also melted layer by layer. Ghost Emperor Wentian was so ruthless. In order to stop Yang Dingtian, he killed 1,000 enemies and lost 900 of his own. One must know that this netherworld barrier was a prison, but it was also a protective shield. Once the crack was torn open, it would be completely destructive to the undead inside. Bang, 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 bang! The extremely fragile hell magic crystals quickly turned into ashes. The netherworld Ghost Emperor in the soul ring suddenly felt his heart bleed. It was too late to devour. He could not bear it anymore. He rushed out of the soul ring and frantically devoured the remaining hell magic crystals. However, the light of the 2 suns would soon cause fatal damage to it, because even if it was surrounded by countless sword soul energy shields, the energy of the 2 suns could still enter. It was like the strongest tempered glass. It could be bulletproof, but it could not stop the light from shining through. Therefore, it took less than 2 seconds to devour. All the hell magic crystals were turned into ashes, and the netherworld Ghost Emperor let out a shrill scream, and then quickly drilled into the soul ring. At the same time, the near Emperor-grade soul sword withdrew all the sword souls, turned around, and rushed out of the netherworld barrier like lightning. Like a stream of light, it flew out. At this time, the Queen Devil Queen's soul sword had arrived. It immediately chased after it like lightning. And the Queen Devil Queen and the others did not know that it was only a soul sword that had entered the underworld empire. They thought that Yang Dingtian had escaped. They immediately chased after it frantically. Then they saw a ray of light. The speed of tens of thousands of meters per second was faster than lightning. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. Although Wu Yu's soul sword wand was fast, it was still not faster than Yang Dingtian's soul sword. Therefore, after a moment, they completely lost it. The Queen Devil Queen did not even see the back of the figure. She had just arrived in a ball of light and disappeared into the sky. How could Yang Dingtian fly so fast after being injured? How could it be? How could it be? She looked at this scene in disbelief. At this time, the ghost emperor Wentian inside fell into the craziest roar. Ah, 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 Yang Dingtian, I must tear you into pieces, tear you into pieces. The anger of the ghost emperor Wentian made the entire underworld empire tremble.